Welcome back for day 2 of the Esports Series Championship Nationals, where today we get to crown champions for our first 2 of 7 esports competing here this weekend at Full Sail University in Orlando, Florida. You can see part of a packed venue right now as Fortnite is set to get started here shortly, but up on the stage, on the caster desk, I'm Mr. Bepic, joined by Mr. Nuke today. How you doing, my friend?
I'm thrilled to be here, Bepic. It has been a phenomenal weekend thus far. I had the privilege of serving the community out here as a TO yesterday. I'll probably jump back in the pits at some point, but for now, the desk calls.
The desk always beckons, especially on Championship Friday,
Right?
because we have some championship rings to give out that we will show off on broadcast some more a little bit later on. That's for Fortnite, but we have other esports competing here this weekend. Of course, Apex Legends is crowning champions today, and then on Saturday, we get esports like Valorant and Rocket League kicking off. I think we've got the Rocket League pools to preview because, Nuke, I mean, you and I, we're calling those championships on Sunday, and so the top 4 teams from these 2 pools, 2 from each one, will get to play on Championship Sunday in the Full Sail Fortress. So recognize these names because we will get them on our screens on Sunday, and they'll be competing for that spot on Saturday.
As it's been mentioned many times before as well, these teams, this is Nationals. They
Yep.
have spent all year to get to this point, so this is the creme de la creme of the past few months.
I'm very excited to get to watch them play. I'll be sneaking some peeks on Saturday when they're playing through groups trying to earn their spot in the Fortress. But of course, they won't be the only esport playing on Saturday to earn their spots in the Fortress. Valorant will be competing as well. A similar format, groups into that single elim playoff bracket later on in the weekend. And so Valorant, you know, while Rocket League's going on, you got to keep your eye on the other side of the arena while these 8 teams are competing.
And look at some of these team logos. These are better than some of the Pro Wars.
Clean.
So good.
So Valorant competing tomorrow as they will be arriving in Orlando, probably today, maybe early tomorrow, getting set for the biggest LAN of the summer. I feel like this is one of, if not the biggest high school, middle school level championships that we will see take place in the K through 12 scene. And we've got Bed Wars as well, which I think is a massively underrated esport. We got 4-on-4 Bed Wars. 16 teams will compete for their chance to win some championship rings, and that's maybe one of the fastest paced games we've got.
Truthfully. And I mean, we come from the collegiate space, right? So Mario Kart and Bed Wars, it's underrated that they're not in the college level or at a higher level of professional. So high school, you're doing it right by running Minecraft and Rocket League.
Yeah, they are. 5 rounds. All teams play each other out of the 16-team Bed Wars field. So it's cutthroat. It is intense, and that's exactly how Fortnite has been. Kind of set the scene for this weekend of the ESC National Championships, as Fortnite and Apex Legends will crown champions today. We kicked off yesterday with our first 3 drops, and right now, Nuke, we've got one team that's kind of set themselves apart from the field. Both drops 1 and 3. It's Six and Sleuth from XPL Burleson. They've got 75 points. They lead the entire arena in eliminations as well as placement points. And we've got an entire standings graphic as well to show they have a massive lead over second. It's 22 points.
Oh my gosh. And gorgeous graphic. Shout out Prod for putting this information together for us. And look at those leading points to 51, and the next highest is 40. That 10-point lead is going to carry them significantly throughout the day.
And we were talking yesterday, Dino and I, about which would have a bit more impact, those placement points or the eliminations, because there's no cap on elim points. And so those 24 kill points that Wolfpack Alpha have netted have really jumped them up on the leaderboard, because when you look at their placement points, yeah, they've got a pretty stark lead over second place, which is Clark and Alley Boy, the duo that won drop number 2 yesterday. It's really 24 elims versus 13 that set Six and Sleuth apart. They are dominating the field at the moment, and now on Championship Friday, everyone else below them have to figure out how they're going to bridge that gap, whether they want to play more aggressive off their drops from the battle bus or play it more safe and focus on the placement points, try to get a victory royale or two to catch back up to that Wolfpack Alpha team.
And you're not dyslexic. If you're reading that graphic, yes, 9 of the top 10 teams are XPL teams. That number 10 slot going to MD Fortnite. So we're going to have to see the rest of the pack move up if we want to knock some XPL teams out.
XPL came to play this weekend. I mean, it's been the case in Fortnite. I'm sure it'll be the case in other esports as well. The Valhallan teams have some catching up to do, but let's talk about the championship rings that are at stake today, because we have the 2 Fortnite ones on display at the front of the caster desk, and we did this yesterday. I want to take and actually show it to stream. So I don't know, you can't really see it, but I mean, look at how detailed the ring is. Got the Fortnite logo there, ESC on the other side too, and it sparkles in the lighting, which you don't get championship rings really at any level of esports. You know, everyone's familiar with the trophy lift or the medal ceremony, but championship rings are something that ESC is kind of changing the game with.
Yeah, I love that too. I mean, you see it occasionally with like individual teams doing it for their programs if they win something. Like Maryville's done it a couple of times, but outside of that, yeah, it's an untapped market. And what a cool heirloom to take as a prize. You can wear it.
Yeah, exactly. And so, well, the trophy might go to the organization. The rings stay with the player. So I'm excited. We'll have that ring ceremony later on today when we officially crown our Fortnite Duo champion. But everyone has to get through 3 drops first. And yesterday, we started off with a lot of pacificity on the map. Everyone was kind of playing it safe, feeling everybody out, seeing if their preferred drop spot to be more contested. And Sinister Strip certainly was, but there were other landing spots, like Wonky Land, especially Lifty Lodge, pretty sparse. One team would land there, be pretty uncontested, and then work their way into the map through their rotations. And now I'm wondering how that strategy is going to change, because everyone at the bottom of the table, you see that Wolfpack Alpha team at the very top, and you're thinking, what do I have to do to catch up?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know who you can and can't take in these early fights. You're going into day 2, the drops, you know by this point where you can and can't go. But you're absolutely right. I mean, you can either hot drop and try to get the kills early and then camp, wait late, or you just rotate out from around. You can land Lifty Lodge, you can land in Shaken Sanctuary, maybe even Cluster Coast, rotate in from there, and then fight towards the end. But with kills being uncapped for this event, that is wild. I would be amiss if we did not see massive fights in the middle of the map now that we're heading into day 2.
Well, I would love, if possible, to put the standings back up on screen, because there are some trends that have been developing when it comes to how far teams are working their way up the table and how they like to play. And it comes down, I think, to that 3rd, 4th, 5th place position, because right now I'm going to run through the duo names so that you can get familiar with the celebrities that we've got on the map today. 3rd place right now, that XPL Burleson Wolfpack Delta team. That's Minnow and Speed. They've got 32 placement points, but 18 elimination points. And that sets them apart from the 2 duos below them. Underneath them, you have Beetle and Ollie Otter, and then Bash and Vexy, who also both teams have 32 placement points, but the difference is in the eliminations, because Minnow and Speed have 18 kills across those 3 drops, and then you drop down to 12 for Beetle and Ollie Otter, and then just 10 for Bash and Vexy. And so while they've placed essentially the same when it comes to the placement points gathered, those 6 elims between 3rd place and 4th place make a huge difference.
They really do make a massive difference, especially when in most of these games you're averaging 5 to 8 kills usually. And as we're heading into these last few maps, it is important to note that you take 5 out of the 6 maps at the very end. So there is a 1 map drop for just in case purposes. Maybe you drop in, you get killed immediately, you sit back, you go, okay, that was our 1.
Sure.
Let's go back in. So yeah, with taking 5 out of 6, if they had a great day yesterday, you kind of have some leeway going into today.
And that might come back to haunt Six and Sleuth, because while they are still our leaders, that drop 2 didn't go their way. They got knocked out before the top 16, and they notched a couple of eliminations, and so they were able to get a few points, but that could be their 1. They've had a bad drop. So if they get spawn killed, because everyone's going to have been reviewing the tape after day 1, looking at the standings, recognizing that Six and Sleuth are the team to beat. They are one of, if not the best team coming out of the XPL, not just competing yesterday, but they won their spot here at the ESC National Championship all the way back in fall. And so that tells you they've been dominating all year long. So everyone's going to know that, and I figure we're going to see a little bit of targeting.
I would hope so at this level in the game. When you see those names on the map, and you're rolling around, if you're rotating around and you see Minnow and Speed, maybe you pump the brakes a little bit. You wait till the late game. You look for those 6 through 10 slots. Maybe you're looking for Storm Red or, Wiley High School Fortnite to try to take those fights and keep them lower on the leaderboard. Because now that we're in day 2, that's a whole different game. The disparity gets so much larger if you drop and you have a bad start to your game.
And I think talking about starts, we have to mention the finish to yesterday and how that might play into today, because that third drop, I don't know if you caught it while you were out and about in the pit, but we had an insane finish.
I was in the Fortress yesterday.
It was a straight 1v1 in drop 3 to crown the winners. And Six and Sleuth were the duo that ended up coming out on top. But Lathe and Robot Destroyer of that XPL Franklin Storm Red team finished in second. And that was their best placement on the day. It shot them all the way up into 8th place. So they're top 10 right now. But you want to build on that momentum from yesterday. That second place is a great starting point to come in today with.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you can get any of those top 3 slots, you're getting 25, 20, and 16 points respectively. So by making sure that you're maybe taking one of those games and playing it a little slow, playing for the late game, playing for that 1, 2, 3 slot, especially if you're struggling to find the kills on the map, that's going to be influential going into today.
And we've seen that as well with Beetle and Ollie Otter, because through all 3 drops yesterday, they placed top 10 in each one. And so while the eliminations may not be there like we just talked about, they still got those 32 placement points by way of consistency. And that's put them in 4th place. They are top 4 overall out of 48 teams because of consistent placement in the top 10. And I think we're seeing that kind of set you apart from the bottom half of the table, but it's the eliminations that will really propel you towards the very, very top. So you can do well to be in contention for a top 3, but top 3 is not what these teams are after. They want those rings.
Yeah, it's truly a juggling act, right? You have to juggle. Do we take this fight now? Do we rotate? Do we play late? Do we play early and just camp? Yeah. You have to take that into consideration going into this day 2. I would love to see Bash and Vexy move a little bit further up on the leaderboard, especially them jumping up and being that consistent force, like you mentioned.
Yeah, Bash and Vexy have been a pretty consistent force in the top as well. But I think your time in the mid game is going to determine how these drops go for you, because we're seeing some early fights, but really it's stages 5 through 7 of the Storm when everyone starts to get a lot more condensed. You see everyone's builds converging to make one giant mansion of battle that you really see your fate determined. And if you can perform well in close quarters, you calm properly with your duo, this is kind of where your entire year of experience alongside your duo really comes to show itself. You can stay calm in those moments when the pressure is the highest. You can do well to maybe grab those rings and some good placements today.
Yeah, that last circle when the ring starts moving,
that especially.
That is where you are tried at your hardest. Absolutely. I think that's a completely different game than the rest of Fortnite. Those final moments, like you said, when you have a complete mansion, a 2-story building, and you're trying to edit.
Sometimes
and
like 7-story building.
You're trying to edit and you can't get the edit because you're like, oh, wait, that isn't my build, that's their build. And then you get edited on. It is a rough time if you are unprepared. So making sure in the mid game you have mats, you're ready, you have ammo. Ammo's huge, especially for destroying the structures towards the end. So playing that mid game, like you said, it's going to be vital for today's final circles.
We saw limited loadouts as well come back to haunt a team during drop 2. It was Clark and Alley Boy that ended up winning, but second place Ollie and Ego Dill, they had the high ground with just one team left. They placed top 2 in that drop, which is awesome, but they want to win. And we looked at their loadouts before that straight up duo fight went off, and they had maybe some mini shield potions. They were running low on ammo, no mats, and we saw Clark and Alley Boy take advantage of that. They jumped straight onto Ego Dill, and Ollie ended up winning that fight. And that is the difference between first place and second place, which those 5 points are significant, and we'll see that take shape as the day goes on today. And so those loadouts late game are significant.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you're taking into consideration of points, I mean, first place is 25, second place is 20. That is 5 kills. That means that's 2.5, almost 3 teams that you have to kill to make up that difference. So if you're even below that, third place at 16, you have to make 9 kills up. And there's only so many teams.
Right. And we only see teams coming out of games with maybe 9 eliminations tops. It's tough to get elims in a lobby as competitive as what we're seeing. Everyone is so adept. They're so good at pulling out their shotgun on the fly, sniping someone out of the air, making sure they're peppering damage in early so the storm surge isn't impactful because they can sit back a little bit, maybe take advantage of some open air rotations. And so everyone's smart in this lobby, and you have to figure out how to play the chess game within the Fortnite game that's going on. And when the pressure's the highest in a LAN environment like this, where we show the venue shot pretty consistently, there are a lot of people standing behind these players, which just adds pressure to you that you have to handle.
For many of them, it's their first LAN.
Yeah.
And that's a whole nother layer. They say in the Smash space that you have to play at least 50 LANs to feel comfortable playing in front of people.
Wow.
So, I mean, for many of them, this is their first time, and that is a special and incredible thing in and of itself. You talked a little bit about the types of mats and what their utility is looking like mid-game. Those overdrive grenades are going to be vital late, especially with those structures, because you take no fall damage when you use them.
I mean, they have to be the most used utility across like FNCS, high-level Fortnite. They were yesterday. They were in the most recent couple of events of FNCS too, because movement is paramount in Fortnite. It increases the speed of your rotations. It makes you harder to hit by your opponents. So if you can stock up on overdrive grenades, you're good.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, 7 sliders are the other item that everyone's been very hype about this season. I remember booting up and going, oh, I can slide near infinitely. Yeah. Okay, this is great. When they added them in the game, I was overjoyed. So I'd love to see some movement from players today. Get a lot of that style profiling.
Fortnite was already kind of a movement shooter, but now it's even more so a movement shooter. And on LAN, those small mechanics of movement can be difficult to keep under control in an uncomfortable environment. We usually see mechanics sort of dip just a little bit, and so that's where we get to see the strength of these duos. How connected are they? How can they withstand the LAN environment stress and anxiety? Are they still communicating effectively? Are you lifting each other up? And I think Six and Sleuth are the best example of this, because in between drops, like for those that aren't in the venue, they are right in front of us, maybe 20 feet in front of us down on the bottom right side of the stage. And so we get to see how they interact with each other. And between games, they're having fun. They're building each other up. They're smiling. They've got the moms. We talked to Mama Six and Mama Sleuth yesterday too. And I think they might be more stressed than the players are. Oh,
certainly. I mean, all of these parents are way more stressed than the players are. You have to consider they were the ones to get all the players out in the first place.
True.
So, and it's great. You can't see in the venue right now, but we have a just Mod Podge collection of parents, supporters, friends on the side of the room, and they all brought their lawn chairs like it's a Saturday morning baseball game.
Yeah,
I love that.
Lawn chairs, posters, they've got anything that they can support these kids with, which is so cool. You don't get that a lot in professional esports, collegiate esports. You don't get the parental support on full display. And it's not just parental support either. It's family members, it's teachers, it's coaches too. We have so many people packed in this venue. And I was talking earlier, how lucky are we that we get to do Fortnite when the arena is slammed. Every PC is in use. This is as full as the arena is going to get when it comes to players and maybe fans as well. We'll see what happens as the other esports bring fans in, but it is so cool to feel the energy, the quantity of people that are here right now.
Completely different environment. Yep. Completely different environment with people in person, for sure. Taking me back to my running a LAN center in 2018 days where I was running Fortnite tournaments and casting, and just like everyone filling up the space. It's phenomenal.
It increases the excitement in the building, and of course, we're going to get that natural jump as well, with this being the championship day for Fortnite and Apex Legends. So everyone's feeling it just a little bit. You got the butterflies in your stomach when walking into the Full Sail University venue today. I mean, you've got casters talking over your every move. You got big-time sponsors like Metal and Earthlings and the Dairy Farmers Association, and so with that, you see the bright lights, and now you get to understand, can you perform under those bright lights with all of the stress? And so this is where your entire year of competition, even years of competition, can kind of help lend a hand.
Oh, absolutely. And we've had some amazing sponsors this week, and some of which you can see behind us. We got to give a special shout out to Esports Foundry, coming in clutch, bringing in a lot of PCs, a whole fleet to ensure that the event was successful. Sure, as well, audio has been great. Legion, we've had PCs here from them. And of course, who could forget the title sponsor, Full Sail University.
Oh, yeah.
The space that we're in right now. And I got to know, everything that you're watching on broadcast is all Full Sail. It's Full Sail text. It's Full Sail production. If you're seeing lights in the space, they have a dedicated person for lighting. It is incredible. And I'm very excited to show you what the space will look like as well over in the Fortress on Sunday for finals. Because I was over there yesterday setting up, and oh boy, if you think this space looks phenomenal, you just wait.
There's a reason why Championship Sunday is in the Fortress. This is just the taste tester venue, which is crazy because you come in here and you almost forget that you are at a university, but that's the sort of love and dedication that these college institutions are putting into esports now. And I don't think anyone does it better when it comes to these live event venues than Full Sail University. I mean, NACE championships are hosted here. We got ESC Nationals hosted here, and those are just a few of the events that Full Sail's hosting. Those are just esports too, yeah.
They do pro wrestling events here.
Yes.
They do NXT, TNA. They do concerts here. I mean, this is a full-blown venue.
Yeah.
We're lucky to get it for esports.
For real. You walk on the site, it looks like a movie studio, which
does.
was intentional, but it just lifts up that experience even more. It's extremely cool. And you can see as well on the center stage, and we've got the wide shot on broadcast, the championship rings right there in the middle for all of the esports. So not only do you have the big sponsors to think about, the lit up caster desk, but these players have to walk past the championship rings when they're walking through the venue, because that is what everyone is after. One of the most unique prizes, I think, in all of esports is these championship rings, because who doesn't want to have a ring lift at the end of the event? You put it on, hold it to the sky in triumph. That's really cool.
And what a bigger flex than to come back next year and throughout pools, when you fist bump people, you have your ring on.
I wish. I mean, I've got the little ones right now. I wish I was wearing ones as big as those. That's a fear factor in and of itself.
Yeah, when you're, hey, good luck, have fun.
Yeah.
Fist bump. Oh, wait a second. We're dealing with someone here. Yeah.
Well, right now, front runners Six and Sleuth, I think, are starting to think about how they're going to get their rings fitted to get on their fingers, because with the points in hand, they're definitely front runners. 22 points in the lead. But now, I mean, Nuke, I want to know, if you were in the venue right now as a player, how would you start your fourth drop? Because this is how you kind of set the tone of the day. Would you go for those early hot drop kills, or would you maybe sit back and go for placements?
Well, that is a very great question. I, as a collegiate esports coach, have coached Fortnite and Apex in the past.
Okay.
And I will tell you, a lot of it on my end is a lot more of the mental coaching. I trust a lot of my players that are high level, but what I hear from them and what I see watching the space at a high level is that you have to go based off of what your previous drops have been. So if your previous drops, and I mean, you also have to determine if you're sitting toward the bottom of the pack, and I'm not going to name any teams, but if you're sitting toward the bottom of the pack, you have to hot drop and get a couple of kills. Like, you have to just throw it out there and hope that you're going to get a couple of really good engagements, good fights early. What I would say is, if I was coaching any of these players, I would be telling them, I would be first checking and making sure in the morning that they're drinking water first thing.
Yes.
It is vital that they have agua in their system. So that's the first thing. Second thing, I'd be taking them out of the venue, making sure that they've taken a walk, have a quick talk, get that mental preparation ready. Usually I'm a big fan of rituals before games. So that can be like hands in, as easy as like what you do in T-ball, hands in, all up. That could be a 1 minute meditation. Can be whatever really floats your boat. But I would making sure that we're getting through our rituals early. And then when we sit down, I would ask the players, how are we feeling? Do we want to hot drop? Do we want to rotate around? Are we playing early? Or are we playing late? And then based on their response and reaction there, that's where we go.
Okay, so hopefully everybody has gone through their rituals. They've got water in their system. They've experienced the Florida sun, get the vitamin D in preparation for competition today, because I don't know if you could hear the cheering over the microphones, but everyone is ready for drop number 4. They were able to maybe alleviate some of that tension with an exclamation before jumping in, because this is where you can start to determine your fate. Here on Fortnite Friday, we get to give out those championship rings. We get to crown champions on the stage later on today, and everyone wants to be up on this very stage after 3 Fortnite drops. So Hopefully everyone has figured out what they need to do to start their day off correctly, because you've only got, I mean, realistically, maybe an hour's worth of gameplay to catch back up right now to 6 in Sleuth of XPL Burleson, because they're the ones setting the pace right now. And I am curious to see if everyone will start to target the front runners, because if they go down early, that opens the field way up, because it could feel a little daunting having a team that high up on the standings.
Absolutely. And speaking of very high up on the standings, we are in the battle bus. And this is an interesting drop, Epic. I mean, we're getting a pretty good cross-section of the map. If you're trying to get down by Heatwave, good luck, or Sunken Shores. It looks like we're going to be on the northeast part of the map for a lot of these players.
All right, so a lot of Battle Woods I'm expecting, and Sinister Strip was the hottest of drop spots yesterday, and we already see a lot of teams maybe bypassing Frosted Flats, going for Sinister Strip, and maybe we might actually have a contest on Wonky Land for once. A lot of solo teams dropping there yesterday had it to themselves. And so Lifty Lodge, we're getting some action early on. It feels like the broadcast didn't touch Lifty Lodge at all yesterday. These northern side drops were pretty unpopular with everybody. So looks like these squads will have their work cut out for them with all the zip lines of Lifty Lodge.
Yeah, and since the battle bus dropped in that northwest part of the map near Lifty Lodge, the players that dropped here early, as you can see, they're already getting mats. They're already getting all the materials that they need. They're getting pots. They're doing what they need to way before anyone's even able to drop in Sinister Strip.
We're looking at Ollie Otter right now, him and Beetle, both part of our top 5 at the moment. Lurking around in Wonky Land. It looks like Austie and Moozing are going to be the team that they will contest for this spot. Maybe they just handshake it. Maybe they just split it and start rotating out without ever engaging. And we'll find out kind of what the mentality might be for both a team that is at the very top of the standings right now and a squad that's trying to make up some ground.
And as you can see in the top left corner of the screen, we are already seeing players eliminated. 6 players have been taken out. But you have to be over the moon, Bepic. We're at Wonky Land. This was your hope getting into this game.
I am glad to see it. We didn't get much of Wonky Land on stream yesterday either. And it's one of the cooler spots. There's a reason why they kept it between seasons, even after the massive map shift to Shattered Coast. So glad to see some Wonky Land. And I saw in the kill feed as well that 6 already has a knock. I haven't seen the confirmed elimination quite yet, but our front runners are already active.
Well, that is bad news for the rest of the lobby, unfortunately. But that's going to be Choco now behind this rock, moving around. Someone just shot at them. So think they're just trying to maybe bait something, get back with their teammate, and rotate back around.
Not a whole lot of ammo. And with that SMG and Maven Auto shotgun, they won't be well equipped for an engagement at the moment. So maybe conceding Sinister Strip right now, trying to rotate around, pick up some containers on the outskirts of these points of interest. So sticking as a teammate, building up the mats. They've got a little bit of ground to make up, but it's all good. They have plenty of time right now playing towards the center of the map.
Yeah, tons of minis in their inventory with about 20 seconds left until they're going to see this first circle close. Players are starting to get into position as we see a little sneaky play here from Team Luck, taking shots on Mr. Boat and Sky.
Got some good cover, bit of a mountain behind them, but still a lot of action in the south, the Sunken Shores sort of area right now, the archipelago of islands. So they must have gone a long ways considering the route that the battle bus took to get everyone dropped on the map. And now look at this, actually. Frenchie up on top of this mountain, maybe trying to pick off Skelly and Mr. Boat right there, but was spotted. So it takes a little bit of damage before being able to confirm any sort of sneaky elimination steals by third partying. So a bit of a punish right there. Now we get Fatal and Timmy trying to break in and box that player in.
Yeah, it is now a mats battle. They're pushing up. That's going to be Kiwi falling with Eris. And so that'll be G1 taking this this fight. And the Storm is on their heels, Bepic. They got to get moving.
Yeah, they do. A long ways out from where the Eye of the Storm currently is. But at least they've got that elimination. They've got a loadout buffer as well. So should be all right to navigate through the storm as long as they don't get caught out in the open. But seeing some action towards Battle Woods. Looks like that opposing team has been pinged by 6 in Sleuth. So already 2 eliminations. 6. You can see it on his score sheet. 2 elims to start off. So building up the point totals here in drop for already are our leaders.
Yeah, with those elims aside as well, dropping a purple SMG out of the rare chest is going to be significant game changer. Then they get another one. Wow, that is just luck at its finest.
An epic SMG and Maven auto this early on in the game. It's like the Fortnite gods want Six and Sleuth to be a late game player, which who doesn't right now with how electrifying they have been. Not afraid to take fights, as you can see already with the 2 elims they've posted. So very fun to watch late game, and I'm sure we will get to check in on them as the day goes on, being our leaders. But it looks like Astiyama and Muzi were able to escape from their kind of pinned position between 2 teams, which is good news for them because they've gotten 2 elims, and I'm sure they want to add placement points to those totals as well.
Well, they're going to want to keep rotating as well here, Beppe, because if you look at the map, they could very easily get pinched here once more if they're not careful with their position as they play around the woods here.
They might be the team that's trying to do some of the pinching down below as they spot opponents. Can't quite tell who that is, but rattling some shots in. Maybe a little bit of peppering early on could set this fight up for success for Asti and Muzi, but making sure their structure is well constructed because there are a few teams around them. You got to be careful. Yes, you can play aggressive, but you do have to be mindful of where other teams could come from, where you might be exposed in your backside. So it looks like they don't like that position. They're going to move a little bit back and play a little bit safe.
Oh my lord, and this is Mod Podge over here. We have Beck right next to their teammate, moving down, making sure that they have some mats up themselves and a little bit of health as they are now going to pinch across and maybe poke on the outskirts of the circle. They have a solid 50 seconds till it starts closing again, so they certainly have time to mosey around the outside of the ring here.
And that's Beck and Frenchie, one of our top 6 teams. They're in 6th right now, trying to jump up. And so this is definitely a team that could make a play for that first place finish at the end of the day. Do need to keep an eye on them. No elims posted quite yet, but got a couple of options around them. Do they note where everybody is? Do they get that information? Can they play around it? Because they are caught out in the open. That is Jimmy and Sizzler in the Sizzlez rather in the same building. Looks like Beck's going for a lurk play, has an opportunity. Pulling out the shotgun in preparation for Jimmy to come close. Has the SMG as an option as well. Looks like Sizzlez is in a rough spot as Beck doesn't pull the trigger. Trying to get close to make sure that shotgun is used to its full potential, though the SMG's pulled back out of Sizzlez, starts to run back away. Now we've got a full-on engagement with Beck moving in. I don't see Frenchie. Might be a little bit late to the party as Beck is on his own. Does have to be careful, but that early damage on Sizzlez could be impactful, though. Looks like Frenchie has joined his teammates, so they are in a complete one-on-one right now. Team versus team. This could be huge.
Yeah, this is going to be massive. I mean, they're starting to destroy the mats now, and as you can see, the team that they're playing has already lost a lot of their shields. So as long as they can get this solid push here. Oh, and that's Timmy now above Beck. Beck moving down, getting the good edits, replacing mats. If you were not aware, this is the ESC Nationals, and we are live right now with Fortnite. It looks like Beck is getting out of this battle, not wanting to take it any further. At first, I was going to applaud their patience going into this fight. Beck waiting, as you mentioned, Frenchie was a little behind. They had a chance to take a shot, and they waited until they got around the corner a little bit more out in the open. That is what is going to separate, I think, some of the players in these games, is whether or not they have the patience to know, is this a good engagement, or should I just hold up a second, wait for my teammate to get into position?
Had all the potential to be a high-flying fight, but no one goes down. We got a lot of mats out of the way and a good bit of peppering on both sides, but no one falls. So that's that potential lurk play from Beck doesn't end up panning out. So we'll check in on the other teams on the map at the moment. Got some vending machines to work with as Nate Fan and Alan Xenomorph are going to make sure their loadouts are well equipped for the fights to come as the storm does move in.
Yeah, I'm surprised, Bepic, that we have this many players playing around the outside of the map.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen that many in the middle, but I do have to applaud a lot of these duos. They're playing exceptionally well together. They're cohesive units. They're not very split. I wish that my online lobbies were as easy as that.
Don't we all? We watch these duos and how cohesive they are. You get a bit envious when you start solo queuing. And I mean, even my friends that I'm playing with aren't quite this cohesive. So you get jealous of these duos. They got a lot of time in the game with one another. They've gone through an entire season to get to this point here at ESC Nationals.
Hold up. Who is over on Chopped Shop in Calamari Canyon? Someone is way out of the map right now, and they are making a very risky play. Maybe they're going for some chests that we don't know about and trying to rotate in from there, but the circle's closing now a third time, and that ring's going to start to hurt. Bells are going to get rung here very soon if they do not rotate in.
They had better have a large supply of overdrive grenades because they are going to have to do some quick rotating because that storm is going to build up damage on you very quickly. But back inside the eye, we have a potential fight beginning as Elvis and Pixel are kind of caught between two teams at the moment. Chocobo, Jack, and their teammates potentially in a position to aggress on Elvis and Pixel right now, building up their structure alongside a mountain cliff. So they are well protected just to make sure that they are prepared for a push should anyone engage.
And I love these edit plays they're making, waiting patiently. This is going to be a very hot fight in a second, Bepic. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, count them, 5 teams just in this small packed area with 2 sitting around the outside. This could be a 7-team brawl if they are not careful, and that ring is going to start moving fast. Elvis still playing this very slow, like you were mentioning, Bepic. Just pausing, waiting, looking for the edits, making sure that there's no one underneath them as well. That's the thing when you're in these edit wars. They could come from anywhere, as we saw in that earlier fight. With someone being directly above them and then Timmy being directly above them and them not noticing until that last second.
And stages 4 through 6 of the storm is really where we get to see a lot of these big brawls start happening, like you said, because this is where everyone gets close quarters. And while we are all nice and comfortable in the spacious Full Sail University venue on the map, the walls start closing in on you very, very quickly. But taking it easy. Playing time right now, trying to see if there are any opportunities to punish as Frenchie and Beck both notch eliminations. So that's big for them, notching a few extra points to move up the leaderboard with as everybody starts to rotate in. And that storm surge becomes impactful, although I believe that brought us underneath the threshold. So everyone's safe for the moment.
Yeah, you made a great point earlier that a lot of these teams have dropped near Sinister Strip, and we certainly saw that going into this game. So with the circle closing in around that south part of Battlewoods and that western part of Frosted Flats, as we're seeing now, that gave a lot of those teams that decided to drop in Sinister Strip and gamble whether or not they were going to get that hot drop. That gave them a lot of push because the rotation has been extremely simple from them, barely moving on the map.
Oh, here we go. Using movement to find a bush to potentially flank Jimmy and Sizzles here. What a play by Six and Sleuth. Great positioning, great teamwork, but now can they win the fight? Because Jimmy has moved in and has already survived an engagement like this. And so Sleuth and Six see the writing on the wall. They get out of there. They want those placement points.
And just look at how fast they're disengaging here, Bepic. I mean, they saw that the fight was not going their way. They said, we actually want to get ring. We don't want to fight this. And they both got out near immediately, but now they're getting re-engaged on by Clark and Alley Boy.
Big fight right now. These were the two teams that one drops yesterday. Clark and Alley Boy, one dropped 2, Six and Sleuth, one drops 1 and 3. So big time star-studded fight potentially happening if Clark and Alley Boy do choose this engagement, as Six and Sleuth, I think, have gotten out of there. They've got some cover up the Frosted Flats hill, and now they are building inside the eye of the storm in preparation for everybody rotating in. They wanted to get ahead of this. They didn't end up taking the fight with Alley Boy and Clark.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to start pitching some tents over here in Frosted Flats and biding their time because the ring can only accommodate so many teams, Bepic. And if you're looking at that map, it is becoming a conglomerate.
Everyone's on the left side of the Eye of the Storm. This is crazy. We're going to see the kill feed light up here in just a few minutes. The storm does close in, and I'm keeping an eye on Clark and Alley Boy to see how close they get to Six and Sleuth, because those are two of the teams in the best spots to be winners when all is said and done. Those wins early on in the day didn't net them top placements until that third drop, which is kind of surprising. They were sitting in 4th and 5th despite winning those first 2 drops. But consistency is key here, and that's what they found for themselves later on in the day. Can they keep it up going into drop 4?
Just in this angle right here, Bepic, I'm seeing 3 fights going on. Frenchie and Beck, Void and Blackout, Quantinize in the bottom right corner. There's 3 separate fights on the left side of this Frosted Flats circle, and in the next, I'm going to say 20 seconds, this kill feed is going to just explode as people need to rotate out. Lord Wraith sitting there, no boost. Him rotating around, catching strays left and right, taking 47 HP just from a rotation. Luckily, they got a big chug jug that they can sit on and some pots to get them back up to speed. But just a moment ago, we were at 72 folks in the lobby, and now we're at 60.
Sloth jumping in, spotted some opponents, but didn't end up firing on them. Instead, joining him inside this small little building. It's very cozy in there. It's a healing spot for them as they'll pop the pots and chug jugs just to make sure they are ready for the impending fight as everyone moves in. Him on the run again is so exposed right now. This is such a risk, but Name is recognizing that the risks have to be taken here on day 2 of ESC Nationals. Fortnite takes a few licks in getting set up around this tree, but will survive, and he and Sloth are in a really good spot for this next storm stage.
Calculated rotation from them as well, because they have 3 overdrive grenades still in their inventory that they can use to get out at a moment's notice if necessary. OC Extinct sitting by a hair's breadth and slowly getting their health back up as T-Tum is going to fall to Lord Wraith. Lord Wraith, I mentioned a minute ago, still sitting with no pots at all. That shield completely depleted. And now, we were sitting at 60 teams just a second ago. We're down another 10 teams in 30 seconds, Pepic.
Just one Guzzle Juice to work with, and still not anywhere close to placing in the top 16 and earning placement points here. A lot of teams to be dealt with as half the lobby is gone, but that means 47 players left to go. And Lathe and Robot Destroyer, 2 top 10 players at the moment. We'll see what the plan is for them going forward into these final storm stages. Skelly and Mr. Boat, we checked in on them earlier. Looks like the loadouts are strong. Plenty of ammo, plenty of overdrive grenades, healing and shield potions as well. They're in a really good spot for this drawn-out fight. Mats could be maybe a little bit better, but still in a really good position. Just have to heal up a tad.
Yeah, and as you said, we said before broadcast, if you're just joining us today, we're in the second half of these circles popping right now and closing. So you can see just how jam-packed you can get 47 people into a circle as we're seeing more and more drop. That's going to be Clout falling, Condog, Sizzles, Xylord, Lord 5. It's hard to even keep up, Epic.
It is, but if you'll notice in the bottom left, Alley Boy has been knocked out. Clark is a solo now, so that's one of our top 2 teams having lost half their duo. Or no, perhaps it's an overlay glitch. That's just Alley Boy next to him. So scratch that. Alley Boy is alive and well. So one of our top 2 squads still up and kicking fully. But Ollie down by Ravine James. Taking out now Sloth in the spot of danger. Can he build to keep up with this spray from Ichiban and Komodo? Looks like it will survive just a little bit longer. Now we're starting to see the impact of high ground in stage 8 of the storm.
And look, they have phenomenal mats set up around them. It's not going to be easy to destroy that metal, so they have great edits going on. I love their positioning. They're editing at the same time, focusing the same targets, and that is what is going to determine these teams in these final circles, is whether or not when you start on a target, you can end the kill when you're done.
Got skin cohesion too, linking up in that way, flexing a bit of extra unity. But you saw right before we cut, Six and Sleuth starting to take that high ground above this massive build that everyone is contributing to. And so we get now into our final 20 teams, with the elimination feed not stopping as Nate Fan is running in, but everyone's rotating so quickly. They're focusing on building up Sanctuary instead of taking those easy fights right in front of them, because if you don't get the builds up around you, you'll easily be picked off if you notch maybe one elimination, which is just not worth it. You want to play it safe at this stage. You want those placement points, but it may not be your choice at the end of the day. Boy finding an elimination. Nate Fan brought very, very low. Alan Xenomorph has to be careful now, as they are the highest health teammate. They do have some mini potions to help Nate Fan with. Looks like they're at 50 shield health though, so won't help them out enough. But Nate's got a chug jug, so they'll be okay.
Yeah, and at this point, if you open your mat, you open the door, there's a whole world that you're stepping into, as we see a flank coming through from Alan and Dig. Nate Fan pushing in through the back, now rotating around, gonna switch up levels, which is just as important at this point in the game, going from high to low so that you're harder to track. Beedlin is going down. A couple of other players are now falling, as well as Alan Xenomorph and Nate Dig Fan decide to rotate around. And as you're looking at the map, it's getting smaller and smaller. As you mentioned, with 30 players still up, you're only getting 12 points if you're surviving at this point. So you have to bide your time, wait, and find these moments where you can jump in or edit, like we're seeing right now from Alan and Nate Dig Fan as they rotate in, take the edit, take the fight. Alan going low, trying to get this edit going back, backing up, pushing through.
What a move.
Now with 1 HP, unfortunately going to fall.
I like the shifty movement, survived a little bit longer as a result of it, but eventually taken out. Skelly following suit, trying to dive into the water to get over to Mr. Boat for maybe a rev, but now we see the high ground being pushed. Quantize not afraid to jump up and force Ichiban from his perched up position. So high ground has been conceded to Quantize and Modi. They'll be in a good spot now, as they can now fire down from above, maybe get some extra elimination points, as we are in the top 16. So placement points are impactful, and Mr. Boat taken out from afar. Quantize has to be feeling good after hitting a couple of impactful pistol shots. And with those mat totals looking pretty solid for Quantize and Modi, they can stay up here for a while unless they're pushed out.
Yeah, Quantize has the eyes. My lord. And you got to have a keen vision to be able to flip around to know exactly where you're going. Also looking outside of the ring to pick off those players that are a little bit more slow to rotating in. But the fan favorites, both Beck and Frenchie, are still in, trying to take these last few fights to bump them from 6th place up a little bit more on those leaderboards.
Oh, Bash and Vexy still afloat as well, but low on health. Top 5 team right there. Vaxify having lost Tonic, wants to take out Alley Boy, but is taken down from behind. Big time elimination there, as that was a big flank that saves Alley Boy's life. And now Astayama has to be careful with how close the Storm is getting to him, just on 15 points of health with no healing left. He needs to bide his time, see how many teams he can outlast with very little HP. Can't afford to take any engagements, but doesn't have a choice in the matter. Modi, don't miss. Still, he and Quantize have the high ground, and that will be massive, especially now with Alley Boy down below. Top 4 is great for your point totals, especially as a top 2 team, but Alley Boy will need to contest that high ground eventually, but is one of 3 solos left. You've still got Quantize and Modi as the lone duo, but Alley Boy, having lost Clark, to take these one-on-one engagements and will be in close quarters with Vexy. Takes him down. That is massive for Alley Boy. Gets him a chug jug.
Yeah, that's the number 2 seed taking out the number 5 seed. Alley Boy still playing to stay alive, and that is Beck. Alley Boy is pushing into Beck now at the low.
Oh.
There's only 3 players left, 2 teams, and that's going to be Quantize taking out Beck with 100 HP, 100 shields.
Big time win for Quantize and Modi. We're not in the top 10 prior to that drop, but they will take the victory royale and 25 placement points plus however many eliminations they got, which it was a lot at the very end there, Nuke. They found the high ground and did not let it go. They didn't just find it. They forced the team that was up there out first, and then they took their position, and you saw how impactful it became at the end of the game.
Yeah, Valhalla Lake Forest, the school that, or the team that they represent, they are feeling a type of way about XPL being in those top 9 slots. And they came in with laser focus in both their aim and their comms. They were consistent throughout this series that we just watched in that map. They, like you said, got the high ground. They were waiting for rotations in, and those single elims that you can get when you have 50 people in those small circles, if you can pick off 1 or 2 that are slow to rotating around, getting hit by the storm, have no shields, that's how you're going to get those points to rack up. That's how you're going to get the mats that you need, the ammo that you need, and that's exactly what we saw. We saw them switching levels at the end and finally taking out Beck.
And they were 30th, too, coming into this drop. They didn't have a great day one, but you see what happens when you come into Championship Friday for Fortnite locked in. Modi apparently does not miss. I mean, if you name yourself that, you better be hitting your shots. And Modi was, alongside Quantize. They kept the high ground. They aggressed down below when Bash took out the final standing solo, which we had 3 solos in one team. So they were outnumbered, but they waited for their moment to strike, knew they had the proper positioning, and they will be rewarded handsomely for their efforts. But you got to keep it up, because one win, and we've seen this already, one win is not enough to win at the end of the tournament.
I mean, that jumps them up, that nearly triples their score of Epic, which is such a great feat for them. That puts them, I think, near, or if not in, right underneath the top 10. So if they're able to continue this momentum that they've carried into day 2, they could knock out a lot of these teams and potentially even win the whole thing. Wonderful plays from Quantize and Beck.
Let me check the Valhalla.app standings page just to see if we've got an update on the official standings. Not quite yet. So we're going to go to a break. We will have the official table update on the other side of it for you here at the Esports Series Championship Nationals, as Fortnite is really heating up. Underdogs are trying to tell their tale today. We'll see if it pans out for them. Stay tuned. Welcome back to ESC Nationals Fortnite, where we are now 2/3 of the way to crowning 2 champions here on the national stage. Had a crazy drop number 4 with a massive underdog upset with Modi and Quantize going from 30th place after day 1 to now into the top 10. And Dino is back on the caster desk with me. Dino, you missed a crazy drop number 4, but it's shaking things up.
Yeah, man. I mean, I was lurking in the crowds. I was spectating the players.
Did you see the pop-off?
I did see the pop-off. That was insane. I mean, you don't get stuff like that often, and that is what makes LAN events so special because, yeah, you can do it in your home, in your living room,
yep,
but no one's there to go, wow, when you do it, right? So that's just what makes LAN events so much fun, man.
Really?
You got your fam behind you. You got other people watching, too. Like, I was watching somebody, and they were like, oh, how do you know him? And you're like, I don't. So, like, it's just super cool to just get behind people, watch them, support them, and, yeah, I'm excited to see what game number 2 brings, especially with this 30th place team now moving into top 10. If they go on some sort of Cinderella run, like some random March Madness team, but in a LAN, that would be a miracle.
That'd be magical. A day 2 championship Fortnite Friday run for the duo out of Valhalla LF Dogs. That's Dogs with a W, by the way.
Ooh.
They're in 10th place now with 40 points, but we still have to talk about the top of the table because it is still Six and Sleuth with a commanding victory, or a commanding lead at the moment. They are 16 points in front of the second place team. They have 90 overall, and in second place you have XPL Orange County Orion, still Clark and Alley Boy. They placed top 3 in the last drop as well, so gained a little bit of ground, but you're going to need to be gaining more than that if you're going to catch Six and Sleuth.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I mean, if you're Alley Boy and Clark, you gotta put on the gas a little bit more. Yep. I know you're moving quickly, but it's just not enough, man. You got to wake up. You got to turn up, and you got to probably play a little bit more aggressively going into this game here, because if things go well for you here, that means you won't have to try as hard on game 6, and then the pressure won't be on you there. It's going to be really important for Alley Boy and Clark here to be able to frag out, essentially, is what we need them to do if they want to secure that first place spot.
And I'm doing a run through of the standings right now as well to see how things got shaken up after that first drop of the day. So Six and Sleuth, Clark and Alley Boy, still the top 2 duos right now in Fortnite, but 3 through 6 have been shaken up. We had Frenchie and Beck in 6th place before that drop. Now they have jumped up into 3rd, just a few points behind Alley Boy and Clark as well. So a big run for them. They got 2nd in that drop by way of a Beck solo run through that final fight. And you can see how much those placement points are doing for these duos. Beetle and Ollie Otter didn't have a great drop. They get brought down to 6th. Minnow and Speed still top 5. Bash and Vexy still top 5. So we didn't see a massive shakeup of the top 6 team, just a little bit of shifting in that section of the bracket. So a little bit of movement. Some teams are in a better spot to make a run for first place, but drops 5 and 6 are really where you're going to make your money. Absolutely.
Sorry. It's just crazy to me, like you said, like how 3rd through 5th is shaken up. You know, it's crazy to me that even though Ollie Otter and his duo didn't have a great start, for this game, at least they have enough ground to, make it into the top 5 scenario. And at least they have this game and the next game as well to try to work their way back up. We have some players now loading into the lobby. The lobby codes are out. We're getting queued up. The music's getting turned up a little bit, I think. The vibes are back, man. Even though it's only roughly 10 in the morning, the vibes are especially high for this morning at Fortnite.
And I'm glad to see as well, we had an earlier start today. I mean, teams were getting here around 8:30, which, that's not quite as early for high school and middle schoolers as it is for your college students that we see at these LANs. But still, that's an early morning where you have to be ready to play early on in the day. And when you're just waking up, your aim might not be as sharp as it normally is. And so you have to make sure your preparation is well put, it's well rehearsed. And so we we've seen that for some of our top teams. We saw a lot of familiar faces in the top 10 there, and some new ones as well that came to play this morning. Astayama and Muzi, another example of that. They're now in the top 10 after not appearing there prior to day number 2. So we see squads already jumping up the table, and despite us being 4 drops in, I think that shows us that this is by no means a set competition quite yet.
Yeah, absolutely. With Astayama and Muzi especially, the way that they're able to kind of like have a good game, right? If maybe they need to start playing in the mornings more. You know, maybe they're morning people, if you will, and their aim is super good in the morning, and then it kind of just goes down throughout the day. So I'm wondering if they're feeling like they're at a little bit of a home court advantage here with that, you know, playing early in the morning. I'm also curious how early some of these players got up, do you think?
Oh, that's a good question. It helps to have parents around because they can really wake them up. I think the better question is how early did the parents wake up this morning to make sure the kids were ready to compete? Probably like 5:30, maybe 6 a.m. to like make sure breakfast was ready, make sure that everything was in place. Because at the end of the day, you know, it is the esport athletes, these kids that we're highlighting for their skills, but there is much more to the esports iceberg than just the competitors. I mean, the parents. We talked to Mama Six and Mama Sleuth yesterday. They were telling us how nervous they were, how they are already baseball moms, so they were ready to be esports moms as well. And so the parents and the coaches, we can't highlight them enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And while I'm up here, I also want to highlight everyone that's making this possible, man. Everyone again here at the Full Sail Live venue. I mean, we got people in audio, we got people running graphics and observing games, and just we want to highlight them. We also want to highlight our sponsors. We have Metal, we got the Earthlings, we got Shure, we got all these other sponsors behind me on the big screen. This is a huge screen. I mean, just thank you so much to all these people who are here that are making this possible. Like, this could not be possible without you guys.
Well, I mean, we mentioned Earthlings, and I actually stopped by the registration desk and picked me up an Earthling to open on stream. I don't know what's in here. It is a random unboxing for me to then take this Earthling, connect it to my phone, and then I can trade them, level them up. And I mean, I feel like we should see who I get live on broadcast.
Get like a drum
roll. I don't know if the microphones will pick it up. The pop filters are pretty good on this. But we got a.
Whoa!
All right. Who I got? All right. A grassy block Earthling. I don't know the name of it. I'll have to stop by the Earthling desk here in the venue and figure out who exactly I got, what his abilities are. But that's exciting. I'm gonna have to connect this to the app on my phone. But that's a live Earthling unboxing. You can connect.
It comes with a cute little
lanyard.
Ooh.
Yeah, this will be on my belt for the rest of the day.
I don't know. You gotta rock that, man.
I want to embarrass myself and try to figure out how to connect it live on broadcast. So I'm gonna put this. He's gonna hang out with the championship rings.
I wish I had one of those now, and I could put mine up here. Well, that's so sad.
Stop by the Earthlings booth. You know, maybe sweet talk them.
I'll get one in between games, and we'll do another unboxing before the final.
And then we can
game.
Trade after the fact.
Yeah, if I like mine, I'm not gonna trade it, but.
Well, trading's actually how you make them more powerful. In the game.
Is it? You level them up?
We can keep the physical ones and then trade them in game.
No, I got you.
All right.
Yours look like a little bit of a tree guy. That's kind of the vibe I was getting. It looks like a short little tree stump, like a head of leaves on his head.
How fitting. I mean, we've seen the environment on the Fortnite map already have big impacts on teams. How they play around trees, how they get mats from the rocks and trees and walls without completely taking out their cover. And so that's sort of minute strategies that can make the difference in a high pressure environment, like we've seen here at the ESC National Championship. And yesterday we had the Lorax supporting a team. They got tagged by a tree after using an overdrive grenade. Yeah, Brandon Mullen got held up and then got caught out in the open because of that. So you have to figure out how to navigate around those obstacles.
Yeah, man, I think this is really just Tim Sweeney, CEO of Fortnite himself, really talking to us here through this through this pack opening here with the trees. You guys can just see there's the sheer amount of people here supporting our athletes. You can see, if you see some people in some cool little lanyards, those are our staff. Did not thank the staff for making this possible. But yeah, man, the vibes are high. You can see people are talking, people are driving. We got a few stragglers waking up. I think some lady down at the bottom is wearing sunglasses. I don't think it's that dark in here or that bright in here, but you can also see on some of the screens, we're in the lobby, we're waiting to ready up still, we're doing fine, we're doing fresh. The vibes are high, man.
They really are.
I really got to get an Earthling. My mind's really stuck on that.
I mean, after the pop-off of drop number 4, I'm excited to see, because, I mean, the pop-offs are only going to get bigger as the day goes on, as that tension relief becomes that much more drastic. And so all these people gathering behind their preferred players. I mean, in the venue, you got 2 ways of watching the competition. Either you pull it up on your phone on the Twitch stream that all you are watching right now, or you stand behind the players that you are supporting. And I feel like that's quintessential esports right there. In a sort of more small grassroots venue, that's what these players are going to grow up recognizing as, or grow up with, rather. That's how you start, with the players sitting behind you or the fans sitting behind you, and then they start to sit in arena seats and start to fill out arenas as you grow up in your competitive esports journey. So this is just the beginning for a lot of players here this weekend. So I'm glad we have such support standing behind them.
I also want to talk about how symbolic is it that you start off your esports journey with the people that are supporting you literally behind you. They have your back. Like, how symbolic is that they're sitting there, they're cheering you on, they're showing their love, they're taking time out of their Friday, out of their weekend to come and support you. They probably have other things to be doing, you know, maybe the grass needs mowed, maybe dishes need done. I don't know. But no, they're deciding to spend it with their kid and literally putting their hands behind their back and supporting them in a platform that I feel like is not as easily understood as maybe like a baseball mom or a soccer mom or something like that. So the fact to like see that the environment here is very open, very welcoming, very just like supportive and friendly, it's great.
I even heard as well that we had people driving from as far as Pennsylvania to get here. Driving from Pennsylvania, and I'm sure with teams from Texas and California, Vegas as well. We probably, for those that don't like flying, had some people driving even further distance than just Pennsylvania. It's just what I got confirmation from. So there's a lot of dedication in this space, and it makes sense. I mean, XPL and Valhalla are our premier club programs. Like, you are committing to improving yourself as an esports athlete when you compete for XP League or Valhalla Esports League, and so it makes sense that the dedication is not just going to be there from the players and the parents, but from the family members too.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's definitely what's the word I'm looking for here? It's more of a niche. That's the word I'm looking for. It's more of a niche kind of style, but it doesn't mean that it's bad. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
It's great. Like, nothing I've seen today is like any other sporting event I've been to, not only with the parents supporting behind their children's back, but also like the cheers, the oohs, the ahs. You don't get that kind of stuff in like a football game or a baseball game, because in these games there's just so much there's so much different kinds of action that we get. We hear some claps now in the background. I believe game 2 of day 2 is finally getting underway. Drop 5 of 6. Who are some players that we need to watch out for that we didn't touch on already?
I mean, let me check the standings right now, because I think we're pretty familiar with our top 6 at the moment. I think a team that could be flying under the radar. They were top 10 to start the day, still hanging on to that position in 9th now. St. K and Astro.
Yes.
They, in our first drop yesterday, placed 2nd overall. They lost to 6 and Sleuth, which no shame in losing to them. They've been the best team so far this weekend, but that's a squad that could be flying under the radar these next 2 drops, because I think with the nameplate Fortnite that some of these duos might be bringing into drops 5 and 6, where you maybe pounce on some of these leaders early on, St. K and Astro can maybe dodge some of that and get to the late games more often. But look at the Battle Bus's path here for drop number 5, going right over Sinister Strip. I think we're going to see a lot of action early on here on drop number 5, Dino.
I don't know, Mr. Bepic. It's looking like everyone's actually...
Okay,
what's
they're
crazy
passing it.
is that everyone's flying north in the map, and no one's... Like, there's one team going to Sunken Shores. There's a lot of people going between Sanctuary, Sunken Shores, and that cluster coast. That, like, I don't even know what to call that. Like, little triangle in between those little islands, almost like... I don't know, almost like... They look like Vietnam-shaped islands, almost. But there's, like, 3 teams here. Kiwi now jumping in with the overdrive grenade. Build's already coming out. They're just trying to scrounge for whatever they can find. Air is trying to break what looks like this base of this bridge, knowing that Squid is above him. Just trying to get any sort of cover here early, as for some reason these teams are dropping here. Now Squid comes in, gets a nice tick, and going to have to use the rest of those mats to build up. Kiwi going to close off the build, and he's going to try and pop a med kit.
not a whole lot of materials to build with, so you're kind of stuck in place here. If you're Kiwi and Eris, and I'm sure Squid knows that as being the very start of the game. These could be impactful eliminations if they're able to find them, but Eris and Kiwi able to get out without taking too much damage on the move inside, with Squid still on a flank. Does Eris see that? On the side, does get a wall up in time to prevent any extra damage from coming in, and it seems like this fight will stall out for a second.
Opening that chest is huge too, because a chest does guarantee 30 builds. Something I do want to call out is that we saw Vexy just get knocked. Vexy, I believe, is one of our top 10. Is that correct?
Yeah, Vexy and Bash.
Vexy is in a top 10 team, so Bash needs to kind of clutch up here. He needs to be able to, trying to look for Squid, but he needs to be able to get back up, because he can't do it alone. We've seen that if you have a duo in the end of the game, you have such significant as Eris, shockwaves to height, gets some good tags there on Squid, but K-Flow in there to cover his teammate, to represent and just kind of block off any upcoming shots as Kiwi and Eris kind of go back into hiding for a second.
No extra healing for Kiwi and Eris. No shield pots. Nothing other than the 5 bandages that Eris has, but can't use those right now. Squid outside is making a really risky play on less than 20 HP. Squid is down and out. That was so aggressive. You can see the mentality shifting for these teams. They know they need the elim point. Can K-Flow salvage this battle? Has been kind of sitting off to the side, taking high ground, ready to see if Eris and Kiwi push outside of this building by way of Squid's aggressive plays, but now they're called into action and let's break in from the roof.
What's interesting to me here is that Kiwi and Eris here, they're just kind of sitting. If I was them, I would be trying to make an aggressive push. You know it's one he's listening to me, man. Eris pops out of the cone, gets a nice shield crack, is able to reposition, get a nice edit, and he ends up taking out that player.
Big time first fight for Kiwi and Eris. They were kind of hemmed in that entire battle. We saw how stuck they were at the start. Squid keeping them put in place, but they break away. They use their mobility and their quick flicks to find an early team fight victory. So 2 elim points for them. We'll see if they add to it. But Speed and Minnow right now, top 5 team overall, going to our final 2 drops. Definitely a team we want to keep an eye on.
Absolutely. We see Speed and we see my Minnow. We see them with, honestly, not great loot. I'm going to keep it straight here, man. Not great loot as Liverly finds Lord Wraith. We're moving now over to Six and Sleuth, running a very unique skin. I haven't seen something like that before. That's odd. But Matt's looking decent as Shammy actually trying to run up on Six. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of a fight on our hands.
Now, Six gets on out of there. That's something we saw in drop 4. He and Sleuth were not afraid to disengage, but Either Bean keeps it going. This could be big if Either Bean's able to win this fight, as they will move in, but Sleuth recognizes what's going on, tries to build up around him. Has plenty of materials for this. Either Bean now looking to get out, and on the pull away from this fight. We'll take a lot of damage before finding shelter behind that tree, but look behind him. Ravine, James, Shammy, there's a whole party trying to hunt Six and Sleuth down. This is sort of the nameplate Fortnite I was referencing. Teams recognize that this is the top duo right now, and they want them out early.
I think what's crazy is that in these kinds of games, we see those higher tier pros just kind of running the same skins to, like, you know, make themselves easily recognizable. But here today, these teams are not running the excuse me, they're not running the same skins over and over. I think they're trying to make themselves indistinguishable on purpose. I think they're trying to almost blend in with the crowd of sorts, so you never really know who you're fighting. I want to take a look back, if we can, at Chef Jack and the Ravine James kind of fighting over there near the Sinister Strip there in that little bit of area, if we can. But in the meantime, we're going to go over to Aesthetic and Yaffe.
Oh, they've got a duo right across from them. Robbie and Bandito extremely close, and Aesthetics kind of out in the open at the moment. Does have a shotgun and SMG to work with, so not in a bad position loadout-wise. Having an epic SMG this early on's got to feel good, so they will get out of there without having to use it, in fact. And so looking at the kill feed at the moment, Pixel going down, Sizzles is well knocked. These are big names we saw late into drop 4 going down early on.
74 players remaining as Zone 2 closes. Tittles just got a knock, but he was also just took a whole lot of damage running the Scream skin. Very, very unique combo. He gets shot out, cracked, full shield. He must have got hit by a shotgun on his way down. Now trying to rotate in the water. We saw this not go very well for Brandolin yesterday. Thankfully, no trees around, but he's going to have to use a lot of materials and a lot of, healing items to get himself back up in shape. E the Bean applying a lot of pressure. We saw him bite the top dog just a moment ago. Foxy JJ as well, kind of low-ish mats if you're trying to take a box fight like this. 110 on the Chug Jug, 6 on the minis, as we're going to try and maybe back off for a second and get a little bit of a reset.
E the Bean is trying to play the Joker card, the wild card in the map right now. Take out anyone and everyone, as E and Shammy seem to have a strategy in mind. But here we go, out in the open. Foxy JJ and Tittles starting to find the jump on Shammy, and E the Bean could take out these Jokers with just one well-placed shot, Shammy especially. And now out in the open, Shammy and E the Bean are like fish in a barrel for Foxy and Tittles. That'll be more eliminations for them. They've got 5 already.
Could you say that they're more like beans in a can?
Yeah, they were beans in a can.
All right. So I was
baked beans.
Yes, Bush's baked beans. I was talking about the kill feed. Speed just took out Clark and Alley Boy. As we speak, Speed just took out Clark and Alley Boy. That is huge for these 2 top 5 teams. That was Clark and Alley Boy are currently second place. Them going out this early, we were talking about them needing to frag out this game. They weren't able to get it done, and now a lot of pressure is going to land on them for game 6. Tittles, Foxy, JJ walking up on Extinct, and Tatum over here as a rotate's going to come out. Be careful of that tree. They didn't hit the tree. They didn't hit the tree. It's all good. Asiyama Slam finding Misty Miles here mid-game. 63 players remaining. Zone 3 getting ready to close. Teams have been dying a little bit quicker today.
I think we're seeing aggression ramped up as some teams start to get desperate to move up the leaderboard. We saw that from Shammy and E the Bean, and it worked out. It put them in some winnable engagement, just weren't able to find the frags, unfortunately, to make the aggression worth it. But we see it's not just them that are choosing these early engagements to try and work their way up the standings. So more eliminations in the feed. Astayama, part of the duo that jumped into the top 10 after that last game. Finding elimination, extra point for them that could be impactful as the day goes along. But we get to slow down for a second, maybe catch our breath as Sleuth and Six check in on.
Slicks still kind of with the same mediocre loot, a little bit better on the mat since we last checked in. They're over here by these vending machines. This is something we didn't get to talk about yesterday, but being able to get materials and grab gold and being able to rotate over to a vending machine, maybe find a 3 stack of big pots, being able to find a Chug Jug. He dropped 3. Uh-oh. Do they know they're in the bush?
Lurk play. They got to be careful now.
Do they know they're in the bush?
Are in a spot of danger. Six is breaking the tree, but Sleuth's breaking the tree rather. Had to break out and build up some shelter as out of the bush comes him. Can he really take down the top dogs himself? No. He's got support in Sloth, but right now, Six and Sleuth are well sheltered. We're able to get out of there without taking much damage. 20 hit points, the shield loss for Six, but Sleuth is on full health. Sloth now on the other side of this cone. Sees Six pop out, shoot him in the face once, but that's not enough to down him. Six now actually knocks, so it's just Sleuth and Sloth. Going to be a difficult fight to call, but Sloth has the high ground now, and that might give Sleuth some time to get over to Six. Him has gone out, so it is just Sloth. Does he realize there is likely a revive going on?
Sloth able to get a reset, which is nice. Oh, it looks like he's actually going to disengage from this fight as Sleuth and Six seem to see another day. I don't know if they know that they rotated out. If I was Six right now and start taking that Chug Jug, but man, I was on the edge of my seat there. They were almost able to jump and take down the top dog. It's Trevorly actually is able to find Sloth on the way out. Very unfortunate for this team. Very risky play. They were able to get a knock, but unfortunately unable to secure those eliminations now. Trevor Lilly and his duo now nearby. Are Sloth and Six going to end up rotating into them? Because I don't think they're nearby. I don't think they know they're nearby. They're right on top.
Well, if they were paying attention to the kill feed, they will know that they were close-ish, but recognize they have time to heal on up and prepare for that next fight as our top duo are playing Fortnite on hard mode here in drop number 5. Everybody is after them, but Nate Fan and Alan Xenomorph have the high ground in a fight with Foxy JJ, and Tittles also playing for on a hard mode, it seems, as here comes Nate Fan. Will knock Tittles, can't finish the job quite yet. Foxy JJ disengaging, abandoning his teammate, recognizing the writing on the wall, but will he find Tittles in the afterlife as well? Trying to get out of there. He's got the slick movement with the overdrive grenade, but won't have anything else. Actually, no, has 2 more. Missed that in the loadout, and will that be enough to escape Allen and Nate Fan? Well, yes, but it's right into Ichiban as well. We'll get to the 0 point and rift out of there. That was a narrow escape for Foxy JJ.
Foxy, speed 7 now getting taken down by Trixera. Very, very big kill there. We'll get back to that in a moment. If I'm Foxy JJ, I'm rotating back into zone here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and find heals here. I'm going to try and also maybe get a reboot on my teammate here. Maybe be able to buy that card back, because that's a newer feature. You're able to buy your teammates back with a reboot card. As Tittles, I don't know if he has enough gold. It doesn't show us how much gold we have, but it looks like he has enough gold, and he's able to get that res. I'm hearing clapping. I'm looking over at Six, and I'm looking over at Sleuth. They are quite literally just bush camping right now.
Well, if you can't beat them completely, you join them. It was a fight won, but you didn't get the wipe. Now, taking a book out of their opponent, or a page out of their opponent's book, as Nate Fan and Allen maybe on the chase. No, not quite. They will stay within the eye of the storm. Happy with just the 1 elimination they found in that last fight to add their now total of 3. This is a squad that we could see try to make a play for the top of the leaderboard when it's all said and done. Astayama and Muzi in a same sort of position, and Allen, I think, is trying to address this, recognizes there are players nearby with that small structure in place, and will be able to keep cover and get out mostly unscathed.
What I think Allen was trying to do was hitting that mending machine that we were talking about. I don't think he realized that there was a whole team there, as Nate now gets hit in the face with a shotgun, trying to maneuver, dip, dodge around, but these big windows just don't allow for it. He's going to get knocked as Allen is trying to run away as well. Team hot on his back. Is he going to be able to get to that mending machine? We will see. Trying to, I don't even know what he's trying to get. All of that for some overdrive grenades. Is he going to be able to get out? No. Asiana slam, finds a wall, coned and boned. Allen goes down to Asiyama.
Well, got the knock, but unfortunately will have to spectate the rest of drop number 5. Valiant effort, though. They only have 3 points to show for it. Foxy JJ losing a lot of HP after taking, I believe, the 0 point rift will be knocked as well. So Foxy JJ feel a little bit worse for wear. And Tittles, I couldn't tell what happened after they popped up for a moment. We're low on HP, and then I don't think they got knocked. Would have seen it in the kill feed, so I think they're okay. They might be able to get Foxy up.
That's such a big risk with taking the 0 point, especially this late in the game. Yes, it provides great rotations. I believe Tittles just find himself eliminated to ZZ Copper. Foxy JJ also going down, and Yaffe, and Aesthetic to Ichiban. These are big names that we saw early, now getting taken out by these people late game. Still 29 players remaining, so you're not really getting a lot of placement points, if any, right now. So, yes, you're taking the fights early, and that's all great and dandy, but also part of it is getting these placement points. So, theoretically, Ichiban is in a better place right now than maybe Ali Boy and Clark were at the start of the game, because sure, they had a couple kills, but now Ichiban has that placement and those points to go on top of it. We also see Ravine James going down just a moment ago.
And seeing Beetle by themselves in that 1-on-2, that indicates Ollie Otter is out at the moment. So perhaps a solo in Beetle for the rest of the game. That's a top 6 team that may have lost half their duo. We will keep tabs on that as the closer and closer we get to the end of this game, the better sort of picture we're going to have of our leaderboard, and if anybody can catch Sleuth and Six. And keep an eye on the kill feed, as if they go down, then we could see something wild happen. But Six and Sleuth still alive and kicking, full health, we just saw. But here's a high ground fight. Ollie Otter is still alive, but knocked at the moment. So it wasn't a solo mission for Beetle, but might be very soon if they can't get a rev off.
Robot Destroyer sitting up on top of this Teen Titans tower. We saw this approach they kind of took yesterday as they're able to find that unfortunate finish there on Ollie Otter. Spent a lot of bullets, though, trying to get that finish. As Lath is kind of sitting up here with a pistol. I've noticed a lot of players taking pistols right now as Mr. Boat finds a duo wipe on Awesome Ian and Aaron. It's very interesting to see that instead of running assault rifles, these teams are preferring pistols and SMGs. Robbie now rocking a Squid Game skin with the number 6-7. You got to give him respect for that. With 360 HP in the Chug Jug, unfortunately trying to rat alone. A green shotgun, a green SMG, 3 overdrives in the pocket, 91 builds. He's actually sitting kind of pretty right now.
Not bad. He can play patient at this point, but the eye of the storm will be outside the current one. So moving back into the storm if you want to get a jump on this rotation, but Eris is in a dangerous lurk position. Agua and Trixera right next to them. Do they know that Eris is waiting in the wings, looking to pounce with this shotgun if he's given any sort of opening? That's the sort of risk you have to take at this stage of the game where everyone is getting real cozy with each other.
If I'm Eris, I am quaking in my boots right now. I am a solo and I have Trixera on top of me. I would be sitting in my box. I would be trying to rat for placement. You already have 2 kills as a duo, 3 overdrives and 1 big pot, and then the Chug Jug in the back as well. I think that placement is starting to come in, I believe. When does placement start? 15
Top
teams?
16.
Top 16. So yeah, just wait for those 5 teams to rat out, as Eris is now going to take a little bit of an early rotation. Sleuth and 6 now getting a little bit dangerously close to Eris. I'm wondering if he's going to take the fight. No, he's going to back off. He's going to sit in the box. He's going to turtle his way into zone. As this zone pulls in on itself, teams are actually more focused on rotation than getting Storm Surge damage. We haven't seen any Storm Surge warning come up. Ichiban now coming up, rotating and trying to just stay in play proximity with his teammate.
That's product of the aggressive nature of this 5th drop. We are constantly under the player maximum that indicates the start of the Storm Surge, and I think that's going to remain the case for the rest of the game. I did notice as well that Modi and Quantize are still up. They were the winners of Drop 4. We are on Cinderella watch right now. Could go from 30th to Heroes of the Day. Should they keep up that Drop number 4 momentum that we saw less than an hour ago? Hopefully they're feeling hot, but can they survive the Storm Eye shrinking in just 1 minute? I think this is where we're going to see a lot of close proximity fights ringing out.
This is where it matters for this team, this duo that we're talking about here. You have to show up. You got to lock in. We've been saying this. I'm saying it over and over, but not only that, like, I'm saying it a lot because it's genuinely like what you have to do. If you're this team, you're trying to go on the Cinderella run, yes, you got to lock in. You got to do good. You got to, I'm kind of at a loss for words. I'm just watching here, just looking at all of the rotations. I'm so entranced in the way that everyone's rotating, in the way that no one's really trying to fight each other. No one's trying to take those pop shots, because that just goes to show how quick and how effective that Storm Surge is, as Vaxify does a nice little shimmy there with the roof and the walls to get a nice little rotation going there for his team, as 6 finds Ichiban on the rotation. Chug Jug's coming out. Got pretty good loot and pretty decent mats here for this late game as Zone 10 is starting to close.
Still getting out into the open. Vaxify and Tonic looking for these flank positions. They'll get a loadout refresh thanks to items on the ground, but they're forced into a fight as a result of it. Vaxify getting a little bit of safety, but losing the majority of their shield. Tonic, same boat. No shield to work with, but that Chug Jug will help. Though, does Vaxify have time to pop in the Chug Jug? Not enough for a full refresh of the shield to get back up, and they see Haze nearby. Maybe they don't. Build very close to them. That was risky, but Vaxify is in a safe position now as the storm is shifting. Players are falling. Agua is all alone. Trixera, their duo is down. Komodo nearby. We can see this fight conclude with a win for Agua. They're healing their character back up in the storm. We'll have to get out of there shortly.
Aqua now playing a really interesting game. I think what he's trying to do is just kind of sit in zone and rat himself out. We see now 6 and Sleuth on the high ground. Oh no, 6 and Sleuth looking to get their lead up, as we see Eris go down, Pengs' Wash go down to Velix. They're just kind of sitting on height, taking the pop shots. So you don't have to worry about people above them giving them height. Such a bad idea, as Sleuth gets a rip on Daniel Dude. Modi don't miss finding a knock on Trevor Lily. Muzi going down to zone. I mean, Uncle Sleuth and 6 right now just raining bullets on these enemies with the height. They're just going to expand their lead as much as they can.
Name a better trio than Sleuth, 6, and High Ground. This could be their 3rd drop victory, and surely what gets close to sealing their victory should they come out on top of drop number 5. Still winners up. Quantize looks like they're alone. No, Modi just fell from the sky, so duo winners from last game, still alive in the top 7. Beetle on their own, caught out by Beck. That's more points gained by Beck and Frenchie, our third place team at the moment. But Sleuth and Six have yet to be dislodged from their high ground position, are in a really powerful spot as they are one of the last duos remaining, if not the only duo. Now, a few duos still standing. I'm gonna do the math real quick, but Six dropping right on Mr. Boat, who gets the fight started, but coming into the end, Sleuth finishes the job. Modi moving in, still has Quantize up alongside him as they place top 4 again. Vaxify falls out. Frenchie moves in, sends a lot of bullets Quantize's way, but can't finish the job on him nor Modi, still standing on 3 HP.
Uncle Sleuth now goes down by Beck. Toxic FNBR taking down Vaxify. This is one heck of an endgame. I'm shocked they gave up the high ground position as Moti gets shot by Frenchie in the back. Quantize looking for scraps, looking for loot, looking for minis. It's going to come at the cost of his HP nearly. 200 mats in the pocket here for Quantize as he's trying to play this out as a solo. His duo, Moti, still dead. Quantize literally on 1 HP as we talk. Frenchie and Toxic above him. Beck as well, now getting knocked by Tonic, taking down Beck, taking down Frenchie. It is now a 1v1v1 scenario as the Chug Jugs are coming out. We're looking at one crazy endgame.
We are 1v1v1 now turned into a straight one-on-one. Quantize versus Tonic. Quantize can make it 2 in a row for his duo, but has the low ground. Sensible, it's back at Tonic and is building himself a structure of protection. And as Tonic drops down, Quantize is ready. He and Modi win again. They've started day 2 off hot.
Wow, absolutely insane. I mean, 2 games, 2 in a row? Is that correct?
2 in a row.
Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know much about basketball, but there's this little thing in basketball, college basketball, we like to call March Madness. And in March Madness, there's always this random seed that does a little bit better than you think they're going to do. And sometimes they end up taking the whole thing home. And I think right now we might be witnessing potentially this kind of run.
We could be. I mean, placement points alone will get them likely into the top 5, but those elims are going to be the difference between their run ending and maybe a top 3 versus taking those championship rings home, because Six and Sleuth still place top 3. They still added to their massive lead. And with the rough day 1 that Quantize and Modi had yesterday, they almost need a flawless drop number 6 with Sleuth and Six falling out early on.
Yes, that's exactly
is kind of their win condition.
Honestly, though, I've seen it done before. I've seen it done countless times in FNCS. What also they could do is maybe try to recognize what skins they're running, follow them out the bus. That's a really, really crazy strategy.
Yeah.
But if they're able to follow them out the bus and able to get that elimination and able to get those 2 early points on the top dogs, they have a genuine shot at taking this home. These guys may be down, but they are certainly not out.
Now, between games, everyone has to do their review and figure out what needs to happen in drop number 6 for them to place maybe top 3 if that's your goal. But number 1 overall is what a lot of these teams are seeking after at the end of Fortnite Friday here at the Esports Series Championship Nationals. Things have been building towards this final drop of the day, from the starts with the first 3 yesterday to now the 2 drops today, won by Quantize and Modi. Can they do it again and cap off a miracle run? We'll find out after this break. Welcome back for one final drop here at the Esports Series Championship Nationals. We will crown a Fortnite duo champion today. Right now, we've got pretty clear front runners in Sleuth and Six, but the entire field sits right behind them, ready to pounce. And they've got one more game of Fortnite to do it, Dino.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. Between Game 5 and between now at the start of Game 6, I went around. I kind of talked to some people. I kind of meandered, let me tell you. I got to talk to Six. I got to talk to Sleuth. I got to talk to Mama Six. They were saying, so Mama Six was like, yeah, I'm nervous. I'm obviously
Makes
nervous,
sense.
but I'm going to bet on my son every single time. I was like, oh, that's really cute. So yeah, that was a really cute sentimental moment. When I was talking to Six and Sleuth, their main takeaway was, we're going to keep running our game and we are going to win this. I like that. I believe Sleuth was the one that said it. But he was very confident. He was very sure and certain of his team. He had that trust in his duo, and he was like, we're literally just going to keep doing what we're doing. We're not going to change anything. It's working out for us so far. And they strongly believe that they're going to take this home. Now, taking a look at, oh my gosh, what's the team? What's the team? The Cinderella team. I'm forgetting them.
Oh, Monty.
Yes.
Modi and Quantai. I keep combining their name. Modi and Quantai. Learn the names.
Went over and talked to them as well. They said the exact same thing. I got a bug in my face. They said they're going to keep doing what they've been doing as well. So it's going to be interesting to see which team is going to slip first. That's what I'm interested in seeing. Which team is going to slip first? Which team is going to lose their groove a little bit? Is it going to be Modi and Quantai, or is it going to be Six and, because if Six and Sleuth do go out early, that leaves the door for Modi and Quantai get 8 or 9 eliminations and the victory royale. They could sweep behind and take this win, but it's going to be a little bit more likely that Beck and Frenchie take this win. You tell them about it.
Well, I'm checking right now to see where that second drop yesterday puts Six and Sleuth, because that's their lowest drop score right now. And so if they get knocked early on in this drop, which they kind of have to, for anyone else to win, they need to finish outside the top 16 without any eliminations, because the difference between Six and Sleuth and Frenchie and Beck right now, who are top 2 teams, is 16 points. And that's going to be difficult to make up if we see one of, if not both, Six and Sleuth alive in that final storm stage where everyone is duking it out. So has to be an early exit. But they had their bad run and drop 2 yesterday, so it could still be impactful. If they had 5 clean drops, so they're earning solid points in all of them, it'd probably be about over. But the door is still open just a smidge, and someone, pretty much everyone actually, is going to be trying to stick their foot through that door is opening. But Clark and Alley Boy having a rough day 2 so far. Still in 3rd place, and top 3, nothing to scoff at in a national championship. You still get recognized on the stage, but right now they are 34 points behind Six and Sleuth. And then Quantize and Modi as well, kind of in a similar boat where they are going to have to pop off this final drop of the tournament and have Six and Sleuth fall out early on to gain up the massive amount of ground still between them.
It's going to be interesting to see, like what you're talking about, where they placed yesterday too. If they went out, with enough to still gain a little bit of points, is this game really going to matter? Do Six and Sleuth have this in the bag? Because at the end of the game, they got 3rd, but they were celebrating as if they had just won. Like, I feel like at least the mentality over in the Six and Sleuth corner is they think they got it. They think they have it. So it's going to, I think, come down to, are you going to stop trying? Are you going to keep your head in the game? Even though mathematically, statistically, yes, you have the win. Are you going to let up? They say no, but obviously you can say whatever you want out here, but the gameplay is going to prove otherwise.
I think the fact that they were tested in drop 5, and we saw what E the Bean was doing, chasing them down, trying to start fights. Him and Skelly as well, they were after Six and Sleuth. There were 2 moments where Six and Sleuth could have gone down, caught out by a bushler, caught out by 2 teams just chasing after them straight up out of their drop spot. And the fact that they survived both of those engagements and everything else that came afterwards and placed top 3, that tells you that they are heavy favorites here in Drop 6. They've done the hard part. Now they're going to know to have that eye in the back of their head to recognize that everybody is after them. They've got a target on their backs. They will be vigilant, they'll be prepared, and they've already survived. So I think Mama Sleuth, Mama Six, they've got all the reason to be confident in their kids, their duo that are competing for a championship right now, because drops 1 through 5, they've done the hard part. Now they just have to get it over the finish line.
Absolutely. I completely agree. It's just going to come down, like I said, to this Game 6. This is why I love Game 6. It's so hype. It's so much fun. Ladies and gentlemen, late players are now getting ready to punch in those lobby codes. We're going to be getting this game started shortly. But before that, I felt a little left out earlier.
You got one too?
You got to open an Earthling. So I grabbed one for myself. We're going to give your little tree guy a little friend. Let's see what we got inside.
All right.
If it's perforated. Oh, it's over here. Okay, here we go. I got a bad package, guys. I'm not good at
Oh, man.
All right, we got... No way!
Oh, we got the same one. Okay. Well, how about we trade
so
live on
right,
stream?
yeah,
The Spirit of Earthlings. Let's trade them.
Wow. How amazing. Look at that, guys. The first televised, at least that I know of, Earthling trade. That's great.
How about that? First for everything, live before the final Fortnite drop here at the ESC Nationals. It takes all the players, all the teachers, coaches, parents, family, everyone, even our sponsors, to make it possible. So a big thank you to everyone that has made the ESC National Championship possible here at Full Sail University, as the venue is still very much full. Everything that we've watched on the Fortnite side of the ESC National Championship have built towards this moment. Everybody is getting locked in for the final time, because this is the end of their season. Whether it's at the very top of the standings or the bottom, honestly, everyone here is a winner just for competing on LAN, and your entire season culminates in this final drop.
Absolutely. This is the end. This is the end game. If you haven't woke up by now, you're a little crazy. I mean, the vibes, again, I keep saying it because it's true. The vibes are high. People are talking. Most of the energy drinks now have been finished. We can see Six and Sleuth kind of sitting over here in the corner, coordinating their matching outfits. That's got to be aura, man. You're jumping in with your duo and you got a matching outfit. I feel like that gives you just a small little buff.
We've seen a lot of teams doing it, which I love. They're not just wearing the jerseys in real life and matching in real life, but matching in game as well. So much cohesion on display with both the gameplay and the cosmetics for all of our 48 duos competing here this weekend. And that's what you need. You need that cohesion. You need the comms to stay flowing, to stay cohesive as well, even as the pressure gets its high. It's easy for communications to break down, for you to just shout out that he's right there, instead of saying exactly where he is to focus fire. And those sort of small things can set the duos apart from the top of the standings to the bottom of the standings. So I really am glad to see it.
Speaking of cohesion, I want to go back to these matching Earthlings for a little bit. He has a name. It's Treep.
Okay, we got 2 Treeps.
Treep, all bark, no bite, and he's rooted in mystery. Ooh. I think we maybe got like one of the sketchy ones, like one of the mysterious, like emo-esque ones. If you will.
I think so. We got a cool, full of aura. Earthling.
Oh yes, for sure. Got the nature aura on our side here as Game 6 is booting up. We're feeling good. Who else did I talk to? I believe I talked to Quantize's parents as well. He said. His dad said that he was also nervous. He watches a lot of basketball. I was talking to him about it. He said that he was very nervous. He said he's seen it done in basketball before, but when it comes to his own son, he would love to see it happen. He's kind of a math guy. He was telling me he was looking at the points. They weren't updated at the time, but he said if that team placed anything higher than 5th, he thought it would be rather unlikely. So I appreciate the dad keeping it a little bit, keeping it realistic. Yeah. Which of course, we all need a dad like that in our lives. But, just the way that like he was still there, hopeful, even like being happy that his son's on this national stage. Sure. It's not favors. I'm not counting him out, but definitely favors are not in his hand. He was still happy, and I'm still just kind of repeating and looping back to this point of just like how symbolic it is to just have those people behind you supporting you.
And through such a crazy run like this as well, I mean, Quantize and Modi, maybe it's a pretty outside shot at first place, but top 3 get recognized on the stage here at the end of the second day of Fortnite. And so top 3 is within striking distance. I mean, to run down the standings at the moment, I mean, we all know about Six and Sleuth, and then Frenchie and Beck at 94 points, but Clark and Alley Boy at 76 points right now. They are in pole position when it comes to holding on to that 3rd place spot. But Quantize and Modi, with their 2 victory royales today, out of 2 drops, mind you, are 7 points behind 3rd place. So with another strong finish, if they can place above Clark and Alley Boy, maybe get some extra eliminations to make that difference, they can grab 3rd. Same for Vaxify and Tonic, that they were the 2nd place finishers in that last drop, and that led them now to a 5th place position. They got 67 points, and then Bash and Vexy as well, top 5 start today, sitting in 6th at the moment, but still very much in position to make a run for top 3. Beetle and Ollie Otter, Muzi and Asiama, these are players that we've gotten familiar with as this Thursday, Friday competition has gone along, and so now everyone's gearing up for that last final push towards the top 3.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about Alley Boy and Clark. We were talking about them a lot going into Game 3 yesterday. So let's talk about them going now into Game 6. I think what's going to be crucial for them, which what they tried to do last game and they didn't successfully pull it off, is they need to frag. They need to push every single fight they see, because it doesn't matter now if you're trying to go for the ring. Can they get 3rd pretty easily? Yeah, make it to endgame, sure. But if they want to try to get these lovely, beautiful, at this point, caster blessed rings on their fingers at the end of the day, they got to start fragging. They got to start taking fights. They got to start kind of going ham. You know, they gotta inject the compound V, if you will, and just go absolutely crazy. A little bit of a boys reference there for you. Yeah, man, it's game time for these two. A lot of pressure on their shoulders since they weren't able to get it done last game. I'm trying to see if I can scope them out now. I don't think I can, but
it's tough. A lot of people in the venue.
Absolutely, yeah. It's crazy, man. It's crazy in here.
Well, I think we should show off the rings one more time, because after this final Fortnite drop, these 2 rings are going to be what the winners take home. Take them out of the case again. Get the lights going underneath it. But look at that. Engraved on both sides, Fortnite on the left, ESC on the right, and sparkling all throughout the front.
Jump off the desk and get a nice close-up. I don't know if that's going to be all right, but man, these are just Purdy with a P-U-R-D-Y.
It's something that sets ESC Nationals apart from a lot of competitions at this level. You don't see championship rings given out for the winners of competitions by the competition and the tournament organizers. Normally, you see some schools, especially at the collegiate level, get to championship rings, but you don't see that as the grand prize for an event. But a grand prize it is, and it makes sense. It's a grind to go through 6 drops of Fortnite, where every single one pretty much matters. I mean, yes, you dropped the last one, but even in that worst placement, it still matters that you're building yourself up, you're learning lessons, you're memorizing patterns, you're figuring things out with your duo. And so all 6 drops really do matter, even if they don't all count towards your total points, and they're all in pursuit of those 2 rings.
Absolutely. Speaking of those 6 drops, taking a look at the screens right now, we're getting ready to go into Game 6, baby! Let's get hyped up. Game 6. We're rocking, we're rolling. Our map guy is pinging the Battlewood, so that's really cool. Maybe we're going to get some action there. A lot of teams dropping early. We got 2 instantly pushing toward Wonky Land. We got 2 looking, maybe 3 looking at Latte Landing. A lot of people flying south towards Shaken Sanctuary, Sunken Shore, Sinister Strip. Something we also haven't talked about is the consistency between drops. Do we think that a lot of the same teams are landing in the same spots, or do we think people are mixing it up?
I mean, I think for the sake of consistency, we probably see a lot of consistent drop spots for a lot of these teams. It's tough to track as the weekend's gone on, but I have to imagine that you favor consistency, both when it comes to how many points you're earning by way of your placements, but also just knowing your loot pathing and making sure that you can get in and out of your drop spots immediately. So this is a contested wonky land with Astayama and Muzi, one of our top 10 duos at the moment, probably having to fight their way out.
Alley Boy finding an elimination on AI Digital. AI Digital earlier getting that on Clark. I'm happy he was able to kind of clutch that up, keep the streak alive. I'm just going to be watching the kill feed this whole game, looking for names like Six, Sleuth, Clark, Alley Boy, whoever else is in that top 5 and contending to win. In the Battlewoods, we got 5 or 6 teams over here as Trix now looking over with the shotgun, getting a knock on Timmy, gets cracked by Fatal. Can he get the peek? No! And Trix goes down early. Fatal clutching up for his duo with the new abilities, the new movement abilities, and Timmy going to be able to get revived here safely in Battlewoods.
Fatal will get Timmy back on his feet. Great clutch up right there. Had to battle around a ramp right there. Still got the shot off, and so it's a good start for Fatal and Timmy. We'll need to heal up, but the hard part is done for now. Still, players nearby as they dropped in the Battlewood seems to be the hot spot for our final drop of the ESC Nationals Fortnite competition. And I mean, Six and Sleuth are here as well, so you know stuff's about to go down.
I am so happy that we finally got to see the level of play that we've been hyping up about the Battlewoods all day in day 1. And now, thankfully, in day 2, we get to see some action in the Battlewoods. It's finally about time. We've been hyping it up the whole time, and then they kind of gave us an awkward treatment because they weren't landing there. So I'm happy now that we're able to see the Battlewoods. We're able to talk about just the craziness there. We see Six and Sleuth now coming up on Star 67's on their corner of their screen there. Looks like they may be taking a fight with Alley Boy and Clark.
That would be another significant fight for Clark and Alley Boy, 2 of the top teams going at it. If Alley Boy and Clark are able to eliminate Six and Sleuth, this could be massive for jumping up the standings, and they have gone down early on. One of the first 8 teams eliminated. That's massive, and it's Clark and Alley Boy to do it.
Oh my goodness. I don't know if they're like, I'm trying to look at them. I don't know if they're upset. They left the game already. They're back in the lobby. Modi, Quantize, the door is open. The door is a little bit more open. What are you gonna do? You gotta lock in now. One of the biggest conditions for you to take this game home. It's happened. One of the first 8 teams. What are you gonna do?
Big for Frenchie and Beck as well, sitting in second place, 16 points behind Six and Sleuth. So a top 3 very likely puts Frenchie and Beck in first place. We won't be able to do the math live on broadcast for you as casters, but we will get our hosts to crown the winners once all the admin math is said and done. And we'll get to talk about it afterwards too, break things down further. So you may not have answers immediately after this 6th drop is all said and done, but you might have a good idea of who comes out on top. And now it has gotten that much more interesting thanks to Clark and Alley Boy. They would have to gain a lot of ground. They essentially need a victory royale plus maybe 10 eliminations between the 2 of them, but it's still possible. They have taken their own fate into their hands and are trying to change the game.
I'm taking a look at Six and Sleuth here. They're sitting in their lobby now hitting emotes, but they went into the replay instantly to see kind of what happened and where they were able to make their mistakes. So even though they're down this game, their competitive integrity still showing true in that we're watching the film. We were talking about this a little bit yesterday. Very, very, very repetitive, very much in tune with their flow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone has bad games, sure. But maybe I think Six and Sleuth just had theirs at a bad time.
Unfortunately, a similar finish to how Drop 2 went for them. Finishing outside the top 16, no placement points. We'll get later confirmation on if they got any eliminations prior to their going down by the hands of Alley Boy and Clark. But right now, a lot of eliminations filling the feed as we are seeing aggression take over drop number 6. T-Town has been knocked as Blackout and Star will gain their first elimination of drop number 6 and increase their odds of a jump up the standings.
They're running pickle skins. I think that's really cool. They're running the gangster pickle skin in game 6. I mean, if you're gonna, that's a real statement. You're really telling the lobby like, hey, I'm just here to have fun, and I love it, man. We took a look also a second ago in the kill feed. Alley Boy able to find a third elimination there on Fatal. So Alley Boy and Clark might be able to take this opportunity and sweep up their elimination now, or sweep up the rankings, as Egodale are challenging Robbie and his duo. Shots coming in from above. Mythic hunting rifle in the hands of Egodale as well, along with Shockwave shotgun and a Chug Jug. I'm excited to see what they do here. Are they going to take the fight? Are they going to get the kill? Or are they just going to try and play for Storm Surge damage?
They know they need points, so eliminations would be massive for Egodale and Ollie. They were a top 2 placing team yesterday in drop number 2. Up just short there when it comes to getting the victory royale, but now taking matters into their own hands will end up winning that team fights, downing Robbie in the process. Egodale chases him down and will take the loadout refresh, the Chug Jug available. Egodale rocking 3 guns at the moment. Maybe they can do a lot of damage with that hunting rifle. We've yet to see it really come into a big effect as these games have gone on.
So Egodale and Ollie TV right now have a very big advantage in the loot game. Ego has the Mythic hunting rifle, and Ollie has the Mythic burst assault rifle. As now they're trying to clear the builds, look for maybe somebody ratting in the builds. Alley Boy finding another kill on Pengs is washed as we speak. But back to Egodale, they have a very big gun advantage. That's something that absolutely should not be slept on, as there's 65 players remaining, and Zone 2 is literally like about to start closing. Teams are eliminating each other very, very rapidly this game. We see Robot Destroyer boxing up on these mending machines. We've seen this strategy being played out over and over and over again. Those mending machines having such a huge impact on players being able to get Chug Jugs, being able to get overdrive grenades, any essentials you might need that you could be low on going into the late game. I love that Robot Destroyer, they're kind of just boxing up on this. Robot Destroyer and Lathe, I'm loving the consistency here. We have a team pushing in. Do you see how far they are? Top left of your screen there, guys, up near the Battle Woods. I wonder what they're doing.
Deep in the storm, they are taking their time. We just saw a team leaving Heatwave Harbor as well in the bottom left of the screen. But look at that. You're right. Now 2 teams up in the top left. So we might see a fight way out in the storm if that team from behind is able to catch up. But fight inside the eye at the moment's about to happen. Speed caught out away from Minnow, as Speed will be knocked and eliminated by Velix and Copper. That is huge. This is another front runner. That is our 9th place team. They've been taken out early on here in drop 6.
Clark and Alley Boy now looking and probably seeing that kill feed, seeing that Speed fell down, if they've been tracking the leaderboard themselves at all. And they're probably thinking to themselves that they got a genuine shot. The people that are in their way or contenders to be in their way, they're getting taken out by these other players in the lobby just because the game is so aggressive. As now we see Blackout pushing Daniel. Daniel trying to rotate through the water. We saw this yesterday with Brandon trying to rotate through the water, and it just didn't work out for him because he got caught by the tree. Daniel now stuck. He has very little mats for this fight. Little bit of healing, but no rotation, as he's kind of stranded himself in the middle of the water.
Does have support from Dave now, as the 2 squad mates will join up together, but more aggression out of another team. This time it's Blackout being caught, maybe punished for their aggression, as through the wall, Daniel Dude and Dave won't be able to confirm the elimination as Blackout gets away, taking a lot of damage, but he and Star are still in a pickle. Ollie Otter and Beetle joining in another team that could use these eliminations. 7th place, going into drop number 6, trying to third party their way to potentially 4 elims, as at the moment Daniel and Dave chunked out a little bit. We saw Star very much low on health too. There should be time to heal up as this fight stalls out, and it looks like Daniel and Dave will be getting on out of there.
This is a wise move, I think, from them. It's unfortunate they weren't able to find an elim off the rip. 62 players remaining, 32 squads left. That's still a good bit of solos, though. I think it's going to be, if I'm looking at the kill feed right now and I'm seeing how many teams are left, if I was a duo, I would shack up on a reboot fan to prevent these teams from getting their reset, because like I said, there's 62 players left, but 32 teams, that still leaves a very decent chunk of solos out there. So if you want to like camp up on a reboot van, get a nice easy 2v1, that would be super smart. Now as we rotate over to Blackout, taking the fight with Ollie Otter, we saw him play super well yesterday, and he gets caught off guard by Beetle. Ollie Otter and Beetle jumping on them like pigs on mud, and now it's a 2v1 between Star and Ollie Otter as they're just going absolutely crazy, trying to spray through the builds, trying to guess where Star is. I think he's just going to rat in zone and hide, and it's going to be up to Beetle and Otter to decide if they want to hold.
Got split up from Blackout right there, and Ollie Otter and Beetle were quick to punish that fact. So, yeah, Star just hold up, hoping that this isn't the run, or the end of their run at ESC Nationals. But Ollie Otter and Beetle aren't giving up. They recognize how important eliminations are at this stage of the tournament. So this one final blow to Star could be impactful to their final standings, but still caught in the storm. They've got to find Star sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they're going to be the ones in a bit of trouble. They do have a good bit of healing, some mini shield pots as well in Beetle's loadout. So not the end of the world. It's a calculated fight.
Close to finding Stars. I think they're literally just going to sit in here because Star can't heal. Because there's these cute little things in Fortnite called visual audio effects. And what'll happen is you'll start to heal, and you... if you hear somebody healing, the game will physically show you on screen that someone's starting to heal. So the reason why that Star didn't heal there, as Yaffe's taking a fight now inside of zone with Outcast and Qual, it seems like he just kind of sat there and ratted because he didn't want to alert them if they're healing. He didn't want them to hear.
We'll get word later on as to whether Star is able to escape, as you're right, not able to heal, stuck in the storm. But that's a nice kill for Qual and Outcast. The first of a team wipe, and it's pretty simple. They just drop down an aesthetic right there and finish the job. So we'll get their first 2 elims of the game, but as the storm moves in, they'll have to start rotating into the fire, where everybody is waiting for those late rotators to come in, but could be busy on the home front as well, as we're starting to get close up and personal with the final 30 teams left standing.
Ollie Otter gets a nice kill coming out of the zone there, but so did Alley Boy. Alley Boy again finding another elimination on a player. We see Trevor Illy now sitting on the mending machines, which is something we talked about earlier. Clark now also finding an elimination on Tatum. Alley Boy and Clark, we haven't seen much of them this game, but the kill feed is speaking for them very loudly now, as Modi and Quantize, two eliminations between them. They got a chug jug, decent mats, and some overdrive grenades now. 2 eliminations here, 28 teams left. They're playing things a little bit more passively than I'd like to see them play, but they do have 2 to 3 teams there over there to their left, sitting inside of Frosted Flats on the edge there. Kind of, you see that conglomerate in the top left on that map? I think that's where Modi and Quantize are up there sitting.
They know players will be coming to them shortly enough, as Stage 5 of the Storm about to get underway. And from afar, E the Bean and Shammy, a far cry from their strategy last game, playing the aggressive route, chasing players down, now sitting up in their ivory tower, looking for free eliminations as players rotate in. Trevor Illy and Haydenator potentially on the cutting board as Shammy and E the Bean drop those sharp bullets down. Trevor Illy very low at half HP at the moment, no shield. Haydenator trying to heal up under the cover, but now E the Bean and Shammy have to be careful, as that is Sloth and him, I believe, coming in from the side, but Minnow in speed out by way of Ollie Otter.
That's, I mean, yo, you cannot make this up. Egodale taking down Ollie Otter, sorry, not taking down Ollie Otter, taking down Speed and his duo. Ladies and gentlemen, the door could not open up anymore, I feel like, for Modi and his team. However, every time I say that, just something else happens that gets in the way, and it's looking like as this game goes on, it is more and more possible for this team. They gotta frag out, they gotta go and get a couple kills, but it's very possible this team wins 3 games in a row today, ending 30th yesterday, and still coming out at least top 3.
Trevor Illy and Haydenator dodged a brush with death previously, and now they run headfirst back into another one, tracking down Robot Destroyer and Lath, I believe that was, next to him, but run right past him, not recognizing they are in that building. So no next fight as they rotate around the eye of the storm, and maybe here Daniel and Dave plays very much nearby as Trevor Illy and Haydonator are hunting fights at the moment. They spot them, are building up on top, but Haydonator's been dropped. It's just Trevor Illy now in a 1v2. He may want to bail out as Daniel Dude and Dave have themselves an advantage, but do they recognize it?
I'm not sure if they do. Daniel just kind of sprang into the box. Dave has the roof. Now Trevor Illy trying to get control of the roof in the box, trying to drop down, try to take as much space with those builds as we can. Trevor Illy now just kind of sitting on top as Ollie Otter grabs another one there on Sloth. He tries to gets a nice good shield crack there on Dave, leaving him around 75 HP as his teammate, I'm blocked off by it, Daniel, still around full HP, and he's playing so aggressively right now. Trevor is trying to take this 2v1 as much as he can, leaving room for another team to rotate behind him, trying to take space, trying to get picks and tags. I really think he's playing here for these kills.
He is prolonging the fight nicely. Has the protection of a cone as the storm moves in.
Oh!
Daniel and Dave start to move away, and that's when Trevor strikes. He might have just 1v2. Dave has just a sliver of HP left. He knocks him, but has Daniel now to deal with. Dave down and out. Trevor Illy, despite being a solo player, he lost Hayden, but that doesn't slow his roll.
Trevor also got Daniel to zone. Wow, what an incredible 1v2. I mean, very little bit of an anticlimactic ending as Vaxify and Tonic start to rotate into zone. 21 teams left, 37 people remaining. Game 6, it's all coming down to here. We can see Six and Sleuth over here. Actually, they're watching the stream. Robot Destroyer now going down to Velix as well. Hayes, Silky, Robot Destroyer, all of these big names we're seeing today. Everyone contending in the middle, falling down. They're taking their trip back to the lobby, wrapping up their gameplay for the ESC weekend. We can see Trevor Illy now in the front side of zone, Either Bean towards the back, Pixel towards the back as well. I'm trying to look for Alley Boy and Clark. I'm not seeing them at all. Did we miss them dying?
We will have to check in on them if they are still up, because they were racking up eliminations. That could be the difference between them overtaking Frenchie and Beck, or potentially Six and Sleuth. They would need a win, however, as looking in the elimination feed, Ollie Otter has been dropped. Beetle potentially soon to follow, caught in the open. That is a top 10 team that may have just been eliminated. Alley Boy and Clark still very much alive with 11 eliminations to their name as well. That's 36 points.
Oh my goodness.
That could be the difference for them if they're able to come out with the victory royale. But every single fight they take, they have to win. Otherwise, these ESC Nationals championship ring could slip off their fingers and into the hands of Six and Sleuth. Still front runners at the moment with 110 points. But Frenchie taken out from above. Sizzles and the Jimmy with the high ground this time around here in drop number 6. We've seen how powerful a position that high ground can be at the end of a chaotic fight like this one. So they're smart to grab it early.
Trevor Illy going down to zone. We're seeing big names like Trixera and Agua just falling here down to zone. Eris just finds that kill on Trixera. We've seen, and while you were talking there just now, Bepic, a few big names going down as this final game comes to a close here as Kiwi and Eris now coming down. Kiwi, the 28 HP. He's gonna maybe take a lot of zone damage theoretically. As Tonic now also gets a knock. Beetle is going down as well, and they're going to try and reset and find a chug.
8 HP. Narrowly getting out of dodge. Vaxify and Tonic up above right now. Top 10 team as well. They're looking to make a late surge. The top 3. Clark could be caught out. Vaxify spotted him, but is taken out. He loses his structure from underneath his legs and might be killed by the storm. Quick to escape, however. Vaxify will be knocked. That's Alley Boy confirming the knock and the elimination. Number 12 now for Alley Boy and Clark. They needed a flawless drop number 6 to maybe grab first place. We won't know for sure at the end of this one, but right now they're doing it.
Alley Boy and Clark able to secure that elimination. Beautiful shockwave clutch from the player they eliminated, but unfortunately it's not enough as Quantize now grabs Spell and Hayes, but Alley Boy and Clark being able to then take that high ground from the team that was holding it because of that elimination. They're going to start raining down their bullets. They're going to start to open up fire. They're going to start to apply every bit of pressure they can as Muzi finding Kiwi, Beck finding Pixel. 13 players left, 7 teams to go as Eris falls down in game 6. Holy moly, what an end game.
Insane conclusion of drop 6 incoming. Thunderyard, a player that has not been seen much at the end of these games, still alive alongside Valen, making a strong push at the end of this ESC Nationals competition. We'll see what they're able to grab for themselves. Boy and Clark have both lost their shields, but now Thunderyard going up to the high ground, jumping up, trying to find some late elimination, take those teams in the skies down a peg. Boy and Clark very, very low. Thunderyard and Valen could be the team to finish the job on our current second place team. Boy and Clark are making such a run right now. They don't want to have it end up short. Top 5 now, as Copper has been eliminated by Tonic. Muzi and Ostiyama, another top 10 team, making it deep into drop number 6, finding some shelter. They have to know that Boy and Clark are very close. Thunderyard has been taken out. Ostiyama doing the job, so another team potentially dropping, as now Valen has been caught and boxed in by Muzi. Can't complete the elimination, but may chase him down. That requires going out into the open as Quantize and Modi, Quantize, no, still not alive. Someone had the high ground. I didn't notice who it was, as everyone now is dropped back down to the ground. Muzi and Ostiyama see Boy and Clark in close proximity. Ostiyama's down and out, as it's just Muzi trying to survive the wrath of Boy and Clark. Boy knocked and eliminated. It'll have to be Clark now if they want to overtake first place. Clark goes in. That is Quantize and Modi still alive. They want the clean day 2 sweep, and they've eliminated Clark as well. 2 teams left. Quantize is missing Modi. But that doesn't matter. All 3 drops today belong to Modi and Quantize.
Holy cow. This is absolutely insane. I don't have any words, man. I don't have any freaking words. You win 3 games in a row?
All 3 today.
How do you win 3 games in a row after placing 30th yesterday? You finished yesterday placing 30th. And you win all 3 games today? What happened? What kind of night of sleep did you have? Get me in that hotel right now.
You can see on the cameras that last game had us on our feet. Modi and Quantize in a battle with an Boy and Clark that they are locked in a fight for 3rd place with right now. Take them out and win the 6th drop of the Esports Series Championship Nationals Fortnite Tournament. Unbelievable. And we have no idea who won. Boy and Clark got, I think, 14 eliminations and a 2nd place. That's 34 points, which that would put them at dead even with Six and Sleuth. So it might come down to how many eliminations Six and Sleuth were able to get before they were taken out, I think, in 40th place. We have no clue who has won. It's going to come down to the awards ceremony, which will be broadcasted on stream. So make sure you're watching. I don't know how you could step away at the moment, because drop number 6, as far away as the field looked from Six and Sleuth going into that final drop, Dino, it has quickly closed that gap.
I mean, this game, this is going to come down to probably 4 potential teams here. The drama here is going to be Six and Sleuth. It's going to be Boy and Clark. It's going to be Modi and Quantize, and it's going to be Speed and his duo. I'm forgetting his name right now. Speed and
Minnow.
And Minnow.
They were taken out early on. I think it'll be Frenchie and Beck that'll be in that conversation as well.
Yes, Frenchie and Beck are also going to be in this conversation. It's going, I believe, at least those 5 teams that I named, they're going to be top 3. But it's going to, I think, come down to if Modi and Quantize got enough eliminations yesterday and today to be able to outdo the performance that the legendary performance we've seen from Six and Sleuth. And if that dropped game, you also have to factor in that dropped game that they had.
Yep.
If that's going to be enough, because 3 wins, if you come away with 3 wins and you don't place top 3, I will be astounded.
Well, if this doesn't show you right now where the club system of esports in North America's youth is at, I don't know what will. What an insane display of Fortnite abilities right now on the ESC National stage. We don't know who is going to be taking those 2 rings home, but we will find out after a break. So don't peel your eyes off the TV, the computer, the phone, whatever it is you're watching this insane broadcast on right now, because we will have winners announced shortly. Stay tuned.
Ruby, can you believe all the skills that we've seen players activate on over the last 2 days?
Yeah. I know. If you ask me, they were unreal.
Hey!
I'm sorry. I'm not a comedian. My apologies. Yes, but because it is the highest rank in. Oh.
Well, the gameplay we've seen has been much better than that joke was. What do you say that we go ahead and skip all the rest of these bad jokes and let's just get to crowning the national champion?
That sounds like a great idea, Chris. Who's ready to find out who the first ever ESC Fortnite national champion is?
I would like to find out too, but before we do that, let's make sure we take a moment and recognize all the teams that came here today. They gave it their everything. They took it all year long to battle right up to the final drop. How about one final round of applause for all the Fortnite duos that made it out here? Let's go!
Now, at this time, I'd like to invite the Esports Series Championship Chief Growth Officer, Brian, to the stage to recognize our national championship runners-up. If you hear your name called, please come up onto the stage to receive your prize. Making it to this stage is an incredible accomplishment. This team fought through a full year of competition, rose above the field, and proved they belong among the very best of the esports across the whole country. Please join us in congratulating your 2026 Esports Series champion, Fortnite National runner-ups, Orion from XP League, Orange County. Each player will receive an official ESC National Runner-Up ribbon symbolizing their incredible run and their place among the top competition and competitors in the nation.
Hold on, wait, give him another. I'll do this. Team XPLOC Orion, congratulations on an outstanding season! And now it's time. I'd like to invite the Esports Series Championship CEO, Chief Executive Officer Morris Jackson to the stage to present the championship rings. All season, teams from across the country have been chasing this very moment. They started this year as competitors. They fought through regular season play. They battled through playoffs season after season. They achieved and came to all those ESC qualifier events, the power rankings, and they finally earned their place here at Full Sail University. And today, they will stand on the biggest stage that we know of in youth esports that exists out there.
Every team here earned the right to call themselves one of the best in the nation. But only one team gets to leave here as national champions. Only one team gets to say they finished the job. And only one team gets to put these on.
This is the moment every team came here to chase. This is what every practice, every match, every clutch play, and every comeback has been building toward. Only one team earned the title of national champion. Only one team earns these rings. And today, they have earned their place in ESC history. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Esports Series Championship Fortnite National Champions, Wolfpack Alpha from XPL Burleson!
All right. So I have to ask you guys, how does it feel to be actually the first ever in ESC history to be national champions? What are the emotions that are just coming off you?
You know, it feels pretty good. I've been here a couple years, never won, gotten a lot of third places, but I'd like to thank God to being here, all the coaches, the staff, all the kids here. It was a really good event. You know, first place feels good. And this guy right here for grinding, my teammate, I was told I wasn't gonna win, I wasn't good enough, but we're here now on the stage in first place. You know how it is.
What? Nah. Not aura? You want to feel the aura? Okay. Let's say.
Okay, Coach, I got to ask you, what does it take to go from third place year after year to finally get to the top? What was the difference this time?
I think the difference is these kids stayed persistent, they stayed consistent. They have been year after year working at this title, and of course they always wanted to stand up here and they finally get to do it. I'm so proud of both of them, you know, because we were here from the start, and now that they actually get to lift the trophy, there's no one who deserves it more than these two kids.
We love to hear it.
All right. Make sure you guys have some.
All right, everybody. Let's hear one more big round of applause for our newly crowned national champions and all of our Fortnite competitors here today. Come on, people.
We're going to take a short break right here as we go ahead and start getting set up for the grand finals of Apex Legends. We'll be back on stage to kind of throw it over to Apex shortly here, and we'll see you guys soon. Good job, Fortnite.
As the celebrations continue on the main stage of the Esports Series Championship Nationals, we are back to break down that final drop that crowned Six and Sleuth as the champions of ESC Nationals Fortnite. And it came down to the final kill Dino. Ali Boy and Clark were 3 points away. So their second place finish, netting them 20 points instead of the winning 25, is the difference between first and second.
Yeah, Ali Boy and Clark unable to get that final elimination there, but if they somehow pulled off some sort of crazy miracle here, they would have won it by 2 whole points and they would have taken home the victory medals. But we got to give credit where credit's
Oh, yeah.
due. Six and Sleuth putting up an absolutely phenomenal performance. I think they won 2 games yesterday.
Mhm.
And they lost all 3 today because we got to also now give credit to the team who won 3 games in a row and I believe got 3rd place today. Go ahead.
Quantize and Modi.
Quantize and Modi. Oh my goodness. What an absolutely crazy day. I mean, I believe Quantize and Modi would have swept the floor if and only if they did not place 30th yesterday. As I was saying, during the craziness of it all, I don't know what kind of hotel that they've got them shacked up in, but I need to go sleep in there the night before a big test or something because clearly there's a good luck on those bets.
Insane run today. Quantize and Modi, they may not have placed in the top 3. They finished in 4th. But with their insane run today, they alone determined the winners of this competition, which not many teams can say outside of Six and Sleuth for their phenomenal runs yesterday and start today too. Yes, drop 6 didn't go well for them. They were eliminated early, but that's why we drop your worst placing game from your standings. You erase that blemish from your record and leave a pretty spotless run here through ESC Nationals. And they're still up on stage getting pictures right now with all the parents, all the coaches. They got their rings on their fingers as well. It's got to feel so good after grinding through 6 games of Fortnite to be crowned ESC National Champions. And you can see how much it meant to them in the interview.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's talking about how thankful he is to be here, how much his support from his family means to him. The coach talking about just their journey throughout the season. This isn't just a one-weekend event, like we've said.
Right.
This has gone on. This is a sum of multiple months of work. So just for the availability for the players to be here, express themselves on this medium of Fortnite, and to now have been crowned a champion. They were also saying that they got 3rd place multiple times. So this has got to feel satisfying for Sleuth and Six to come in here, show up, show out, win 2 games, and ultimately win the ESC championship of 2026.
Have to shout out 5th place as well. Vaxify and Tonic jumping into the top 5 to round it out completely. Such a stacked tournament showing us exactly what K through 12 esports has to offer, and it's just the start as well. We've got Apex Legends. Later on today, we have to crown our champions there later on. Of course, Valorant, Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, Minecraft Bed Wars, and Rocket League going on here at Full Sail University as part of the Esports Series Championship Nationals. So for Dino and myself, Mr. Bepic, and for Nuke stepping in earlier for drop number 1 today as well, thank you for listening to us cast Fortnite banger of a way to start this weekend off. So stay tuned for Apex Legends.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports Series Championship National Finals. I'm PB and John, and I'm accompanied with my boy here. It's Mavs. Whoa. That's my boy right there.
Yes, sir.
And we have some more Apex action coming right up for you all. So, Mavs, let's slowly slide into what's about to happen.
Yeah,
Tell me about it.
This has been a pretty one-sided bracket so far. The first 3 drops that we had yesterday, it was really all about the West Texas Trolls and Wiley High School. We did have a SHS Pojo come in later on at that game 3 and really were able to turn things around for them. However, I mean, it's looking like a very tall order for a lot of the teams here today, but I'm expecting a lot of the teams went back home, did the VOD review, did their homework. I think I saw on Twitter, Unruly, a coach of one of the teams on Twitter yesterday say, all right, we weren't happy with their performance. It's time to go back home, watch the VOD, hit the practice, and then they hit the pool, and they hit the, they got to unwind a little bit after something like that yesterday.
Time bit. But you know what's important is that they were able to come back. They were able to convene and maybe show up with a little bit of a game plan. Now I did actually have some of the coaches who reached out. Coach Squid from WVWC.
Okay.
He actually told me that Twilight from WTX Trolls, he's actually committed to that university.
Oh, hey.
Already ready for Octane
all
Collegiate.
right.
So we have people who are watching the stream looking for some potential heavy hitters. I'm excited. I'm really excited. But with that being said, Mavs, I think we have some other action that's going to be happening over the weekend. Let's hop into it. What's happening?
Well, we talked about some of the games that coming up yesterday. I know Bepic and them talked about some games during Fortnite, but we have some Marvel Rivals action coming at you later on this weekend on top of everything else. So let's go ahead and take a look at the pools here. So top 2 teams from each of these pools are going to be the teams to move on to the grand finals side of things, the semifinals, if you will. These teams are, look, Marvel Rivals has been in a very interesting state with a lot of new heroes being released. I think the most recent one being Devil Dinosaur, right? Crazy tank that seemed to kind of take the game by storm. I believe he may have been hotfix nerfed a little bit, but I'm excited to see what some of these kids can do. I mean, it's looking like Goats might be coming back though, and I'm a little afraid of that.
I'm gonna be honest. If there's any teams that are not running Cyclops over the matches,
oh, that's right. Cyclops just came out.
He's crazy.
Oh my gosh,
he plays the game for you, kind of, but a little bit insane. But besides Marvel Rivals, we have Overwatch teams that are gonna get their shot at glory starting on Saturday morning with their pool matches. Of course, top 2 teams from both brackets are going to be headed towards a single elimination to get that chance to play in the Orlando Health Fortress.
Yeah, I mean, again, a game like Overwatch has been out for so incredibly long, and they just released a new hero on top of that. I wonder if they're going to be legal to play. I'm not too brushed up on the rulings on that just yet, but I've seen some clips, and let's just say they're a little overpowered, in my opinion. They might have to hotfix that character really, really quick if they want to try to keep the game competitive in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, listen, Mavs, I'm casting Overwatch on Sunday, and I didn't even know they put Master Chief in the game. They only made him Turkish. He got a beard, but it's exactly the same. He got that fuel rod cannon, he's got that battle rifle, and he's insane with the jetpack.
Yeah. Oh, man. But I'm excited for these Apex matches coming in here today. This is going to really show the grit and determination of a lot of these kids. I mean, this is the stage to do it. You talked about how some people are already scouting, the youth here today on where they can try to get these kids committed to later on in their life and get them to a point where they can play this game even more at a competitive level. So this is the time to really rise up and take control of your fate, in lack of a better words.
I mean, absolutely. We have 3 more games today. Once again, starting on Storm Point, headed towards World's Edge, or vice versa. Probably starting on World's Edge, then Storm Point, and then ending on E-District. So that's going to be our map pool for today's matches. Are we going to be seeing that the WTX Trolls and Wiley High School go yet again on another tear? Or are we going to be seeing some of the other teams that we had seen show up, get a little bit of KP, like SHS Pojo, maybe some other winners, fingers crossed, hopefully.
Yeah.
And get a little bit more variety these matches.
Yeah, I would love to see some of the teams that are further down on the leaderboard, if we can get that pulled up and take a look at the current standings of everything. I would love to see some of these teams make their way up and start causing an upset. You can see the significant drop-off of points. West Texas Trolls at 85 total points. And then second place, Wiley High School, a team that has been playing very, very well. They're behind a whole 32 points. Or 33, excuse me, if I can do the math properly. But yeah, that is a significant drop-off. And then you take a look at the Yeti Ice Giants. They're a whole 21 points below the Wiley High School. So a lot of these teams have created such gaps between themselves on those podium finishes that it's going to be a really tall order for some of these teams lower down on the leaderboard. I mean, we saw the Mount Verde kids yesterday almost pull off the win against SHS Pojo, but that would have been significantly boosting their chances. But I think they have an opportunity. Cougars, a team that we highlighted a lot yesterday as well, a team that we've seen kind of struggle in a little bit more of the chaotic fashion of what this bracket has shown so far. Maybe they've put together a little bit more of a game plan going into this day too.
I mean, honestly, my hope here is that we're going to be seeing some of the teams that are a little bit further behind in the leaderboards put up a little bit more fight, have better team compositions, better utility, and just overall slowing the pace of the game down. If you're able to do that, you have more teams alive in the end zone, and you're able to just simply make sure that the crossfires are there and then just play your time, play your patience, and fingers crossed, make it into end zone.
Yeah, I mean, look, I really do think World's Edge is kind of going to be a bloodbath. I think we saw it yesterday. Storm Point, I actually unironically think was maybe the fastest start to the lobby. I think we had a lot of teams drop off relatively fast in that one.
Yeah, you know, it got a little bit empty, towards that mid game, but you know, that doesn't necessarily mean we can't have an end game. And fingers crossed that might happen if we don't just full send it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. All right. We did it yesterday. I kind of want to see some predictions from us again. Legends. We talked about how a lot of, you know, the Valkyrie, the Altar, these types of aggressive style characters are going to be shown today. What's the character that we're most unlikely to see? We would still maybe like to see leaked through the Legend Select.
I want to see some Seer. I don't think we saw enough Seer.
We saw a couple, but yeah, I feel like he was underutilized yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, with the Seer having the stuns and being able to completely slow down those mobility legends almost down to a stop despite having active utility, that is so extremely important. I mean, if you are going to be getting sent, then you at least need to have the information to react accordingly. And Seer just offers so much of that. And I don't think enough people here are running the Seer, running the information. You have so many people that are running some sort of like skirmisher, assault, support comp, but they're missing. If they don't have the recon, they have the controller, but if they have the controller, they don't have the recon. And typically that's something that's very complementary for one another.
Yeah.
Of course, you're missing out on the support, and some of these teams get a little bit scared, but I mean, it works.
Yeah,
it works.
It does. I still want to see the Vantage. I would really like to see the Vantage come through. We talked about, you know, a couple patches ago, they got that buff. They haven't really been, you know, adjusted too much, but it feels like everyone else's updates and their changes to their legends have kind of overshadowed that. And I feel like Vantage is still relatively in a good spot. I mean, you can use, you have great mobility. You've got a pretty much a free extra third gun that you can kind of poke at, take some shots at some teams. And I mean, it doesn't take that much for you to get up those ult charges for you to be able to fire that sniper off. So, I mean, the Hunter's Mark is kind of it's kind of strong, I feel like, at this point in the game.
A little nutty.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. I mean, you got 15% extra increased damage on every single bullet, every single tick of damage, and you're just susceptible on blue armor to Hunter's Marks. That's enough to immediately get you on the floor.
Yeah.
So, who knows? What are we going to see?
Yeah,
what are we going to see?
I mean,
But we have lobby is almost there. We're almost about to get started on these games. Assuming that we're going to be getting started on World's Edge. What about POI predictions for our first ring?
Let's see. Do we have the map pulled up on here again? I know the POIs off the top of my head, but I'm like, I need to see it visually to really understand it.
I want Overlook.
Right. You want Overlook?
I want
Interesting.
Overlook zone.
Okay, I kind of want to see a proper Skyhook finish, not all pulling all the way up towards that little hut in the truck up by that top corner, but a proper city finish where these teams can kind of duke it out in and around the city buildings.
Right. Okay. I see the vision.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just wanting a proper end zone. I'm looking for a little bit of chaos here.
Yeah, well, I think we'll get the chaos in no matter what. I think.
Ain't that?
Yeah.
But let's just kind of like set the context here.
Okay.
Game 1, WTX Trolls win. Game 2, Wiley High School wins. And Game 3, SHS Pojo wins. Of course, all three of those teams kind of went a little bit on a tear up until Wiley High School kind of came up a little bit short on that Game 3.
Yeah.
But is there maybe someone in that maybe 3rd to 6th place that maybe we haven't really given much attention to?
I feel like the sleeper 3rd place right now, the Yeti Ice Giants, have a pretty good game plan. I mean, they were able to survive extremely long thanks to with that solo being a crypto and utilizing that passive invisibility that you get while in the drone. So I feel like if they can kind of work out their strategy and their rotations and kind of work about how they want to go through this map and going through these rotations, I feel like they can definitely come out on top. The Cougars, I would say, if they can adapt from a little bit more of a structured gameplay plan to, hey, let's adapt to the chaos, which we kind of saw in that game.
Right.
Was that Game 3, right? Yeah, they were kind of just early on just hunting down team after team after team. I mean, it was one team chase led into another and into another, and they kind of fell short kind of randomly in that. Sorry, it was Game 2. It was on Storm Point.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I feel like there's opportunity for them there, but I mean, I would love to see a team that we just haven't highlighted enough of come up and just absolutely cause chaos and mayhem.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Yeti Ice Giants are really good. If production can pull up the leaderboard here, there's actually a really big disparity between some of these teams that are playing for the placement and playing for the KP.
Yeah.
And Yeti Ice Giants is actually one of those teams that almost more than 80% of their points is coming purely from placement points.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that leaderboard, they were definitely a lot higher up on the placement points compared to their players and their teams around them in like 4th and 5th place. So yeah, that will be interesting to see if they can maybe maximize their KP in the mid to early to mid game and then work about that end zone and get those placement points. I feel like it'd be very interesting to see if they can pull that off, because if they can, I think they have an opportunity to climb up into that 2nd, maybe even 1st place, if assuming that the West Texas Trolls don't have a good day too. But I think we're loading in the map here.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. Some teams have nothing burger games, and fingers crossed some teams kind of come up like a rising phoenix.
Yep. But legend selection should be happening here in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen. And okay, I think we have POI. I think we have drop zone, so we don't have the drop ship.
Wow.
Okay, so this might actually cause a little bit of a change up. I did not know that that's what was changing today.
We are going to have many less teams dying off rip, which is a wonderful thing. All right, let's look at these first legend picks.
All right, show us what's the first one across the board. Seeing a lot of
Axles, Valkyries, Ballistic, Fuse.
A good amount of conduits, though. I'm seeing about 4 to 5.
Okay, I'm seeing a lot more ballistics, actually.
Yeah.
Watson, Conduit, I like that combo.
The Yeti Snowwolves, they've actually locked in a Fuse.
Interesting. That's really good. I don't dislike that. I really don't dislike that.
I will say, I think the overall game plan for a lot of these teams hasn't changed. I think it's just the team composition has been adjusted a little bit. And I think they're realizing what they can get away with.
Yeah. With a character like Fuse, maybe I'm not entirely sure if World's Edge is suited to that type of play style.
Lobby remake, ladies and gentlemen.
Run it back.
Run it back.
We're gonna get some new legend comps in here. That was just a little tease, a little taste. But I mean, that was an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, I think I even saw a there's one in there that caught me off guard of legend selection. Oh, geez, it's gonna bother me now because I saw it for like half a frame and then we had to dissolve it out.
Yeah,
but it was a pick that I was a little confused about.
So plenty of ballistics.
Oh no, never mind. It wasn't confused about. I was interested by because I think it's a legend that we didn't see played at all. I think yesterday there was a Rampart picked.
A Rampart.
And I feel like Rampart on a map like World's Edge, depending on the MPO, the end zone, it can definitely set you up for success.
Yeah, I would actually agree. I think Rampart is, as a solo sort of, lock down and hold type of character, may be a little bit difficult, simply because of the amount of mobility legends that are going to be in the lobby. But if you can hold a vantage point, some type of high ground, hold, a spot where if your walls are shot out, you're not immediately in danger, then I think that could work out very, very well. Small little detail about Rampart is that the arming time on the walls, which a lot of the time gets people killed. You trust the wall a little bit too much. It doesn't have max HP when it's put down on the ground, and they get destroyed really, really quickly if you trust the walls too much.
Yeah.
So that's a. Surely we're going to witness that. Now, we are being informed that there's going to be no POI draft, so we are actually going to be seeing some contestants in today's lobbies, which is...
I'm thinking I see it across the screens. I think it might be POI. We'll have to see. I think Legend Selection is going back on right now, but let's take a look and see if we can pick out any of the Legends that kind of slipped through in that first time around.
I see a Mirage from Game Dragoon all the way from
Oh boy. But
it's an interesting one.
Yeah, Arctic Mermaids, that was the team that was running that Rampart. And they have a Sparrow as well. So another character that didn't get seen to play too much yesterday. I want to talk about the Mosems, though, at the bottom left. Gibby, Catalyst, Octane.
Yeah, I was really on board for the Gibby Catalyst. Octane really throws me for a loop. There's so many other characters. I mean, you play Axel instead of Octane, and you're already in a better spot.
I'm seeing someone playing on like max DPI at the moment right now. It's okay. Wow. Match ended once again. Yeah, so I think I think we're still trying to get the settings tweaked just a little bit so there's no drop zone.
I don't think you can see a screen on that anymore.
Being blocked up. Yeah. Well, there's one at the very far left over there.
Okay. Yeah, you can see.
Match ended. Yeah. All right. I'm pointing at our TV, and you can see us. So it's like I was pointing over here, and you're pointing over there. Know your left and right, kids, because I don't know.
Here, there, left, right, over, anywhere.
Man. Well, we're still trying to get this first match up and underway, but we've seen these comps, and that Gibby, Catalyst, Octane. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that Octane.
I mean, listen, man, teams are going to be provided a chance to cook one more time.
One more time. Run it back.
We're making some scrambled eggs in the kitchen. Eggs got a little bit too dry, a little burnt.
How do you like your eggs?
Honestly, I like scrambled eggs.
Really?
Not runny.
Really?
I really don't like runny eggs. I need to be able to stab it with a fork. Not eaten with a spoon.
I'm on the flip side here. I like an over medium egg. A little runny, not too runny.
Okay.
But yeah, nice little over medium. I can't do scrambled anymore. I think I ate it too much growing up, and then like the egg, the taste of it kind of just deters me now.
Yeah, you don't like a continental breakfast at a hotel of powdered scrambled eggs?
Yeah, at continental breakfast, if that's all they have for eggs, I'll take the eggs. But it's like I won't be happy about it.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I'm usually the first one at the waffle maker myself. So.
All right.
That's usually how.
Yeah. Hey, I've had my fair share of waffle maker incidents. We've been talked about. Our producer has talked to me about a waffle maker incident story and how he had a raw waffle made from one of those.
Okay.
Yeah. It was very unfortunate event. It was a soggy waffle. So
it really just sounds like he didn't put a timer.
Well, I mean, it's the industry one. You put the dough, you put the stuff in, and then you let it cook.
No, that's user error.
Oh, damn! He said it, not me. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to stay up here on the stage on the mic.
They're gonna
a little spicy.
Little cane coming out from the side.
Oh yeah, just yank you off.
Oh man, I am out. But with that being said, as we're going to be waiting for this next match, let me just hit a quick little metal break.
Oh, a little metal break. We're going back?
Today, we're going to be doing maybe some wild berry. Okay?
You ready for this? All right. Is this going to hit me in the face of smell again?
Well, most likely. And this time it's a lot closer to the microphone. So hold on. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, crisp.
That's that carbonation.
Yeah, that one not hitting me as strong with the smell. Oh, yep, there it is. I can smell it now.
tasty.
Yeah, I had the lemon lime after broadcast yesterday. It was a little bit more mellow, not too crazy on the strong and stuff, but I mean, nonetheless, it was pretty good. Like it was very refreshing.
Yeah, I definitely don't get enough water in my diet.
Yeah. Well, I don't get enough of
the amount of vitamins in
that.
thing,
Yeah,
I felt great about myself.
Yeah, no, I might have to hit up the metal throne over there in the corner again and grab a couple because I think I can need it. But I'm glad that we have some of the rings up here because also now that we've established the rings over on this little podium on the center stage, you guys can't see it off screen right now. Maybe we can get to like the jib shot or something and get you guys a little idea. Yeah, you can kind of see it right over there. They're on display and it's a nice display. I'm liking it. I again, if anybody's watching that can hook me up with one of these rings at the end of the day, I'm sure it's meant for the players, but you know, we worked here hard up here on the desk as well.
No, production, come back to me.
All right,
Look at me.
come back
Come back to me.
Come back.
Production.
Come back. Come on.
Hold on.
Come on. Oh,
Wait
we're
for
almost.
Production, come back to us. Take the webcams to us, because I want to check out these rings. All right. Word.
Okay.
What? Hold on.
Oh,
we're ghosts. We're ghosts. We're ghosts currently. We're slowly fading in.
There we go.
and now just slowly.
Okay. All right.
And hold on. Let me just grab one of these.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm actually too short.
Here, I got you.
I'm a small guy.
I got those long arms here.
Okay. Thank you. So
we might have to fix.
Display
we might have to fix the display.
Crazy.
Yeah. It lights up.
It has cute little lights. It has LEDs. And look at this beautiful thing.
You turned it around.
I turned it around, and I turned off the lights.
There you go.
Can we zoom in on this?
Okay. Well, we don't want to mess too much with the camera shot, do we?
Surely it's fine.
Nope. All right, we're not zooming
That's
in.
okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's okay. We're killing it.
yeah. We're still waiting for the lobby to get up and going. Here, I'll scoot this back up so it doesn't. There we go.
Okay.
It could be.
That's beautiful.
Hold
But
up,
now,
hold up,
well,
hold
I
up.
gotta turn the light back off.
You know,
That one can have the lights on.
it's all the way on the other side. I can't quite reach that. I got long arms, but not that long. Oh man. But yeah, no, I mean it's interesting how strong of a team Waco, Texas is. Or no, West Texas Trolls. Sorry, not Waco, Texas. West Texas Trolls. Because I don't know, it's a very cut and dry top half of the leaderboard.
It definitely is, but you know, we also, you know, taking into account the size of the event and what we have going on here. We have people of all sorts of age groups, as young as 7 years old, probably even younger, all the way up to 17 years old, getting ready to make their way into university.
Yeah.
You know, going to college, going off second higher education. And as I mentioned earlier, Mavs, you know, there are people who are watching the broadcast, taking a look at what some of these players have to offer, and they're just overall thinking like, about that next academic school year, who can we maybe bring in?
Yeah. I mean, look, can you imagine coming to an esports competition, competing at 7 years old?
I definitely couldn't. You know
I don't
even
think I was able to have a game console at 7 years old.
Let me think. I didn't. I was sneaking peeks at Halo 3.
Yeah.
From the crack of my brother's bedroom on Xbox 360.
Yeah.
And now these kids are over here cranking 90s.
Yeah, cranking 90s in Fortnite
and Fortnite, and I'm just like,
in tap strafes and in Apex.
Yeah, like, I'm like, whoa.
Oh,
why
man.
wasn't I doing that at 7 years old?
Yeah, it is a very surreal experience, you know, for a lot of these kids. And I mean, look, I hope that they get more opportunities like this. I hope more of these types of things pop up over the course of their time growing up in esports, I think.
I mean, you know, we have this event that's been coming to full sail for, you know, the better part of the last couple of years. Probably upwards of 3, maybe even 4 or 5. And that just kind of shows how committed we are over here to putting on like good
Oh my
show.
gosh. I see us on the desk over there.
On the desk?
That little back row over there.
Oh,
Take a look.
that's us. Yeah. Hi,
and they got a little fireplace next to it. Wow. They're setting up on these on
That
these,
is
on these PCs?
hilarious. Yeah, we
Oh
have
my
it
God,
pulled up.
that's
There's a
great.
cute little fireplace on the
Yeah.
computer in the background. I'm feeling toasty.
Oh man, yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I can
cozy.
feel the warmth. Yeah, it's getting a little warm. The jacket's getting
Oh man, I am
I'm cooking a
freezing
little.
cold.
really.
It is very cold. in this room.
You know what? I was outside in the Florida heat,
You also do have a jacket on.
and I do have a jacket on. Does not have a lot of opportunity to breathe in,
Mm.
so I was kind of cooking outside during our
Okay.
little intermission between Fortnite and Apex.
Well, I mean, hopefully you got the chance to hydrate. Have
I
a nice
did.
little
I
good
did.
meal.
Yeah. I mean, I even picked up some of the lemonade outside.
Okay.
I've got it upstairs. I didn't want to take it down to the desk because the acidity in the lemonade might cause some problems.
Of course. You got to
Yeah.
take care of yourself.
Yeah.
I had a burger and
Yeah.
some cold beans.
Cold beans,
Yeah,
really.
very cold beans. Straight out of the fridge. Not a
Why?
great move.
You didn't want to heat them up?
The beans were good. Not
Yeah?
not cold beans though. So no, it really is what it is. It really is what it is.
I'm gonna ask the almighty production in my ear. Do we have an ETA on when game 1 might start off? Because all right, the next 30 seconds. So everyone, get hyped. Spam that chat with the emotes. Get it going. Show your support.
I'm
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
let's
Oh,
Ooh. Is there okay? So
Is there- would you like me to be the voice of production asking you?
okay, you be
so,
production.
All right, John, you're an Apex player.
Yes, I am.
You've competed.
I played at a considerable amount.
Yeah, at a pretty solid collegiate level, pretty strong.
I was okay. I was kind of crazy nutty with it.
Do you think any of the kids here in this room can go toe to toe with you?
Can they go toe to toe with me? All right. Well, I'm looking at the kids from WTX. I'm looking at the kids from Wiley. I'm even looking at that one specific Golden Striker from Cougars.
Yeah.
And truthfully, I'm thinking, how close could he really reach perfection and greatness from a seasoned veteran such as myself?
We need to set up some sort of show match here somehow. We need to see a John v someone. How many of the youth esports kids here can go ahead and take on John? But
I mean, fingers crossed. The people that are in the chat that know me nice and well know the degree of play that I'm bringing to the table. So I don't think I need to defend myself.
I think here we go. Legend selection, no drop zone, so we will be in the drop ship. So,
okay.
A very fast-paced drop is what we're expecting to see here today.
All
very, very, a high amount of squads eliminated.
Seeing some
I think early.
fuses, Valkyries, Axles,
I
conduits.
see the Revenant up there on Stormborn.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
A Sparrow team, Sparrow, Rampart, Conduit. Okay. Definitely lots of conduits.
Yeah,
Plenty of conduits.
very, very high amount of conduits. I'm surprised that's the priority support kind of pick over the Newcastle.
Yeah.
It's very interesting, but I feel like it's solely for the fact that you can kind of just free roam support rather than defensive zone off support. If that makes sense.
No, absolutely. I think the difficulty there with Conduit is just getting the proper timing on your utility. You definitely don't want to waste it as you're in the middle of a confrontation.
Well, the drop has started. The Mud Dogs, the West Texas Trolls, and the Mount Verde Kids have already dropped off as a couple of the other players here making their way across the map. The West Texas Trolls might have an early fight against the Mount Verde Kids, and taking a look over at over where the West Texas Gushers are. There's a couple of squads grouping up, but I'm looking at Wiley High School kind of traversing across the map with really little to no competition at the moment.
I mean, West Texas Troll is just over here chilling in Cenote. It's definitely a wide POI that has plenty of loot. If you're trying to loot it thoroughly, then you're going to want to take your sweet time. But I think West Texas Trolls with their tried and tested technique is just going to want to get out of here and then full send it to the first squad that they see as quickly as possible. Unless, of course, they decide to do spiders.
Hey, look, get the damage dealt, get the free Evo charge. You can definitely see exactly why this team was actually performing so incredibly well. It's because they know the tech. They know what they need to do to try to get the little bit of an extra edge across against their opponents early on. But Twilight takes a lot of damage.
Twilight is getting destroyed by these spiders. Twilight is about to get knocked.
Oh, he's at least popped one. I think he just hit too many of the spiders too early, too quickly. But they're able to get those damage dealt. And Twilight, after nearly taking out his entire HP bar, does finally kill off all the spiders.
Listen, those spiders put up a fight, but what we did miss in the kill feed was that Cougars were actually able to get a full squad wipe. Moth getting all 3 of that cake.
Hey,
so
listen,
that's already going to be a full squad eliminated. From
I mean, we talked about it beforehand. We talked about how the Cougars, if they can try to adapt to these aggressive style team comps that these players have been playing, and I mean, look, it's entirely possible for them to make that climb once again. But
it is a rough one for the WTX Gushers, as you're going to have your Wraith being the first one that's going to be taken down. Wingman to the head. You only have your Sparrow and your Axel alive as you look to hopefully take a gate going backwards. But wow, Sparrow is able to fend off the opposition, and WTX Gushers might get the opportunity here for a reset if they don't take their sweet time, that is.
Yeah, I mean, have to heal up just a little bit. Raptor farther behind from his team is actually going to be able to just go zooming in thanks to the Axel pads, but nades being thrown from above. Allmark going to get beamed, and now on the backside here trying to find their way in. Willmark holding off his team, making sure that nobody is able to jump down and finish him, but Don Gotti for the Gushers is going to be going down.
Okay, so Gushers is actually able to, stabilize. They're able to fend off the opposition, and Ravens is going to find themselves in a precarious situation here as they lose their Conduit and their Valkyrie. Axel gets away looking for the reset, but really, how many replicators are going to be available on this side of the map on Cliffside?
Well, he's peeing the gold wingman. He has one in his inventory. Do we think he wants to try to even go for that upgrade to it? I don't know that it's worth it. I think you just try to find yourself a little bit of a crafter in a respawn beacon and try to get your teammates back up, because otherwise it is not a great start to day 2 for you at this point.
Definitely not. You still got 16 squads available in the lobby, and at this point, I'm just curious where Ring 1 is going to be closing. If we're able to find out where that ring close is going to happen, then I think we can make a pretty accurate assessment of how this zone entry is going to be happening. Wiley High School obviously trying to take their picks, get whatever damage they can. Once again, in the kill feed, seeing Cougars take out another squad. That's now 2 squads eliminated from the lobby, as Cougars now racks up 6 KP to their tally.
Let me taking a look here at the Frisco Falcons. I believe it's Navy.
Yeah, that's definitely the Falcons Navy, as we're going to be entering a kerfuffle here.
Yeah.
Walkman already cracked here. This is definitely not the way you would want to start.
Oh no, the RE45 shots whiff, but the Hemlock shots, the 301? Oh, all right, never mind. His teammate got that knock. I was like, I saw the Hemlock, I saw 301 shooting, but nonetheless, they're able to get that knock, get that kill. They're looking for some more, but taking a look at, here's the zone. Is this going to be a launch pad time? Devastated Coast finish?
I truthfully wouldn't doubt it. I mean, Cougars over here are stabilizing in pylon, looking for their next victims. Where is WTX Trolls?
Did they get taken out?
Who knows? I definitely didn't expect that. I don't think I saw them on the map feed there.
They did die production? They're knocked out? No. Okay. No, we're just blind. Okay. Yeah. All right. Oh, jeez. Well, we'll take a look. Later on, we'll see where they're at. But the Ravens right now, Raptor still being that solo player for them, not able to hit up a crafter just yet to get those banners and get his teammates back in. But it is Pojo jumping in, being sent on to these teams. Finds 2, and the Conduit Regen Shields is going to be more than enough to allow him to go ahead and reach out. But the Wraith not going to be able to get away, and that is a squad wipe for the Pojo.
Wow, 6 already racking up 1,000 damage.
Oh, and another squad already?
What? Oh my goodness, Steamy just hitting the worst timing ever on the walk up. As
oh my god, Raptors nearby.
Are just able to, they expect it. The Seer, that's exactly what I was waiting for. They have the recon, they have the information, and all they're really looking for is the entry.
Yeah, I did want to talk about Pojo just a little bit earlier, but the Valkyrie, not going to get shot out, able to get away. But I saw this team comp. I saw that Seer get locked in with the characters like the Conduit and the Axel out, and I was like, that team, if they can get going, can 100% be a menace across the map. But the nades, bam, coming through onto the West Texas Trolls. They were able to get the reset, but the Conduit shields, the passive regen, barely keeps Vabis alive.
Still alive. I mean, WTX Trolls really depending off of this conduit queue here, as they're all going to be relatively low HP. Vabis really just out of net 20 HP, trying his best to absolutely stay alive, play his life here, staying. Almost gets knocked out of the zone. Be careful there. I mean, WTX Troll is just really hitting these resets at the best, most opportune moments possible. And it's looking good.
Oh, it gets beamed to the cross!
Slammed. That is actually really bad. That's how WTX Trolls has been hitting the reset every single time, using the conduit queue. The Biss, 1 HP, and it's all the way, it's only up to Twilight right now, as the rest of the team is going to be pulling up on WTX Trolls. Are we going to be seeing an exit from the lobby early?
He has to play this fight perfectly, but the one mag is not going to be enough. And it is going to be Wiley High School coming for the throne, taking down West Texas Trolls.
That is the revenge from Game 3 that we saw yesterday. I mean, Nessie putting out that damage, Phantom hitting the aggression, and then Conduit just offering up that perfect support they needed to be able to refresh those shields.
Well, the Cougars, they need to try to get this reset onto Golden Striker. That is one of your key players if you are this squad. The Axel is down. They have a Crafter. They have a little bit about a minute left to get him going before the zone starts to close up. But all the way over here in Pylon, they are perfectly fine considering the zone at the current moment.
I mean, they don't really have much happening around them. Cougars is able to get the reset very, very comfortably here as Moth is hitting that respawn beacon. Golden Striker making his way back into a lobby. Now, one thing I'm very curious about is Cougars decided not to use the Valkyrie comp. I mean, Stormpoint obviously being the wide POI that it is, it's usually a favorable thing. Now, there's a lot of distance between all of these teams, but one thing I'm seeing is that Cougars might be looking for a confrontation here with Montvent Kids.
I like where this one player from West Texas Gushers is kind of hanging about. If they can solidify a position in between the Echo HQ and the Devastated Coast, I think they might be able to find a good place to set up camp for that final end zone. But Wiley High School on the hunt once again. They took out the Trolls and they want some more. Trying to take these shots on this balloon tower. Does get the knock. It is going to be Phantom, but now the second player going up it, thinking they can get out to safety. The spray not going to connect, but finally it is Phantom for all three and is now the kill leader.
That is a tough one. I mean, Brendan, instead of just flying around the zipline, decided to fly out into the air, trying to, hopefully take that evac tower. But that is just really, really bad timing. You definitely don't want to be taking the evac tower when you have people who can definitely aim in the lobby.
Well, Pojo just taking a look at these players here. That is Stormborn. That Revenant squad that we saw, they want to try to get the recon beacon, it looked like, but thought, no, we don't want to risk it. We need to try to make our way further in this zone, in this game one, to try to keep ourselves alive, to move up the placements on this leaderboard. But that is now the Ravens. They were able to go ahead and get that reset. Meanwhile, it is a Raptor finally going to go down for this squad. The rest of his teammates trying to find something, find a way out. The Conduit is the last player remaining, using that ultimate, slows them down, does not get to the launch pad, and that is going to be it for them.
Definitely not the best timing there. Whenever you're using utility on Conduit, that's going to be slowing you when you're going to be putting down your barriers. Now, Gusher is just holding topside launch pad in no-name. The devastated coast pull might happen, but truthfully, this might go back to launchpad.
It's possible, actually. Yeah, is this production? Sorry, can we bring that map, because I kind of want to dissect that just a little bit while this fight is narrowly happening.
Okay,
it might. It's possible, but I don't know. I think I think I'm looking more towards Echo HQ with the Cougars, personally.
It might very well happen, but we're going to find out here within the next 15 seconds. But I do see Wiley Pojo slamming Wiley High School slamming Pojo as they're going to be getting landed on. Pojo might be finding themselves in a bad situation here as they're going to be making their exit. Braden gets knocked on the cross. Nessie with the Nemesis and with that turbocharger buff, that thing shoots really dang fast.
Oh, Wiley shooting from above, trying to find some more kills here. They have 1 HP, and that is the go-ahead to send this squad. But the lifeline ult narrowly saves that Valkyrie's life, but not too soon. They fall all the same.
Wiley High School getting that KP that they needed. The fact that they're able to wipe out trolls early in the game and potentially setting themselves up for that 30 kill point gap that they had between them and the trolls. I think it's looking really good here.
Yeah,
one of the members had 8 kills. We have 5 on this one, 3 on the other one. That's already looking like 16 KP added to their name.
Yeah, I mean, I will say they've kind of just had free reign now that the number one, the top place squad currently going into day 2 has been taken out of the equation. That's allowed them to run around this map and take these fights without any worry of a squad coming up and taking them down. That is just an insane amount of confidence from them. With the Pojo, they want to try to get in on some of the action. The Seer, though, caught out thanks to Don Gotti here. Damage is dealt, and now he's going to go down.
Seer in a bad spot here. I mean, Braden is able to get the reset, destroys the kickstart. Right now, it's only 6 and Braden who are trying to hold it down, maybe potentially walking backwards. 6 in a really bad spot, and if they're able to convert on that Axel, Conduit getting cracked, it's looking like SHS Pojo is going to be getting knocked here if they can confirm the kill onto Braden.
Oh, Braden was able to get away, but another squad is nearby. See that player hanging out and about there, but West Texas Gushers, they're looking for some more here on to Pojo, but there it is. They lose one player. There's their second one. It's all up to this Wraith. Don Gotti, we saw it happen again yesterday. Can we see him happen today where he's able to get out to safety and get his team a reset? There's just one crafter nearby, and that is exactly where his teammates fell down. So he just has to wait this one out.
I mean, there was a lot of teams collapsing in that one little fight there on topside Devastated Coast. You saw a Golden Striker from Cougars that just had really bad timing and got stuck between SHS Pojos and the Wileys.
The Conduit ult was thrown down on top of the squad, and Wiley taking minimal damage, losing nothing in the process of finding yet another squad wipe. 6 squads left. That's ring number 4 closing up in just about a minute 20 seconds.
Now, this next ring pull is going to be a little bit difficult. It's going to be closing out towards the downslope of Devastated Coast, and there's only so many playable spots here. I believe there's only half of the armory that's inside, and then you have that entire balcony that's in center zone with just, a handful of these Devastated Coast buildings that serve as some kind of cover, but that's only going to last so long in final zone. Are we going to see teams that are going to collapse immediately before that ring close? Or are we going to see teams try to slow it down here and play for that end game?
Well, the Rampart has survived this entire time now on Storm Point, making their way through. They have an L-Star on Ares, so that gun at this current moment in time, after it's been moved to the care package, has been hitting like a truck. So if they can find a good timing on some of these squads, they can try to close this game out with a little bit of KP and a win, but they have to go through the Titans that is Wiley High School, with the kill leader being 10 kills, 1,800 damage.
I mean, truthfully, if you're that other squad that we were just viewing in the armory, I think you try to play for God spot here, and that's going to be the balcony that's in center zone. Wiley obviously holding an advantageous position, to say the least, trying to dish out damage, trying to get whatever they can, because the moment they get a single knock here, you best believe that zipline is going to be crossed immediately. Now, they get a little bit of additional recon.
Oh my god, they spotted out Don Gotti. No. The solo, he's trying to make their way out. But Golden Striker and the Cougars, they're able to find yet another squad wipe. 5 squads remaining, but Wiley High School fighting not a 1v3, excuse me.
Ooh.
Oh my.
A little bit of damage output, but it's not enough. Hazis is going to be taken down. And wait, Red Hood dies to zone here. Guys, what are we doing? Oh no, that's really bad. Red Hood, your conduit is going to be taken out. Now you do have a replicator in case you need to hit that hard reset, but are they going to let you get that reset?
They might, yeah.
They might very well do it.
Yeah, he's got the mobile respawn. Oh, but the zone, it's out of zone. Nezzy dropped it a little too early, and now
Phantom. My brother, what are we doing?
The Gushers were able to get away with a reset and then came out on top with 2 players knocked.
That might very well be a hardcore throw coming from Wily. I mean, surely they get the replicator reset, but man, that is terrible timing, that to say the least.
Well, final ring closed up. That ring number 5, you can see it 45 seconds is a very, very tall order for some of these squads. But look at where the Gushers are. They're looking pretty comfortable in that position, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that hanging building is necessarily in final zone, but they definitely have a vantage point over everyone else who's trying to get in. Now, if you, I mean, look at that light ammo stack that's in Game Dragoon.
Oh my God, 468, brother! I don't think you need any more ammo.
I think he's strapped. He's ready. He's ready for whatever's coming.
The reason why I'm not too upset about Gushers positioning right now is they're on a little bit of a slower moving side, so they can use that to their advantage and shoot out those teams rotating in at a distance. However, it is just Don Gotti. He actually might be in zone here, actually.
I do believe he has a position here in final zone, and all he really needs to do is bide for his time. Brayden may be doing a little bit of recon here. Want to be a little bit careful listening to your audio. Of course, keeping that R9 out in case some unwanted visitors make their way in. Cougars holding that balcony spot that I was mentioning might be a little bit more kind of like a god spot, but since there isn't much ring left in here, you're just looking at Wily's and hoping that you're able to get somebody on the cross, and Nessie was able to make it across completely unscathed, which is outstanding to me. Well done.
Cougars have the high ground here. They're actually going to go ahead and opt to jump off it and send it on in. 5 squads remaining. Doors being blown open. Don Gotti might be actually ran up on here and is able to shoot him in the back and gets away with it.
Can he get the full finish?
I think he might be able to. This team's relatively cut off there.
Wow. Don Gotti takes down, sit down, little bro, as we witness Cougar pulling up on Don Gotti. He's hoping with all his heart and soul that Venkids shoots him off, and that's exactly what happens. Golden Striker able to hold the position, and it's really just looking like Cougars is the squad that's holding out the Wileys.
Well, Wiley High School looking to try to close the gap between them and West Texas Trolls. The scan from the Valkyrie ult comes through.
You want to be careful about that. You definitely want to be careful about that. You don't want to leave any sort of Valkyries unaccounted for, especially when you're going to have that missile swarm coming in. Flooper, the electrified wall, is actually able to stabilize, but Golden Striker just looking to hold his position here. Flooper Kid gets hit by the kickstart. Oh boy.
It's all falling apart, but Wiley, Phantom taking a little bit too much extra damage, but the Conduit Tactical should be more than enough to give him a little bit of extra confidence to re-swing these fights as Flooper does get thirsted, but Phantom down to half HP has to fall off the angle now. It's a missile swarm.
I mean, Don Gotti somehow is able to make it out of there, but Cougars is still chilling here. I mean, if Don Gotti is able to get eliminated, which he might very well have, yeah, it's really just looking at Game Dragoon. I think that's HSS Pojo, a solo alive, and the duo from Cougars. This is, I mean, unless something crazy happens here, I mean, Wiley has taken God spot. Cougars in a less than desirable position.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, you've lost your Newcastle, but they go through the wall there and just jumping onto some of these squads. But Wiley High School take the opportunity, take the timing, and that should be it. Wiley High School with a very demanding and in charge game number 1 of day 2 here, take the win.
But that was actually a much needed second place from the Cougars.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
They had so much KP that they were able to rack up. Probably the total amount of KP that they had coming into today's matches. And it just really seemed like all the stars were aligning for them on Stormpoint. They were able to avoid a confrontation with some of the heavy hitters. They were able to find some of the teams that were a little bit weaker than them. And overall, just able to convert into that final zone. That was looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, that was a very great look coming out from, but I mean, it's a lot of the teams there. I mean, even Don Gotti making all the way that he did, being at solo, or I mean, that was an insane performance. Great patience, was able to actually get a KP off of just kind of riding around the door, riding around these corners on the edge of zone. And that might have, I mean, that kill might have kind of put Mount Verde in a very bad position after losing that one player. But Wiley take a great game one here today to try to close the gap between them and first place, taking out their West Texas Trolls opponent and after that first game. And well, I mean, the rest is history. I mean, they were able to take out their competition and just dominated the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, needless to say, we can only really find out what's going to be happening with the leaderboard in a moment here. Now, if the rest of the matches are going to play out that way, where we actually get to see an end zone, I'm pretty excited for what's to come.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's just the first game of the day so far. I mean, 2 games left. A lot to really kind of take into consideration now that it's almost, if you're not in a competitor, a contender position, you're most likely just trying to fight your way through a higher position in the leaderboard. But I don't think the likelihood of you coming out on top is very high in these next 2 lobbies if you are in a contender spot.
Yeah, I mean, surely the leaderboards are going to shake that considerably, and I think we saw a little bit of radio silence coming from the Ice Giants. We didn't really see much of them, as they were our 3rd place team that relies so incredibly heavily on those sort of placement points. You know, it's difficult because on a wide open space like Storm Point, it's either you push or be pushed, and it's just kind of like, you know, it's hard to slow anything down and to make the escape in these large open areas that only have selective amounts of cover behind small tiny rocks. It's not great. We were witnessing that from so many teams that were getting picked
25
off
kills.
Wow.
25 kills from Wiley there. 7,000 damage. That is game of the series so far.
Yeah, dare I say, that's probably enough to tie and maybe even surpass the Trolls.
I would imagine so. I mean, 25 points, 25 kills alone would put you within striking distance of the West Texas Trolls.
I think they were only 33 points behind.
Yeah.
That's a 37-point game. So if my math is correct, which I didn't really, I wasn't really good at math.
Yeah.
They're going to be taking the 4-point lead over the WTX Trolls, which is, dare I say,
we won't try to do the math too much right now. We'll let the leaderboard speak for itself, but we'll take a look at that leaderboard before going into game 2 after the break here. I'm losing my words. I gotta grab myself something to drink here, but we'll be back after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 of the series is going to be here in just a few moments.
Oh, that's my hydration, guys.
Trading can feel high stakes. Not here. Let me explain. When your figs go away, your characters stay. And every trade means new hatches for both players.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, and after that one, we needed to stand up. We needed to get the blood flowing because that was a crazy dominating first match of the day here at day 2 for the esports. It's esports series championship national finals here. I was trying to find the words and I kind of
I found the words you found on a screen behind you, perhaps.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're getting ready for our 4th drop of the full series that's going to be happening now on World's Edge.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we got the leaderboard ready, I would love to take a look at how far the gap has closed between Wiley High School and the West Texas Trolls. And it is okay, hold up now. It's still a bit of a gap from what I could tell.
Okay, wow. I guess Wiley High School is a lot further behind. Interesting.
Well, we'll take a look at how West Texas Troll. I could have sworn 25 would have been more than enough to catch up to them.
Absolutely, yeah. That's something's
afoot.
Something is afoot.
Anywho, Wiley High School, they do have still 2 more games here left to play that can help them with their chances to overthrow the West Texas Trolls. However, I think we do need to at least address SHS Pojo, and I believe it was the what was it? Yeti
Yeti Ice Giants.
S Giants, yeah. I think that was our 3rd and 4th place team currently. They have to have a perfect game 2 and 3, I believe, here today.
Yeah.
To even have a chance. So all eyes are going to be on them, as well as it is that Wiley High School and West Texas Trolls here to try to close things out. But there's still 2 more games of Apex, so anything can happen. What are your thoughts here so far?
I mean, we definitely saw people shooting back. People were fighting back. People were wanting maybe still a little bit of fear in the lobby. But now is the moment. If you don't, put pedal to the metal.
Yes.
It's kind of. You only have 2 games left. I mean, what can you really do in 2 games? That's entirely up to you and your squad, but you're playing for the placement, you're playing for the kills, or you're doing both. But, I mean, we're going to be witnessing that in this game number 4, game 2 of the day, as we're going to be heading towards World's Edge. Now, yesterday, we did see a North Side Raven Bloodhound Trials zone, which truthfully was a really hard zone to make your way into. You're basically climbing up an entire slope as people are able to shoot you during your rotates. Unless you have a Valkyrie or an Axel to close those fast gaps, it just isn't going to work out. Now today, World's Edge could go completely different. I think earlier I said I wanted to see an Overlook zone, and you had said you were maybe looking for something more proper, like a Skyhook zone.
Yeah, I would like to see a Skyhook proper finish, but only time will tell, as I do believe Legend Selection is finally getting underway. I see Caustic locked in. I see our Wraith locked in. What do we got over here? Octane, I saw. Gibby's being Hover. Crypto, Sparrow. What else do we got?
I mean, I'm sure we're going to be seeing many of the very similar team comps as we had seen before. But Caustics are actually coming in, maybe a couple more Newcastles, fingers crossed, hopefully, and a lot more controllers. And that's exactly what I really wanted to see when I had talked about what my expectations were for today, Mavs, is that we need to see more controllers. We need to see the pace of the game slow down. Of course, controllers really difficult, because if you misuse that utility, it's going to be looking really tough.
Yeah, no, it is going to be looking very, very tough. But I do believe that squad that we were talking about a little bit before, the Mozams, with the Gibby Catalyst Octane. I think I saw Gibby Catalyst Seer.
Okay.
I think that works a little bit better.
Better than the Octane.
Yes, I like it a little bit more than the Octane. But the drops coming through, the Mozams looking to go right around the Lava Siphon area. Frisco Falcon Navy following just behind them. The Ravens going over to that west side. But this is going to be interesting. Any teams that kind of go up towards this Climatizer Epicenter portion of the map, they might have it free to themselves. But look at this launch site, dome, stacks. Nobody is around this area. And if this zone pulls so far southeast over here to these positions, Falcons, Navy, and even Mozams at the end of the day might have a great timing to get Godspot going if they can read these zone polls with these ring consoles.
And I'm truthfully really
never mind.
Wow.
Never mind.
Wow.
It's
okay.
All right. My fault. My fault. I spoke too much. I said too much. But look, the Skyhook finish that I said before.
Okay.
It's not off the table.
Not off the table, but
It's not.
honestly, I'm kind of inclined to think it might be a Grandma zone now, as Arctic Mermaids are going to be getting slammed by the WTX Trolls, looking a little bit worse for wear, as Aaron in Paris is trying his best to shoot back, but Ares is already down, and Conduit still taking bullets. Babis dropping onto his teammates, and Drekken just closing that gap. It is going to be Aaron in Paris, the solo Rampart, that's going to be trying his absolute best. But wait, Golden Striker already closed in on WTX Trolls. Vabis from WTX Trolls is now down. Maybe we might see Cougars capitalizing on this opportunity and taking them out of the lobby early. Flooper Kid gets Drekka. I think there's only one member of WTX Trolls that are currently still up.
It's just Twilight.
It's only Twilight.
Oh my gosh. West Texas Trolls, after such a strong day one, after game 2 and 3, 1 and 2 here, they're struggling. They might not be able to close things out here today. This might just allow Wiley High School to overtake them in the series.
But it does seem like Twilight is able to make his exit here, as Cougars is just looking to finish off,
Get the KP. Yeah.
You definitely not the ideal best scenario, because when you have a team like WTX Trolls that you're able to get knocks on, you want to be a shark in water. You want to be a predator and just go all in and chase the solo. Worst case scenario, you meet another squad, but you at the very least guarantee that Twilight is out the lobby.
Fetch using that portal to get him back out to safety and his team, but the Ravens being sent on are going to be able to go ahead and get a kill onto Brandito.
That's good. That's actually really good for... Oh, wait. Moss in the kill feed getting killed. Ravens, still able to hold off and their own. This is looking quite worse for wear.
Was Twilight able to get the reset?
Twilight was, in fact, able to get the reset. Draka is back on. Ravens
Golden
just...
Striker's up too. Yeah.
Just chilling. Really just chilling. But this is looking like a 1v2 for Golden Striker. Trying his absolute best, but that's the kickstart that's coming in, and oh man, that's Cougars out of the lobby.
Yeah, unfortunate, but the West Texas Trolls, they're back in it. So what was looking like a very dire start to their game 2 here today, able to claw it back out. But the Yeti Ice Giants might have something to say. The Missile Swarm not going to hit anything, but they do have a pretty healthy advantage when it comes to the shields and overall health standing. So if they had wanted to, they probably could have sent it on, but they're playing reserve. They're playing it safe. They know that they have to play a perfect game 2 and 3 here today.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a really bad map for that. Map 5 for the Cougars. I mean, they had every single advantage going into that fight, and they were able to pursue that aggression onto WTX Trolls. But I guess they just didn't expect the opposition, the fire back. Montvent Kids losing out on Wagyu, their Watson, and it's looking like just another squad that's incomplete, looking for that reset.
I mean, they still have a Rampart, so they can still utilize these ring consoles, but I don't know. It's looking a little tough. Wiley High School, they have some damage up on the board. They have some KP. They're looking to try to make their way here into the zone, as the ring number 1 is closing up here in just over a little bit, about 2 minutes. So scan a couple of enemies, only 2 in the immediate vicinity.
I mean, if this rotation pursues and WTX Trolls, they're focused on the Spires, so I guess they're not headed toward Harvester. They're headed towards the nearest prey that they can find. I mean, after all, Mavs, they have an entire game to catch up on.
Yeah.
They need to make sure that they can keep that gap and not give Wiley any sort of opportunity to close any sort of KP points.
They're just going to go ahead and take the Spire here, move in. They see this team running out, but the Valkyrie ult is popped, but the shots are hitting across the board, but they're not going to be able to get anything there. That squad is going to be able to get out into safety. No squad is safe from the West Texas Trolls, but it is the West Texas Gushers able to get a crack onto the conduit.
I mean, that's a very good 99 hit that you're going to be getting onto Drekka, as he's going to look to slowly reset, but they are going to be taking that Axel Gate, headed towards the right side truck, and maybe looking for some kind of holdable position here, as you're going to be perhaps getting pinched. Looks like the Gushers has already made their exit, and it's just going to be a fuse, actually, which is going to be putting quite a bit of pressure on the WTX Trolls.
Yeah, those knuckle clusters are no joke. If you can get that nade spam going and make sure that your opponent doesn't even have an opportunity to peek out and shoot back, it is so incredibly pressure heavy. So they were able to get out, though, to safety. They're going to go ahead and use that Valkyrie ultimate to try to either rotate out or maybe even reverse swing it, send it back onto them. But they're going to go ahead and make their way on out of here.
I mean,
there's a squad on the other side of this.
Oh, no, this is terrible. The missile swarm is going to cut in. It's going to hit the triple. The triple stun, and it's just
so unfortunate. They're on the other side of that wall. I mean, I think either way, the trolls were going to find them on that. They were on track to run through that choke point, and they did end up using the ultimate. So I think you'd rather that, because that's one resource taken away from them at this point in the game rather than later on.
Now, we did see on that map view that the Wiley is maybe only less than 200 meters away from the West Texas Trolls. So if this pursues and these two titans of these lobbies continue to confront with each other, it may be looking like one of our top kill kill leaders in this lobby might be getting out early, as you're going to be seeing Nessie getting... Ooh!
Oh, he gets the knock!
The Biz trying to put the opposition here, but Twilight is going to get is 1 HP, and
they go down!
Trolls goes down again! Wiley hits the back-to-back, knocks onto WTX Trolls, and they have yet another opportunity to close that gap.
Mozam's, a lot of pressure being applied to them at this moment. Nade spam, knuckle clusters, Epic trying to find a way to heal through this, but it is the Yeti Ice Giants playing a pretty strong and oppressive comp here. The longbow shot's gonna get the knock.
108 to the head. Yoking hitting the Phoenix. Getting those knocks, getting those finishes, and you're just looking for that solo. You're not too sure where he is, but he's just chilling. I think it's a duo inside the truck, and they don't know.
They have no idea. Yep, well, they're going to go ahead and break through here.
Uh-oh. No, that's a full 3. Oh, 161. Yoking is going to get knocked. It's now a duo that's going to be looking for this truck kill, but the Crypto comes out. EMP comes in.
Yeah, that's going to crack everyone's shields on in there. Yeti Ice Giants going to try to pull out of this position, maybe try to get the reset onto Yoking.
Mozam's truly can't afford to let this Valkyrie just walk away, as the Hypergate is just going to come out of the Axel. And Mozam's is completely going to ignore this knock. Yet the Ice Giants has the opportunity to get the full reset. Oh man, they're playing a scared game.
Lorax was so far away, they could have taken that time and pushed all the way in. Oh my gosh, it's the fact that they're going to be able to get that reset off is so impactful now. But the West Texas Gushers over in Skyhook right now, ring number 2 closing up in about a minute and a half. And they're in a pretty solid position. The Rampage, infinite ammo with the alternator. So if Don Gotti can maybe get one of these mythic weapons in hand, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeti Ice Giants making their attack once again on this compound that Mozam's has made for themselves, but this time it's just
the
going
alternator
to be
shots.
damage.
They're just melting through this small little doorway. 1 HP. Get the knock on one. Get the knock onto the other before the Gibby Dome can go down. It is just the Gibby for this team here. They have no idea that he's tucked all the way left here, but the nade is going to be able to do the job, get the finish onto one. And well, he does get his corners cleared. The ADS shield almost saved his life there for a little bit, but Yeti Ice Giants find a full wipe.
You truthfully cannot be playing that afraid, not in these lobbies. You get one kill, you have to capitalize on it. The more you wait, the fear enters your heart, and it envelops your entire persona. And that's exactly what Yeti Ice Giants kind of smelt. They realized there was hesitation coming out of the Mozams, and they just capitalized.
Well, Valkyrie ult to take a couple of them out of this area and over this mountain. They still have Lorax left behind. I'm kind of surprised on why we've left the Crypto behind.
Definitely don't want to do that unless that is a tactical move there where you're maybe just expecting to get team wiped upon landing.
Yeah.
But once again, definitely not something you want to do. Of course, you know, Ice Giants, one of the only, pretty much the only Crypto team that we've seen, and they actually have seen some success.
Well, the Ravens in zone here have to try to get out. Allmark did go down, but they are being held by the Pojo here. That Seer stun is going to be more than enough to stall out Raptor. Brayden running straight on in with slow Apex, and well, That is it.
That's a rough one. That is a rough one. I mean, 3 squads left. You have Wily Apex still in the lobby, Yeti Ice Giants, and SHS Pojo.
I don't want to toot my own horn. Can we get map pulled up here? Did I call it? Did I call it?
I mean, it.
Did I call it?
Okay. No,
okay.
I don't know about a proper end zone, but
No,
we definitely have
it's
a skyhook end zone. It's free real estate.
It is freer than free real estate. Wiley have their pick of the town here when it comes to these buildings.
This may very well be one of those zones that's going to end on the backside market. Probably backside market, maybe the building next to it. But at this point, do you even play for an end zone, or do you just play for the team wipe, try to get it over with?
Look, Pojo, they're going to go on the wrap around. They're able to at least get this care package and find a G7 Scout. So we'll have to see who decides to pick that up. There was an over armor amp as well if they wanted to utilize that. But Wiley High School running up onto nobody here. They're kind of just sitting and waiting. Yeah, there's nobody making a move just yet, but there is so much time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a waiting game. I think we're just hanging out here for a little bit. Just pitch a tent, sing a campfire song.
Yeah.
CAMPING, it's a campfire song.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You know, it's funny.
I don't remember that song properly.
Well, here's the problem. I feel like there's probably some kids in here that might not even know that song.
SpongeBob.
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't know if they broadcast those old episodes.
They do reruns every now and again.
Okay, I hope so.
I would hope so.
The campfire song is
well, Yeti Ice Giants. We're moving on from SpongeBob here. They've finally been spotted out by Wiley High School. The missile swarm hits them. They're going to go ahead and send one back. Kraber in hand, not going to hit. A swing and a miss.
Not great, not great. I mean, EJ Dead Rider, he has every single opportunity here to just use all 12 of those bullets. You got 1 out, 11 still in reserve. The EMP is actually going to come out, and Oh my God, Nessie unexpectedly gets knocked.
I don't think they're going to be able to capitalize on it, though. They're so far away. The only way they'd be able to close that distance is with the Valkyrie, but the reset onto Nessie already comes through. Now here is the issue. Pojo, sorry.
Yeah.
They can come in on the backside here.
They absolutely can, but the other part is that
it didn't pull towards the market.
Yeah, it's going to be just straight center skyhook.
I'm not going to toot my own horn, but I might have called it.
Just a little bit, just a little bit. As we're going to be seeing Pojos on top of Skyhook building. Yeti Ice Giants also going to pick their share of spots.
Oh my God, they're jumping right on top?
Surely not, right?
Oh
Surely
my
not.
gosh, they're landing right next door?
No, actually, they're going to be neighbors coming with a home-warming gift.
Yo, is that just like an ego drop? Like, hey, we're not afraid of you?
I truthfully don't know if they knew. Ooh, but 150 coming out. I think Yeti Ice Giants with this Kraber might be scaring Wiley a little bit. I mean, you're now 2 for 3 on the Oh, wait.
What a nade.
That was crazy. 2 for 3 on the Kraber shots, and I mean,
hey, it's positive so far. Positive percentage.
Absolutely. I mean, if EJ Dead Rider keeps hitting shots like those, I mean, maybe hopefully at some point you get a knock you can actually capitalize on.
They're moving off of center building here, actually.
Interesting. So they're going to be taking the respawn beacon building. Brayden misses the jump, and he's just actually going up the stairs. All 5 flies.
He's getting his steps in. He's just letting it trying to get those kids' workout in.
Absolutely, get your steps in, everyone. That's why we're standing up right now, because we're tired of sitting.
Gotta keep the blood flowing. Well,
just the exact same way that this game is flowing right now.
Oh, Brayden, if you hit that
would have been crazy. But I don't know if that was the best move out of SHS Pojo, as you're now giving up your this top skyhook to Wiley.
Is it gonna pull back? No, it pulls away from them. They thought they might have had the timing. And were they safe already in their building?
Yeah, and suddenly it's Yeti Ice Giants who now find themselves in the most advantageous position. Albeit, you should absolutely make your way into Final Zone, and if you don't recognize this soon, someone else will. And you definitely don't want that to happen. I mean, that building that is still in center zone has 3 floors to it: the basement, first floor, and then the second floor. So technically, final zone could still look a little bit precarious, but this final zone should close out in the middle of the open.
Yeah,
Yeti Ice Giants.
No team is really giving up any clear indication that they want to try to fight this one out. They just want to keep poking at each other because, well, when it was ring 3, there was only 3 teams left still, so there's no need to force a fight. And yeah, this is going to be interesting.
I'm a little scared here for Lorax. I mean, that's a crypto on the team, and if he's the last one hitting the cross, you're a little susceptible. You're going to be in a little bit of a scary spot.
Yeah, a little bit, but ring closing up now. Ring number 5 before final zone closure comes through. Wily not in a great position, but they are the pack leaders currently after this, if I'm not mistaken. So,
I mean, they hit a very, very easy rotate into final zone. They're just hanging around, biding for their time. Wily's just chilling on these storage shelves.
I'm surprised they got away with this position move so easily with little to no contestation.
Honestly, I just don't think anyone else was looking. I mean, with only 3 squads left, there's only so many sight lines you want to maintain and limit damage output. I would assume by now every squad here is maybe running a little bit low on meds. But SHS Pojo actually putting out the seer scans, letting them know, hey, pal, you got to be careful.
Close it up now. Final ring will be momentarily. A minute is left here in this final zone. It has been relatively quiet as nobody, again, is wanting to take a fight at this current moment. We can see Red Hood's at least got 3 batteries in hand and has the tactical, so they have a little bit of shields that they can work with on the side of Wily. I'm interested to see what the rest of these teams are kind of looking like on their health, some items. I mean, supplies, like, I don't know what you mean. 2 med kits is what we see here on Slow Apex. Braden took a little bit of some damage, I believe, from the zone, so he's going to have to use a med kit right now. And it has really slowed down now.
I mean, everyone recognizes this is going to be a fight for final zone, but one thing that I see that Wily's doing that the rest of the teams are not is looking for the next spot to play in final zone. I mean, this is going to close out in the open, and Yeti Ice Giants can only stay in this building for so long.
And you don't have an altar to get you a gate out into the open easily, so you're going to have to use those stairs down and jump out. I'm sorry, you don't have to use the stairs. You can just jump straight on out. I forgot what building they were in. But yeah, so they're not looking too great. Even SHS Pojo, weirdly enough, I want to say Wily might have an easier time taking a fight here.
They might very well be. Honestly, if I were Wily, I think I'm going to just want to full commit to sending one of these 2 squads, but you're going to have an EMP coming out their direction and the kickstart.
Oh, they're just being picked apart now. They have to jump over the wall.
That's not
Nezzy,
good.
the Valkyrie ult comes through. They're able to get the reset on the Phantom.
That's awful.
Yoking takes a lot of damage, has to fall back out into safety. You have to wonder where Nezzy can even land at. That is safe, but Red Hood does go down now.
This is a tough situation here. You're losing your conduit in your final zone. I mean, Braden takes down Phantom. Red Hood is gone. I mean, if Wily can somehow manifest some type of second place here, they're going to take that every single day of the week. But Yeti Ice Giant still has so much space to play here. And EJ Dead Rider playing, biding for their time. They're okay here. The Kraber
almost, yeah, he almost pulled the shot off. I saw the vision there. But he does go down. Damage has been dealt. Wily still hanging on by a thread right now. Nezzy being picked off here. Braden. It's Wily High School. They're going to go down. It is SHS Pojo to take game 2 of the day.
Okay.
Second win of the series.
All right, that's an interesting one. So we now actually have really all of the wins throughout this entire series has just been shared over three squads.
Three
And
squads.
SHS Pojo, despite being one of those teams that are a little bit more silent, has actually done a very good job of remaining patient, which is really what you need for those end zones. I mean, one thing that we saw is that Wily was trying to make something happen when you absolutely should not. They couldn't commit to anything. They were scouting for spots, but instead of going for the full commit like they needed to, they were just trying to make their way closer to center zone.
Yeah, and well, even though it was SHS Pojo to take that win in that game, overall, Wily High School, they have to, after that game, take the lead over the West Texas Trolls. So it's only going to come down to this. Can the West Texas Trolls, after a struggle in game 1, not a stellar game 2, can they find their footing in this third and final map of the day, final map of the series, to try to take back the throne? We'll have to see the leaderboard in a little bit, but it is looking very close here at the end of the day.
It is tight. I mean, and I'm not sure if Wiley got eliminated in third or second, but that's going to be
third.
It was third.
Yes.
Oh man, 2 points that you're maybe missing out on. That might be the difference maker. I mean, earlier we had seen on the leaderboard they were 11 points behind, and I don't think there was so much KP going around towards Wiley.
They had a fair amount,
a good bit. But you also have to remember, I mean, WTX Trolls also had a good amount of KP, at least 6, probably up to 9. You know, they were able to hit the turnaround onto Cougars and then immediately get the knocks on the squad that they had landed on at the beginning of the game. So you're trying to play that catch-up game and then get more. So that's a precarious situation for sure.
SHS Pojo, 14 kills, 3,300 damage. It is almost night and day compared to our first win of the day here. Wiley High School at 25 kills, 7,500 damage. So listen, it's sometimes not how to win these games. It's not all about running it down, getting those kills at game after game after game. It sometimes deals with how smartly you play it from the early game, transition to the mid game, and then find your footing later on in the end game, in the end zone. So SHS Pojo is showing that they can navigate the game at a smart level of play.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, listen, we can't really say too much without those leaderboards, but those aren't quite ready for us yet. But with that being said, we're going to go on a small little break for our final match of our weekend of Apex. I mean, it's been an exciting one, and it honestly feels too soon to say goodbye. But we still have one match left. We're going to make the best of it, Mavs. We'll see you back from our break, and don't go anywhere. Get some hydration, get a little snack, as we're going to finish out these matches in not long. Hello, Esports Series Competition Championship viewers. How are we doing? And we are back for our game number 6, game 3 of today, but game 6 of our series. This is going to be the final game of our Apex Legends matches for the weekend to finally crown a championship for ESC.
Yeah, this is it. The final game of the series, of the day. And it has been a long journey. It's been 2 days of 3 games each of very long, interesting, and competitive Apex across the board. I mean, West Texas Trolls, Wiley High School, the Eddie Ice Giants putting on some good showings, as well as HLS Pojo, and a ton of the other teams here across the board. Nothing but respect for all of the players that have come out here today. They all deserve to be here. They all deserve to share in this limelight. And I'm just so happy we can close things out here today on E-District, which is going to be a fun one.
I really truthfully hope that so, because, I mean, we had seen that there was a little bit of a legend composition strategy that we were seeing on E-District. We saw a lot more Watsons,
yes,
a lot more controllers. And, I mean, it wasn't as much of a stomp as we had maybe witnessed. I mean, SHS Pojo was able to get that, come out on top, as we had seen during that Electrobank closure.
Yeah.
Pojo able to turn around that 1v2 and overall take the win. So it was a crazy one, to be sure. And I mean, hopefully, fingers crossed, we can witness maybe a new contender for our game 6.
Hey, I mean, look, if you can come in and be like, hey, look, I didn't win the day or win this whole thing, but I won the day because I got the final say on who won that last match. That's gonna be all the feeling, all the accomplishment you're gonna need. I want to point out, even though it's a little bit clear, cut, and dry on who's probably going to win this, I'm looking around the venue right now, and it's just smiles and laughter across the board. Everybody's enjoying themselves, and it's great to see that.
It's awesome. I mean, I'm looking at a kid eating some I think like sour cream and onion chips right now. Miss Vicky's enjoying his chips while he's waiting for this match to start. We have overall everyone just in lobby, just a couple of moments away from getting that last match started. I mean, listen, Mavs, as far as ring closures go, I want to see something that's maybe like a no-name POI, probably like Slums, perhaps. That might be something pretty cool. Maybe Boardwalk. Boardwalk would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. E-District is just kind of one of those maps where you have so many different options for what's available. I mean, even Street Market is an interesting zone closure because of that little height difference that you have on each single level as you're making your way out of the POI. I mean, what do you think is going to be happening here? A little bit of a prediction.
I still want there to be an Old Town finish.
Okay, Old Town finish.
I love me an Old Town finish. I was able to call the Skyhook last game, so maybe I can work the magic a little bit,
Okay,
but
a little bit of pizzazz.
We'll have to figure it out though, because game number 3, I'm looking around at the screens, is getting underway. So Legend Selection is coming at you. Who is gonna be locked in? We'll have to wait and see here.
I mean, I'm already seeing some Wraiths. I'm seeing a couple of Ballistics. Obviously, plenty of Conduits. I mean, listen. Ooh, Pathfinders. Interesting. We have the Valkyries. I think everyone is just trying to play for that reset game. I mean, Yeti Ice Giants committed to that crypto gameplay.
I see a Bloodhound.
Interesting.
I see a Bloodhound. Oh, wow. Gosh.
What a composition here.
An
interesting one, to say
the least. Yeah, that's it's a bold one.
There is a vision there that I'm clearly not seeing, and that just means maybe I'm blind or the sun is too bright.
So I don't know. We'll act this. It's. I want to make a dodgeball reference, and it's a bold strategy, Con. We'll have to see if it pays off. You've seen the movie.
I mean, drop is happening right now as we're going to be seeing the first team making their way all the way down into the POIs. Mud Dogs going for a very far land into Shipyard Arcade, and we're going to be seeing so many teams, at least 4 or 5, making their way between Blossom Drive and Neon Square. That might be a bloodbath, especially if WTX Trolls is able to get in that confrontation and just wait for an opportune moment.
There were like 5 to 6 squads over in that small little POI. Wiley High School, not that far away from the West Texas Trolls. This This might shape up to be an interesting one. They already are sizing a couple of these teams up here. Bocek in hand. Are you Katniss Everdeen? Are you Legolas? You are! He gets the knock on to Don Gotti! Oh my gosh, Nezzy!
Truthfully, really bad timing for Don Gotti. It just seems like he can never really catch a break. But it does seem like the rest of his team is able to shoot back. They're getting a little bit of cracks. But now that they're down one and they can't really quite get that death box res on the other, it's looking a little bit precarious. But WTX Trolls making their way in, obviously not making their presence known quite yet, is... Oh, it seems like... Seems like Wily already caught on. There's a new contestant, a new challenger.
Oh, man.
Well, they're already... It seems that WTX Trolls already has the number of Wily, but they're just zeroed in. I think they're not really looking at what's happening on their backside. There is a full zip line that could take Trolls all the way up to Wily if they're not careful here. So they truthfully need to look at their backside.
Wily, they are sitting relatively okay at the current moment in time, but there are still a lot of squads around. It has kind of just been poke after poke, taking a look at these teams, but the Sky Nade, bold one to throw. It actually does make makes the hit onto one of the windows. I didn't think that was going to make it.
You know...
Got a cannon for an arm.
Wow, I mean that other grenade that just came in that was a real dart that made its way.
Yeah,
over. Wily,
they're gonna get out of here.
Yeah, they realize they don't want to get too aggressive here. They got the 1 KP. They're ready to make their exit here. I don't quite know if they all have already identified that WTX Trolls is within their midst, but it doesn't really matter as they're going to be making their way over towards this no-name.
Well, they'll be able to hit this recon beacon at the very least to get a better idea on what some of these teams around them are doing and where they're currently heading. But the Ravens right now are going to be able to get their Evo shields upgraded, but taking a look now at the Yeti Ice Giants, they've lost Yo King, one of their key players here, it feels like. And so the crypto drone from the Lorax scouting out on where some of these teams are headed in on, and well, the kickstart. It's gonna get sent out, but I don't know that it's gonna find anything. Arctic Mermaids go down 2. It is all up to Aaron and Paris once again. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu.
This is an unfortunate moment for Aaron in Paris. I mean, last time we saw him, he was on the rampart, didn't really have any kind of mobility. This time he's on the altar, but he's still in a precarious situation. I mean, that other squad that was shooting at him, they know he hasn't left. They know he hasn't made his exit. And there's not really any sort of walls that he could portal through very reliably here.
Oh, looking around. Wily, they are going to throw out the conduit. Oh, but gets sent on. Conduit Tactical going to save him just a little bit, but he does go down as Phantom and Nezzy taking a lot of damage in the process, taking these fights. He gets the fadeaway onto Vavis.
They're instantly hitting the res. They recognize that they need to hit that right now. But Trolls gets the res. Valkyrie isn't really able to capitalize, and they're going to be trying to hit that reset on the other side. It's looking like Wily versus Trolls is going to be the definitive moment here. Nezzy goes down. There's only one left from Trolls, and it's going to be Phantom. Is he going to get shot out of the balloon?
He gets shot out. Oh, no. That might be the nail in the coffin. Do the Trolls find a way to get ahead of Wily here? I don't think we got a chance to take a look at the leaderboard going into this, but I do believe that Wily did take over the West Texas Trolls.
Absolutely. Cougar is hitting that confrontation here. It's now going to be a 2v1. We're seeing the Newcastle gameplay come out. The kickstart comes out. Flooper Kid able to hit the reset, which is wonderful. Golden Striker slowly hitting the reset. And I think Cougars just needs to pay a little bit of attention here, as you're now going to be seeing Moth going down in the kill feed and some other contestants making an entry.
Immediately going to be able to get the reset with this Newcastle revive. We'll be able to heal up a little bit from that. But it is going to be the covering fire from Golden Striker to try to get his team out to safety. Wingman shots raining true just a little bit, but it gets knocked. Moth going to go ahead and send himself back to the next. Maybe try to get the reset onto Moth, pull him back to safety, but that was recently nerfed, so it does take a little bit longer than it used to. The West Texas Trolls are looking to try to find and get in on some more of the action.
I mean, truthfully, Mavs, if there's any team that could take out the Trolls, it's probably going to be Cougars. They have been doing some death matches prior to the matches, and the match today, and I did see Cougars was able to fight back. They're able to, put a little bit of a fight, put in a little bit of a fight. But with a team like Trolls, who is very momentum based, given the fact they just, eliminated the other best team in the lobby. I think Trolls is really feeling themselves right now.
So I'm just like, it's hitting me that some of these kids here are middle school level, elementary school, depending on the age. Some of them do have heirlooms. It's just now clocking, and I have only recently got my first one.
Yes.
Like 2 years ago.
Yes.
And I've only gotten one more after that, and that was from the Gundam event.
I am currently also only at 2 heirlooms.
Yeah.
Technically 3 if you count the mythic skin, but I got the ultra mythic skin because
it's pretty nice.
It's kind of gas.
It's pretty nice.
It's
but
kind of gas.
Yeah, and it's funny is I know like multiple people that are like, yeah, I'm still waiting for Rabbit first. Man. Well,
good luck. But we are going to be seeing Ravens here at Turbine. Looking for their next rotate. You have Pojo's going for the full commit here.
Oh, the shots!
The double jump.
He's gonna go back up to reach out. Has to hit the reload though. Surely you don't switch the longbow, right? Get a little bit of styling going on. No, surely not. I think the rest of the team is gonna climb up on top of this building. It is a little bit tricky to get, but they do have the lifeline ult up there, so they're gonna be able to heal up a little bit quicker. Then Pojo should be able to go on top of them. So.
It was definitely a very messy a very messy push.
Yeah, they're just out. The Pathfinder ultimate sent to try to get them out to safety. The Cougars, they're on the hunt. They're on the prowl.
Cougars looking for their best opportunity here. I mean, they are in 5th place, if I'm not mistaken, and they aren't too far behind. I mean, that 3rd place definitely has a sizable gap, but if Cougars now has an opportunity with Wiley being out of the lobby, they can definitely get some KP going without having to be too afraid of what's to come.
Shots looking to try to find their mark with Golden Striker, but it does have to fall off the angle. Takes a little bit of damage there. Has to pop some cells to heal himself back up to full. Moth and the rest of the Cougars are on the hunt. They see this player running down the line. They're trying to cut them off and find a way. The Axle Gates are available for them to use.
Okay.
A little styling on it. A little wall run, I
Bouncing,
guess. Yeah.
Wall bounce.
Wall bouncing, yeah. The movement that some of these kids have is insane, but it is funky to get the knock. Finds the second one. That's going to be a squad wipe. Griffin going to be on the board. 5 KP at the minimum. A team that we haven't seen too much of, really.
Yeah, no, Franklin Griffin, definitely a squad that has been a little bit more silent. But getting a full team wipe there, I mean, that's nothing to scoff at, especially in the second half of the leaderboards. That might very well be something that can change your lead placement considerably.
Well, moving around the map here, if we can take a look at where this zone has started to pull towards, I'm wondering how far it will end up going. It's safe to say, again, not an Old Town finish, I think. Yeah,
probably not.
It's probably a viaduct.
Mm-hmm.
It could shimmy over to that street market that you were talking about. I think there's a world.
I best hope so, but there's also that backside viaduct, which is an interesting.
It is a very interesting one. Yeah, it is a little. I mean, I feel like any of these teams, if they have a new castle later on in that little that backside of viaduct, they might be set up because that bridge is very tricky to fight if you don't have one.
It's a death trap. Yeah. It truthfully is. But SHS Pojo going to look on the offensive here as you're going to get Allen. He's down. He's down.
He's gone.
He's kissing the cement. Ooh. And that's going to be a full team wipe. Allen and Co-Danger going to be eliminated from the lobby as we're going to see Pojo adding to their total points.
Oh boy, the Trolls, they're sending it. They're trying to go right on to this team, but the Caustic Traps are doing its damage and doing its job. Ulrika trying to get himself back up to heal full, but shot in the back forces him back inside. The Caustic Trap does get proc, so he has to use the Conduit Tactical at least to try to keep himself and a teammate alive. But Vavis is going to go down, and they could be able to come out on top of this. It is the Cougars.
Cougars is able to get the full knock onto Abyss, and now suddenly WTX Trolls is going to be a duo. If they're able to continue the momentum here and continue scouting out, breaching every single building, they might very well get WTX Trolls.
Go ahead and run on in. The hipfire shots going to be able to get the knock. It is Raptor, and so the Ravens are looking to find someone else. And it is going to be a wipe, though. It is going to be the Cougars coming out on top of that fight.
That's an impressive one. Wow, Cougars adding even more KP to their total tally. This may very well be the type of game where Cougars goes crazy. This might be the game that they really needed to close that gap, getting out of fifth, heading their way towards a podium finish.
7 squads remaining. Looks like it is going to start pulling towards that backside of Viaduct. And so Street Market, not necessarily the safest place to be because you're going to have to start running through that choke point. But you do have the Mythic Bin that you can open if you are Griffins. I think they're going to look to try to find out what is inside of it. They also got the gold bin that they can open up right next to it, too. So pretty set on loot they will be.
You definitely can't be too afraid. I mean, you need to capitalize on this. WTX Trolls still a duo in the lobby.
Ooh, it's a Kraber.
Ooh, okay. A little Kraber action. Kraber Cam.
Kraber
Krabby
Cam?
Patty.
Kraber Candy.
Kraber Candy. So, that being said, he's going to be handing out those bullets like it's Halloween. A little bit for you, some for you. Yeti Snow Wolves making their way into the next zone.
Taking a look at what's coming down in this care package. The L-Star, proven to be a very strong weapon here in this series so far, but the Cougars are being looked at right now. Golden Striker and company falling back off of this angle, realizing it's not going to be the easiest way in to find their position in this end zone.
Absolutely not. This position has to be sweating here a little bit. Mavs, let me tell you, Cougars is one of those other squads that have that KP potential, that have that damage output potential. But if Trolls is already looking at them, which they already are, it's going to be a tough situation.
Well, taking a look at the map, it has started to pull further and further in towards Viaduct. But able to go ahead and use that gate to get them to safety. The Cougars going to have to try to reset and find another way in.
200 IQ rotation.
Yeah.
You see that out of both. He found that towards TP spot.
I thought the wall would be too thick.
Yeah, I thought so too. I actually truthfully didn't know that was 30 meters. That was less than 30 meters.
Yeah.
That was actually very well played, and that might actually be the difference maker in keeping Cougars alive here as they make their way into next zone.
Well, we talked about it before. This bridge, it is a death trap. There is going to be exactly where the West Texas Trolls are going to opt to try to put their foothold in and hold the line. As the SHS Pojo going to go ahead and send it in on this squad down the ramp here. Are able to get a knock onto Walkman. The Kickstart going to get shot out before it can find any sort of use. But as soon as the Pojo left that high ground, they get instantly replaced with a squad on the backside as they find this squad wipe. 6 squads remaining. It is the Cougars trying to rain down these bullets on top of them.
Now, Flooper, a little bit poor here. Not really too many light bullets that he might be able to dispense here, and you want to be careful with that. I mean, they do have a G7. They have that damage output.
Oh, just running on in. Just running on in is able to get the 1 mag, and that is going to be, was it 2 kills? They still have the solo up for that squad, but Viaduct is kind of it's a tricky POI to fight around because there's so many levels to this area, and anybody can play anywhere, and you might be able to find some tricky angles on some unsuspecting players.
Definitely. I mean, it doesn't really look like there's going to be any kind of confrontation between Cougars and Trolls here. I mean, as you said, so much elevation, so many different tiers to this entire POI, and it seems like it's not going to go all the way back to the bridge, but you know, it's going to be in the sewers below.
Well, taking a look at where everybody is opting to fight around. Ring number 5 pushed out onto the map. 1:10 left, and it is pulling just outside of Viaduct itself. This is going to be chaos once they start having to move down to this lower level out into the open.
Okay. Twilight is going to be knocked. That's one of the heavy hitters from WTX Trolls. If the fight that they're in right now keeps going and it goes probably worse for wear, I mean, we might be seeing a little bit of a shift in the lobby quality here.
Well, able to get the reset onto Casual Popcorn here, Pojo. Not going to be a player down just yet, but they are the team on the full low ground. So they kind of can just sit and wait for these teams to jump off, catch them off guard, and maybe come out on top of the gunfight. But Griffin, they are currently being shot at. Robot Destroyer has to pop the bat, but it is funky to go down with the Newcastle instantly getting that res off to get that reset, but instantly with the breach charge gets the re-knock, uses the ultimate to try to provide an extra level of cover. And the Cougars are looking around for some more, finding a way in, and they find maybe something. Doesn't quite go all the way down, so it's a little tricky. It's a little tricky.
A little bit confused about that exit point. Maybe a little bit confused, but Drekka, we can see the little tip of his forehead. I mean, Moth is looking for everything he could possibly get. He has that infinite ammo amp with that G7, and that just means he has every single opportunity for damage output here. Let me tell you, Mavs, 2 shots from the G7, that's potentially 108 damage in just a single burst. That thing hits heavy.
Yeah, it does indeed. Brayden is able to get the reset, so he will be back up for this incoming zone. 20 seconds till it is finally closed up at the West Texas Trolls, holding these Cougars on the high ground, showing that you cannot jump off just yet. The Missile Swarm, couple of them do get knocked, but it is Moth to find that, to get knocked down. Is Orica going to be able to find it? But West Texas Trolls, they have another squad nearby that they have to worry about.
I mean, despite essentially being in what is fish in a barrel, that squad on their backside doesn't really seem too pressed to dish out damage to WTX Trolls. They're kind of just letting this happen, letting them coexist. Valkyrie Skydive coming out.
Oh, they're going to send the squad. They have to, right? Surely they're going to go ahead and send it on. I believe it is Pojo here. Yeah, so... Yep, there it is. The drop down, the Missile Swarm, L-Star in hand. Twilight, show me something. What can you do with it? Nothing! All the bullets get blocked, but it is going to be a trade. Twilight does go down 1 for 1, but it is all up to Orica in a 1v1. Are they going to be able to come out on top, or is it going to be Pojo to find a second win? Possible win today. They get the wipe!
Gets eliminated!
3 squads remaining. The Cougars trying to find their way into this third party. And, well, the Pojo not going to be able to pull it out. It is just the Cougars here. And I believe that is Griffin across the way, still over at Viaduct.
Absolutely. Now, rest assured, Cougars isn't absolutely guaranteed the win here. They still have one last final 3v3, and they are cracked. Franklin Griffin's closing the gap here. Blueprint needs to turn around right now.
He's so unsuspecting. Funky able to get these shots into the back. Griffin is just so healthy for this gunfight. Surely it's their game to win. Golden Striker find a way out of here, but the reset still comes through. No. Cougars fighting a way back in. Golden Striker, L-Star, you need to try to find the way to win. He's transitioning, but it is Griffin to get the win. Oh my gosh. No way Cougars get that reset. And I said it, a team that was unsuspecting can definitely take the personal victory away at the end of the day if they can find that win.
Now, I truthfully didn't expect that. SHS Pojos takes out WTX Trolls in a hard 3v3, and they fumble. I mean, I don't know who dropped off from the crates, but that was one heck of an outplay. I mean, knees broken, ankles broken. You're on the floor, and you're kissing the cement, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear the cheers, but the family are cheering them on after that win. They are all so happy. I'm seeing some hugs go around, some dap-ups. It has been an absolute pleasure watching these teams duke it out. I would love to see what the scoreboard looked like, but oh my goodness, what a game to end it all on.
Yeah, that was one heck of a finish, Mavs. I mean, we had gotten accustomed to just seeing the same 3 teams over the course of the 5 games previous, and Franklin Griffin's, one of those teams that we might have written off a little bit earlier in the series is able to take the hard 3v3, and ultimately it just kind of came back down to a lack of awareness. Unfortunately, Flooper, he was on red armor, but he just didn't pop the med kit, still in a death box. You're in final zone. You got the last squads. You need to get yourself as healthy as possible.
Absolutely insane. I mean, I still cannot get over the fact that Cougars were still able to at least get some sort of reset and re-challenge that fight. I mean, look, they put up a good fight, but Griffin, they were just in a better position at the end of the day. They were able to come in and just kind of clean things up.
Absolutely. I mean, they waited for their time. I mean, how long were they inside of Viaduct on that bottom, the middle tier?
Ever. No, and they couldn't find a way in. You saw that Cougars were trying to find a spot to kind of go through with those void gates from the altar, and well, it was a little tricky to find their way in, because if you wanted to try to get down another floor, you'd have to use another tactical, and you wouldn't be able to get back out to safety. But we do have a look at how these 6 games played out. So let's take a look at the series map rotation. Game number 1 yesterday, we saw the West Texas Trolls start off with a very commanding lead, but the Wiley High School squad, they were able to swing right back into action in game 2. But SHS Pojo, a team that we didn't quite see a lot of action in day 1, were able to close things out. But John, talk about day 2. How did they shape up here?
I mean, the crazy thing is that WTX Trolls, for how dominant they were in this entire series, we didn't really see them win that much. I mean, they had a very dominant game 1, but for all of the games today, they either fumbled, got the kills that they needed, or just fell a little bit short. And I mean, we're really just waiting for the leaderboard to find out, is Wiley or is it Trolls the team that's going to come out on top?
All right. Well, we do have updates that the leaderboards will be after our Apex Awards ceremony. So we will take a short break before that. So do not go anywhere. Come back to see how the leaderboard shaped up. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure and an honor. You'll see us back up here, I believe, after the award ceremony to try to close things out for the day. But nonetheless, take a bit of a breather before we go ahead and see who can be crowned the victor of this Apex Finals.
I'm definitely curious to see what our contestants of the weekend, what they look like, what their faces were, because to me, they're still just names on a screen, man.
Yes.
But that's a wonderful thing about a LAN, is that they're here. We can get them up here. We can just talk to them for a little bit. So it's a awesome little thing.
Yeah, well, we'll see you guys on the other side of this break with the award ceremony. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for that.
calculation, we have the results. So welcome back. And I can safely say, with no exaggeration, that that was an incredible Apex Legends final we just witnessed at the first ever 2026 ESC Championship.
That was everything you could ask for from a national championship. Huge fights, clutch rotations, unbelievable teamwork, and players leaving absolute everything on this game.
These teams battled through full seasons of competition to earn their place here, and after an amazing finals performance, it's time to recognize the teams that rose to the top.
So families, coaches, players, and everyone here in the live venue, help us bring the energy one more time as we begin the 2026 ESC Apex Legends Awards Ceremony.
All right, Scooby, after that event, I think I need a minute to catch my breath.
I want to be honest. Same here. I was about to say I need to get a little breather. The energy is intense in this room right now because the team fights, the final circles, the clutch plays. That was championship Apex from start to finish.
They gave us everything we could have asked for at this event, the national championship final event, and now it's time to recognize them.
Apex fans, are you ready to crown the first ever ESC National Apex Legends team?
I know we're baiting you a little bit, and we're going to continue to do that. We want to take a moment to make sure that we recognize every Apex Legends team that competed this weekend at this event. Every player on the floor earned their place to be here. There were no free gifts, and every team helped make this one of the most exciting events of the weekend, literally.
So, let's hear it for all of our competitors here who have played Apex and done the thing. Come on now, people.
Okay, now we're ready. All right, let's go ahead and first invite up the Esports Series Championship Growth Officer, Brian Hanula, to the stage to recognize the National Championship runner-up. No claps for Brian. You hear your name called. Let's go, Brian Hanula! Once you hear your team name called, please make your way to the stage to receive your prize.
Making it to the final stage in Apex Legends is an incredible accomplishment. It takes communication, composure, trust, and the ability to make the right call when everything is happening all at once.
This team battled a full year to earn their spot here, and they prove they belong among the best youth Apex Legend teams in the country, and arguably some of the best teams in the nation, youth or not.
So, put your hands together as we congratulate your 2026 Esports Series Championship Apex Legends National Runner-Ups, Trolls from XP League, West Texas.
Woo! No, it's solid, boys. It's solid. Come on. Right up here, guys. We're gonna get focus. Three, all three together.
Each player will receive an official ESC National Runner-Up special ribbon symbolizing their incredible run and their place among the top competitors in the nation.
Team Trolls, congratulations on an outstanding season. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. And now it's time to crown our Apex Legends National Champions.
I'd like to invite the Esports Series Championship Chief Executive Officer, Morris Jackson, back to the stage to present these beautiful rings. Come on, y'all, give a little clap for Morris. Come
Morris
on.
wants claps too. Apex Legends, I think we all know, is a game built on chaos by design. Different legends, different styles, different calls, different fights, and sometimes only seconds to make that decision that keeps your team alive.
But through all that chaos, championship teams find a way to stay together. They trust the call, they cover each other, they recover when things go wrong, and then when that final fight actually arrives, they're ready.
And that is exactly what the team did.
They did not just survive the pressure, they controlled it.
They made the rotations, they won the fights, they answered every challenge put in front of them.
And when the final circle closed, they were the team that was still left standing.
Now they leave Full Sail University with the title, the rings, and the honor of being the first ever Esports Series Championship Apex Legends National Champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking their place in ESC history,
Wiley High School! Go up to the front, guys. Punch the screen, punch forward. All right, coach, get up here for a photo with the team. You got to do it. It's the right thing to do.
I was about to say, what is it? Where's the coach? Come on. Come on, baby.
Congratulations. You can head right down this way, guys. Hey, good job. Thank you so much. Great job. Yeah. All right, that's going to be all for us today when it comes to live coverage on the stream, at least for today's Esports Series Championship matches. Congratulations to our 2 crowned winners today between Fortnite and Apex.
Be sure to join us tomorrow at 4 p.m. as we'll have the grand finals and awards for our Minecraft Bed Wars Championship live on stream.
We will, of course. We have Minecraft coming up next. Couple announcements now. Back to the business. A couple quick announcements as Apex is concluding. We just ask that all the Apex players and teams and coaches and parents start to exit away from the desktop so that we can start to migrate the Minecraft teams on for their early round plays this evening. Again, thank you to the Apex and Fortnite teams.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, if you can't tell by the from the BRB screen and this, the wall behind us at one point, we have finally crowned our victor, the #1 team coming out of here today. We can go ahead and throw up the series graphic so you guys see how the games played out today. But your winner, it is going to be Wiley High School Apex. They did come out with 2 victories out of the 6 games played, 25 being the highest kill count game. John, they played such great Apex across all of the games here today, and they definitely deserve to be crowned the victor here.
I mean, absolutely. Wiley was not able to just get kills, but they were able to convert and get placement. I mean, when it comes down to ultimate kill points, WTX Trolls came in second, but they had more kills, 77 kills versus Wiley's 73. I mean, you would think with that much damage output, that many eliminations, that would have been enough to surely close the gap and win by a landslide. But ultimately, it comes down: are you staying alive?
Yeah.
I mean, Wiley, they were just able to close out so many more games. So ultimately, it just came down to Wiley's inevitable W.
Yeah. I mean, shout out to West Texas Trolls, though. They had such a great start on day 1. Day 2 started really, really slow. But, hey, we'd be remiss if we didn't shout out some of the other teams. Your top 5 after the West Texas Trolls. So Pojo Apex coming in 3rd place with 82 points. It is the Cougars in 4th place with 48. And then to round out your top 5, it is the Yeti Ice Giants, who did come in today hoping to at least try to have some perfect games. Unfortunately, 46 points is where they sit, so 5th place overall for them. Look, I will say, we talked about it before, we were hoping that a final team that we didn't get a lot of time to kind of highlight won that last game. And Griffin, they did. They pulled out the win. They rounded out 6th place overall. So honestly, really great Apex across the board both of these days.
I mean, we didn't really get much of an opportunity to talk about that last game, Matt.
Yeah.
But Pojo Apex were able to take the hard 3v3 against WTX Trolls and win. They weren't just able to stay alive, but they were able to get the squad wipe. And of course, albeit Cougars came in, got the finish, they were able to continue with the rest of the game into end zone. The fact that Pojo eliminated WTX Trolls when they did was the difference maker between the Trolls getting those 2 placement points that they desperately need.
Yeah, it was a very crazy last game of the series. And look, I called it day 1. I put a little bit of bias out there. I was hoping for a Texas team to pull it off because, Texas is home. I'm raised here. I'm happy. I grew up, 30 minutes away from Wiley. So I know some people out there. I know them. But, nonetheless, shout out to all the teams that came out here tonight, the families that were cheering their kids on, the coaches here all day long with them, getting the reps in, making their journey all the way to this grand final stage. It has been an absolute pleasure and honor to be here to share the desk with you, John. I've been able to cast some of your games, and this is the first time we've been able to, share the spotlight up on the desk for some Apex. So
it's a great time. I mean, it was a long time coming. You casted all my collegiate Apex games, and maybe you're going to be seeing some of the players today in collegiate Apex, passing on that torch. I'm for one, I'm very excited for Wiley. It feels like they put everything into every single game. They weren't just playing for the kills, but they were playing for the conversion, and that conversion is exactly what they got. It's truthfully, it's bittersweet for the Trolls, having came out the gates with so much force and so much momentum, but just the day two momentum just slowed down so much.
Well, that is going to round us up out here for Apex Legends here today. But we still have a weekend of action coming your way. Marvel Rivals, Rocket League, Overwatch, Minecraft Bed Wars. Is there something I'm missing? I feel like there is. Valorant. Oh my gosh. That's the other. Yeah, that's the other one. But we've got a long weekend ahead and a bunch of other teams looking to be crowned champions. So I'm excited to see how the rest of this weekend plays out.
Yeah, absolutely, Mavs. We're only on day 2 of the esports national championship, and so it's esports series championship, and it's it's bittersweet for us because, our time on the desk is done together. But, I myself, I'm going to be back for Overwatch on Sunday. So definitely be sure to catch that.
Yeah, I'll be back for Valorant too on Sunday. So, hey, we're not done yet. You'll see us again.
Not together, but that's okay.
It's fine. We got some other friendly faces to show up here on the desk. So I'm excited for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a fun time. If you're interested in any of those games, or if you have any friends or family that are participating in the event, be sure to show them the support. Leave an emoji, leave a comment in the Twitch chat. Just go ahead and put that energy out into the world. Just what's that thing that Goku does?
The spirit bomb.
Spirit bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, put that energy out into the world, man. That's awesome. And just a huge thank you to everyone that followed today's matches over the past 2 days. And surely we'll be back again, Mavs. If it's not us, it'll be someone else for next year's Apex Legends tournament.
Yep, it will be an absolute banger next year. But also, we still have a long weekend ahead, so hopefully we'll see you guys for those matches. I think that's going to close us up here out on the desk. Huge shout out once again to Wiley High School for taking it all here today. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. My name has been Mavs, up here with PB and John. We will catch you guys on the flip side.
Tap me up, dog.